Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Grave Memories by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecroft. 1. Many years ago. The wind whisked the grass, the eerie rustle cutting the silence. It also blew the smoke all the way from the big house to the stables. She crouched all the lower, trying to hold her breath, listening for his footsteps, his favorite tune to whistle, anything. A horse neighed not far away. She jumped, nearly falling to the ground, but managed to catch herself. It was hard to balance with the long skirt, not to mention with her newly expanded belly, a feature she had been trying to hide, needed to hide. It wouldn't be possible much longer. Not that it mattered. He knew. Somehow, Jedediah had figured it out, despite her efforts to keep the secret. Crash! She tensed and pressed herself into the little corner where she hid, tried to meld with the wall. It would be the only way to remain concealed. Once Jed found her, her life would be over. He'd already warned her to stay away from the love of her life. The only thing he cared about was keeping the family name. It was all that mattered to any of the Brannon men. Some of the women, too. Not her. She only wanted the freedom to live her life as she saw fit, to love who she wanted and make her own decisions. And she had, for a brief moment. She loved gloriously and totally. Unfortunately, that decision would get either her or the one she loved killed. She'd come to the stables to find him, to warn him. But Jed was, as always, one step ahead of her. He thought he had more authority over her than Papa did. Because he cared more about controlling others than falling in love, he focused on her, on making her life miserable at every turn. Now he knew the one thing that could destroy her. Her breathing grew shakier. Jed would find her in here. She'd come to warn the love of her life. She didn't even dare to think his name. Jed seemed to have the powers to read her very thoughts. Clink! That was closer. Too close for comfort. She nearly cried out, barely managed to cover her mouth to keep the sound from escaping.
I know you're in here.
Jed's voice wasn't far away. His heavy footsteps grew louder. If he found her, he would beat her hard enough to rid her of her condition. Then he'd kill the one she loved. She needed to get away before she lost everything, including her own life and the one she carried inside her. Thump, thump, thump. There was only one other way out of the stable, since Jed was coming from the main entrance. It was a risk, but it was also the only chance she had, small as it was. She pressed herself against the wall, held her breath, and took a moment to build her courage. The footsteps had stopped for a moment. Jed was listening for her. She froze in place, afraid to even blink. The stable was so quiet, any sound could be heard. Anything. Her heart pounded so loudly he had to be able to hear it. It felt strong enough to shake the floor beneath. She tried not to breathe, but that didn't work. Plus, she couldn't go without air for long. She would almost take hearing his footsteps over the silence. Then at least she would know where he was. Not knowing was worse than knowing. It was hard to hear anything over her heart and trying to keep her ragged breaths quiet. She needed to get free, run away, never return to the cursed Brannon house. It made people go crazy, especially the women, though that was no fault of the structure itself. No, it was the men. They knew what they were doing, and they loved seeing their women lose their sanity. The stories went back generations, chronicling all the women who lost their minds. The men always had the upper hand. It was true to this day. The reason she was hiding for her life. Thump! She squeezed her eyes shut. Couldn't bear to see what was coming. Needed to get away. Couldn't budge.
Thump, thump.
It was about to be the moment of truth. Jed would drag her back to the house and tell their father everything. He would end her life. Another footstep. This one was close. Breathing sounded. It wasn't her. Shaking, she opened her eyes, nearly fainted. It was Abel, not Jed. Her body turned to rubber. "Where have you been hiding?" Abel pulled her up and wrapped her in his arms. Jed knows.
Everything?
Enough.
We have to run. You aren't safe.
She blinked back tears. Neither are you. He wrapped his hand around hers and led her through the stables. Jed was nowhere in sight. Neither was Papa or any of his other faithful followers. Abel tugged on her hand, and they broke out into a run. The Brannon family property spanned on for what seemed like forever. They might never be able to escape, to get away from her brother and father. Neither would bat an eye at killing the both of them. She and Abel ran for the woods. Her feet caught on her skirt, so she had to hike it up. If Papa and Jed were near the house, the trees would provide distance for the time being. At least they wouldn't be out in the open. Not yet. Then it was a matter of staying hidden. They only had to make it a little farther.
Found them!
Jed's voice rang through the air like a shotgun. Mouth dry, she glanced over her shoulder. Her brother held a rifle, aimed it right at them. The maniacal gleam in his eye chilled her blood. Then he fired. 2. Current day. Ember. I can barely hold back my tears as I step off the school bus. They blur my vision, and I nearly stumble onto the ground in front of my home. Some of the kids still think I'm a freak for living in the Brannon house, so the last thing I need is to give them more fuel for their fires. Alone. I just need to get someplace where I can be by myself. I also need to get my license. Doing so is my new #1 priority, after I cry until my tears completely dry up. I race across the lawn toward the enormous old structure I call home. The mansion my ancestor and town founder built for himself. If he knew the horrors that would eventually take place there, would he have still built it? The bus squeals as it pulls away from the curb to take other kids to their homes. Normally, I'd look back and wave at the ones who like me, but not today. My attention is focused on the silhouettes in the kitchen. Both my aunts and my uncle are inside, plus it looks like someone else might be with them. Not my dad. He's working at the police station. Any other day, I'd be happy to see all of them gathered together and want to talk with them, to procrastinate on doing my homework. Today, that's the last thing I want. I can't face anyone. Luckily, no one inside is glancing toward the window. I race around the building to the back, checking every window along the way. Sometimes I see unfamiliar faces glancing back at me from one for a split second, making me wonder if it's a ghost of the past or my overactive imagination. There aren't any apparitions now, not with my tears blurring my vision. I am alone, so I could give in to the sobs desperate to escape, but it isn't time. Our gardener could appear from around a corner, or one of my aunts or my uncle could. I want to suffer in silence, at least for the moment. People can try to comfort me later. I don't want any of that now. The hot, angry tears grow fatter, making it all the harder to see anything. But I only need another minute or so before I can collapse onto the ground and wail. The trees and foliage will absorb the sounds and not alert my family, who will insist on trying to fix everything. Granted, I could have worse problems than a caring family. After dealing with a narcissistic stepfather and a murdered mom, I'm definitely grateful for all the people who care about me. If things had played out differently, I could be all alone right now. I mean, the existential alone. Obviously, I'm trying to be by myself at the moment. I don't stop when I reach the woods. In fact, my feet move faster, and I don't stop until I get to the abandoned Brannon family graveyard. The one with an ancestor who had the same name as me. I stop at her tombstone and stare at my own name. When I first saw this, I was the same age as the other Ember when she died. Now, I've already lived a year more than her. Makes my problems seem small in comparison. I trace our name, using my nails to pull off moss and dirt along the way. Her problems were probably a lot worse than mine. I mean, that seems completely obvious since she died so young. But it puts things in perspective. Had she been in love too? Did somebody break her heart? My tears fall like raindrops from a thunderstorm dripping onto my arms and lap. I try to imagine what the other Ember went through on this very property, living in the same house I do. The same home my mom, aunts, and uncle grew up in. I almost didn't. If my mom was still alive, the house would still be dilapidated. But she did die, and everything changed for me. My Aunt Kenzie came back up here to Washington State, and we moved into the mansion that night. Richard couldn't wait to boot me from my home once Mom wasn't there to stand up for me. Maybe my life really isn't so much better than the other Embers was. The Brannon name comes with a cost. It stains, causes untold heartbreak. Just ask my Uncle Jack and my Aunt Billa. I don't even know how my uncle is still alive after everything he endured. Even though the home has been renovated, I won't raise my own future kids here. Still, the building has a mysterious way of bringing all the Brannons back, whether they want to or not. Kenzie moved all the way to California to get away and start a new life. Look where she is now, back in the Brannon house, raising me. At least we're happy, and things look nice. Everything sparkles and shines, at least on the surface. But there are places in the home that outsiders don't see. Parts the construction crew never knew were there. Rooms they hadn't gone near because they hadn't been compromised by the fire. The house was so large that it had different wiring systems in different wings, and it obviously saved a lot of money not having to update an entire mansion. That's why we say the house is renovated, and we don't say it's fully renovated. I personally think that keeps the ghosts happy. Kenzie and my dad, of course, think that's my overactive imagination. Billa and Jack agree with me. I can't tell which side Jack's wife, Carol, falls. She agrees with everyone, even when people disagree with each other. Billa is the smart one. She has her own little cottage tucked away on the property, away from the literal and figurative ghosts of the past. Places untouched by anyone for decades, maybe centuries. We keep finding hidden rooms and passages. Just last week, I pulled an old book from a shelf and found a hidden nursery. It was the creepiest thing I'd ever seen, and that's saying something considering what else I've seen in that house. Everything was dusty and covered in cobwebs. Not that I was surprised, because that's par for the course. But all of the furniture and toys looked like they belonged in a scary movie. In fact, there's an old doll that moves around the house. I don't move her, and I'm too afraid to ask anyone else if they do. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, and I don't want confirmation that I'm right. Why am I thinking about all of this when I came here to cry and scream? Because it's easier to think about the mansion's mysteries than to face the truth. My life is over. Jacob broke up with me today at lunch. We've been together forever, even to the point that we were talking about picking the same college. Now that loser is going to the upcoming school dance with one of the cheerleaders. I've never been a fan of them to begin with, but now I think I hate them all. It might not be fair, some of them might be nice, but I don't care. They're all associated with her. Just thinking about it sends a fresh wave of grief through me. But now that I'm in the middle of nowhere, I'm finally able to release the sobs I've been holding on to since just before I took a bite of something that looked like chicken in the cafeteria. Obviously, I didn't eat any lunch today. I don't ever want to eat again. If there weren't so many trees around me, I'm sure my wails would echo across the neighborhood. Thankfully, nobody can hear me. The sounds won't even carry to my house. I wipe my eyes and nose, getting a mixture of makeup and snot on my sleeve. I'm sure my eyes are puffy and my nose is red. That's what happens every single time I so much as sniffle. Jacob said it was cute. That thought is all it takes to make me double over again, soaking both my sleeves. What am I going to do? I have to go back to school tomorrow and face him. Them. Everyone's going to know I got dumped when they see him happy and with someone else. I'm not only going to be alone, I'll be the laughingstock of the school. Maybe I can talk Dad and Kenzie into homeschooling me. Then I won't have to see any of those people ever again. Plenty of people homeschool now. A girl from my math class just started after getting bullied by a group of girls. Plus, Kenzie's pregnant. She's been cutting back on her work hours and is planning to quit altogether by her 3rd trimester. It's the perfect setup for homeschooling. Not only that, but the Brannon fortune could keep the next 2 generations of our family going without having to work. Why am I bothering with school at all? I can hide away in the mansion for the rest of my life. It's the perfect solution. I wouldn't even have to worry about learning anything. I can spend the money my ancestors have earned and collected over time. Dad and Kenzie will see the logic in that. If I weren't sobbing like a maniac, that thought would be laughable. Crunch. I freeze, listen, wipe my face again. Crunch. That was definitely a twig snapping. Correction, another one snapping. Someone is walking out here. Nobody ever comes to the graveyard. That's the whole point of an abandoned graveyard. None of us even knew anything about it until recently. If my mom ever stumbled upon it, she never mentioned it to me. The footsteps are getting closer. I don't know if I'm more worried about a person or an animal. Either could be bad. It isn't like I have anything to defend myself with, unless I throw a textbook at them. That's hardly going to save me. The footsteps come closer. Someone's behind me. I whip around, nearly faint. My entire body turns to rubber. I can't move. 3. Ember. It takes me a moment to find my voice. What are you doing out here? What are you doing? Bella cocks a brow, but her eyes are full of concern. Sitting, obviously. That's what the kids are doing now? Sitting in cemeteries. My aunt clearly doesn't believe me. Yeah, everyone's doing it. Cool. She plops down beside me. Interesting. I see why everyone likes this. But where are the others? At the town cemetery. Where else? Makes sense. Silence screams between us. I clear my throat. Seriously, what are you doing all the way out here? She plays with the fringe on her shirt. I was heading to my cottage when I heard something that sounded like a wounded animal. Turns out it was you. Everything okay? I could lie and tell her I'm fine. She is giving the out by asking if I'm okay. Clearly, I'm not. My entire face must be puffy and swollen at this point. Anything you want to talk about? She asks. Not really. You sure? A lump forms in my throat at the thought of telling her about Jacob, so I nod before more tears can fall. Does it have to do with your boyfriend? She's good. I clear my throat and blink quickly to keep from crying. I don't have a boyfriend anymore. Her eyes widen. Oh, Ember! For a moment, I'm afraid she's going to burst into tears, but she pulls me close and rubs my back. Let it all out now. So tomorrow, when you go to school, he'll only see you at your best. I'm thinking about homeschooling. Because of him? That joker isn't worth it. What do your friends have to say about this? They don't know. You haven't even told Gretchen? I shake my head, and the tears return. Once they start, they come full force. Billa rubs circles on my back. I'm sure she and the others would want to be here for you. I don't want to talk about it. They'll talk smack about him with you. I could get you girls ice cream, and then you can make fun of him and the other girl. I didn't say anything about another girl. It's always another girl, sweetie. Guys like that are too insecure to break up with their girlfriend if they don't already have someone waiting. I sigh. Don't take it personally. It's about him, not you. It feels like it's about me. That's because he wasn't honest with you. He strung you along until he was sure the floozy was a sure thing. It's sadly typical. How do you know so much? I wipe my eyes. Because guys like that are the same no matter where you live. That type is exactly the same in Alaska, or here, or Timbuktu. Don't forget, I'm 26 and have been married twice. You don't go through that without some battle scars and lessons learned. So there are guys like Jacob in Alaska, too? Literally everywhere, sweetie. Why do you think I'm living solo? It's my best life. Not everyone is like that. My dad isn't. He's one of the good ones. They're a rare find. Kenzie's lucky. I wish I was lucky. Make your own luck. Now that you've gone through this, you can look at other boys through different lenses. The lenses of experience. It'll be easier to spot the red flags. You really think so? If you're careful. Some women go from one bad relationship to the next. But if you work on you and realize you deserve someone who will appreciate you, that's what you'll find. My heart sinks. It sounds like a lot of work. Not really. You just have to see your own worth. Jacob didn't, and that's his loss. When he sees you walking around with your head held high, he'll regret ever letting you go. I look up at her. He will? Maybe not this week, or even this year, but yes. But you have to remember the most important thing. What? My breath hitches. Don't ever take him back. He's already shown you his true colors. Oh. My face falls. You want him back? I wipe my eyes. Why else would I be crying? Is it him you want, or the idea of a good relationship? She has me there. Build yourself up, and you'll find someone who will lift you even higher. Now you're starting to sound like a greeting card. Billa laughs. Maybe so, but it's true. You ready to come back to the house? No. We were talking about ordering pizza because none of us feel like cooking dinner. I don't want to eat. You have to take care of yourself, remember? If you value your body, you'll feed it. Pizza? Sometimes you gotta splurge, as long as it isn't every day. I still don't feel like eating anything. We can even order pineapple. She makes a disgusted expression. Pineapple's good. That's up for debate. But I'm willing to have some on my pizza for you. What do you say? We go back and forth before I finally agree. If I had my way, I'd stay here in the cemetery and wallow for the rest of my life. But Billa's right. I should take care of myself. It isn't like Jacob spending any time mourning what we had. He's already moved on. He just didn't give me a heads up on it. My aunt is right. He's a jerk, and he doesn't deserve any more of my headspace. I let Billa help me up, and we make our way to the house. When we get to one of the doors in the back of the building, I stop. I'm going in here. Are you going to tell the others about me and Jacob? Not unless you want me to. I shake my head. I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Like you said, I should take care of myself first. Good for you. She squeezes my shoulder. I'll let them know about the pineapple. Unless you actually don't want any. Nice try. Pineapple it is. Billa scrunches her nose. But seriously, think about calling your friends. Girls gotta stick together. I guess. You know I'm right. She pulls out a key, unlocks the door, then we go inside and head our separate ways. I'm tempted to turn right back around and continue wallowing in the cemetery. But Jacob really doesn't deserve any more of my thoughts. If I'd been paying closer attention, I'd have seen him pulling away. It's so obvious now. I should have been the one to dump him. Too late now. But I can find a way to pamper myself, and then, like Billa said, show up to school with my head held high tomorrow. I don't need him. He's the one who made the mistake. Although I'm sure he's thrilled to be with a cheerleader instead of the freak who lives in the Brannon house. I shove those thoughts from my mind and make my way to my room, ignoring the stares of invisible eyes on me. I'm so used to it. I've long since convinced myself that friendly ancestors are keeping watch for me. In my room, I lock the door and collapse onto my bed. Unfortunately, several pictures of Jacob stare at me from various points. I leap up and gather them so I can throw them in a fire at some point. That's self-care at its finest. Knock, knock. I groan. Who is it? Kenzie! I'm busy. Can I come in? The Brannons are a determined bunch. I'm busy. It'll only be a minute. I have a hard time believing that, but what other choice do I have? Her eyes widen when she sees me. Are you okay? Do I look that bad? Your makeup is smeared all over your face. Billa could have warned me about that. Jacob and I broke up, but I'm fine now. I got it out of my system, and now I'm ready to move on. Now Kenzie's eyes are as wide as saucers. She pulls me into a tight hug. Oh, you poor thing. Do you need anything? Chocolate? A mud mask? I wouldn't turn down either of those. But really, I'm going to be fine. She pulls back and looks me over. Let's go with a mud mask. I'll get that for you. Then get yourself into a bubble bath. Otherwise, when your dad gets home, he'll take one look at you and know something's wrong. So? He's on the police force. What do you think he'll do when he hears Jacob broke his daughter's heart? You're the daughter he didn't know about for 15 years. He already feels like he has so much to make up for. I picture him showing up at Jacob's front door, flashing his badge. Out of my way. I have a bubble bath to start. I'll get the mud mask. We both scramble around. Kenzie comes to the bathroom while I'm dumping half the bottle of liquid soap under the running faucet. She puts the heavy little container in my palm. Spread this all over your face after you wash it, then let the mask work its magic for at least 15 minutes, but no more than 30. Got it. Your dad will be home in about an hour. Then, once you're ready, we'll all go to that Italian restaurant you like so much. I thought we were ordering pizza. That was before I knew about Jacob. Are Billa, Jack, and Carol coming? Yep, it'll be the whole gang. The gang. What, have we gone back in time to, like, the 1970s? Get in the tub before it overflows. She steps out and closes the door. I lock it, then climb into the hot water, letting my skin adjust as I sink in and turn off the faucet. After dunking my head, I read the directions on the mud mask. Shouldn't be a problem not letting it sit longer than a half hour, because I'll need to get out and get ready. I'm actually excited about dinner. We almost never go because it's so expensive. Even though we have the Brannon fortune at our disposal, nobody wants to blow it on extravagant things. Once it's gone, it's gone. I get that aspect, but at the same time, why do I need to get dumped before we finally return to my favorite restaurant? Dad says I'll understand once I get a job. Then he insinuated I should think about getting one. I reminded him that my job is school, and I want to get into a good college. The water pipes creak and groan in the walls, despite all the updates. Everything in this part of the house is new, but that doesn't stop things from sounding like a haunted house. Before long, my face starts to burn from the mask. Time to get it off. I slide back under the water, hold my breath, and rub my skin until I'm sure all remnants of the mud are gone. I take a few more minutes to enjoy the warm water before pulling the plug and getting out. My face still tingles. Hopefully that's supposed to happen. I pull on my bathrobe once I'm dry and make my way to my room. The creepy doll is sitting on my bed, staring at me, exactly where I was lounging earlier. 4. Kenzie. Graham wraps his arms around me when he gets home. I return the embrace and take in the faint traces of his cologne still lingering from this morning, intermingled with the scent I've come to recognize as the police station. It isn't something I could describe, but I now know it well. Is Ember okay? He asks. Through a texting thread, I told him about her breakup, but left out any details. Not that I really know anything beyond what Billa told me. My recently discovered half-sister is one of our best allies in helping to raise Ember. She can still be the cool aunt, a role I gave up when adopting our niece. Now I walk a tightrope, trying to figure out motherhood with a girl who lost her mom in such a brutal way. Ember needs a lot of care, but at the same time, she's 16, and at the age where she has a growing need for independence. Graham's walking a similar fine line with her, having only found out about her when he was trying to solve Claire's murder. While working with Ember and me during his investigation, none of us had any idea he was Ember's dad. If we had, there's a strong chance Graham and I never would have gotten involved romantically. How irresponsible would it have been of me to date my new daughter's dad? By the time we found out, we were in too deep to simply drop everything. Thankfully, it worked out. But even if it hadn't, I'm sure we both would have done what we could to put Ember's needs first. Before I can answer my husband's question, Ember bounds down the stairs, wearing a dress I picked out for her some time ago, but have never seen on her until now. Her hair is up, another change, and her makeup is more than just mascara and lip gloss.
Wow, look at you,
Graham says.
What are you all dressed up for?
She gives us a bright smile.
I'm just happy to be going to the best Italian restaurant in town with my family.
She looks around.
Where's everyone else?
My older brother Jack appears from around the corner with his wife Carol, as if on cue. He turns to Ember.
You look beautiful, sweet niece.
You really do. Carol agrees. She beams, a little color finally filling her cheeks. She'd been so pale before her bath.
Are we ready?
Jack turns to Graham and me.
Almost.
Graham steps toward the spiraling staircase.
Give me a minute to wash up.
You look fine, Dad.
I want to get the station off me. It'll only take a few minutes, tops.
He hurries up, and after a few moments, a shower starts.
Where's Billa?
Ember asks. I'm sure she's almost ready. She went to her cottage to freshen up. I check the time. I'll text her in a minute if she doesn't show. The front door bursts open, and Billa whisks inside wearing a dress wispier than she is. I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
Nope.
Ember motions upstairs.
Dad's still in the shower.
Just then, the water cuts off. Billa nudges Jack. Did you talk to your friends today? My brother's face flames red. He looks away and stammers over his words. After having spent most of his life hidden from the world, interacting with others is a challenge for him. Billa loves to tease him, but I'm just glad he's making friends after everything he's been through. Carol squeezes Jack's arm. We're going to meet with some friends tomorrow, aren't we? He nods, his cheeks returning to their normal color. I start to say something, but stop short as a thought strikes me and check my purse. My keys are gone. I know I put them there, yet they're gone. I'll be right back. Nobody even glances my way as I dart toward the stairs. When I reach the bedroom, Graham is running the brush through his hair. He glances me over.
You look gorgeous.
I don't look any different than I did downstairs, but thanks. I dig through my purse again to make sure I didn't simply miss my keys a minute ago. I didn't.
What's the matter?
He rests his hand on my back. My keys are missing.
I have mine.
That isn't the point. I move things around my dresser and side table. Nothing. These always disappear, even though there are only 2 different places where I put them. He kisses my temple.
I hear it isn't uncommon to forget things during pregnancy. I'm sure they'll show up.
It isn't that. It's this house. I glance around our enormous room, which belonged to my parents and their parents before them, going back countless generations. The room may be remodeled and decorated in modern decor, but I've learned that hasn't changed anything. This is still the Brannon house, no matter how it looks. It's why even though we had the attic completely redone into a beautiful room for all to enjoy, nobody goes up there anymore. It was the servants' quarters for many decades, if not over a century. We all stick to the same rooms we always did before the big remodel. Graham squeezes my hand, pulling me back to the present moment.
Let's head downstairs so everyone can eat. Later, when we get home, I'll help you look for your keys.
I'm not thrilled with the idea, but I also don't want to be the reason we miss our reservation. I snap a few pictures to prove that the keys aren't here when they end up back where they belong. They aren't in pictures or their spot. My new husband threads his fingers through mine and leads me out of the room. I glance back, but the keys are still gone. They aren't missing because of hormones. Just before turning to the spiraling staircase, something catches my eye down the other hall. A creepy doll stands against a potted plant. I locked that in one of the old rooms just yesterday.
Kenzie?
Graham gives me a worried glance that has nothing to do with missing keys or a century-old doll. I glance back at it. It's gone. Of course it is. A chill runs down my spine. I ignore it and turn my focus onto the conversation downstairs. Let's get going. I don't want to keep everyone waiting.
We'll find your keys, I promise.
I nod in agreement, because I have no doubt they'll be back where they belong once we return. Downstairs, Graham directs everyone to his SUV because it has the most room. He and I take the front seats, and everyone else goes into the back. We're going to need something bigger after the baby gets here, if we all want to travel together. I'm not sold on the idea of a minivan just yet, but I may change my mind. My thoughts wander as we make our way to the restaurant. In the back, Billa continues to question Jack about making friends. Ember is just as quiet as I am. I'm not sure what to do for her. On one hand, I don't want to be overbearing. Stepping into the new mom role with my teenage niece has been a challenge since the day Claire died, and it seems every day brings a new challenge to navigate. When we step foot into the restaurant, a cute girl with pink hair whisks us to our table. A waiter brings us baskets of bread and oils to dip it in. I couldn't be more grateful because the aromas of everyone else's meals simultaneously make my stomach roar and lunge. If I eat in time, I won't have to race to the nearest porcelain throne. From the looks of it, we're about as far from the restrooms as humanly possible. Maybe for the next 5 months or so, I should make a point to ask for seats near the bathrooms. I'm sure that'll garner a few odd looks. At least until anyone other than me can tell I'm expecting, but I don't care. Billa continues asking Jack about his social life. Normally, Ember would happily jump into any conversation with those two, but she merely plays with a piece of bread. Carol jumps in and answers for him each time he stumbles over his words. I try to think of something to cheer up my niece, but all I can think about is my stomach. Eating helps, kind of. Just reading about half the items on the menu makes me nauseated. I take deep breaths and focus on the ones that don't. When the server arrives, I order something safe and bland. Normally, Ember would tease me about that, but she doesn't even so much as glance my way. When I finally manage to get her attention, I arch an eyebrow. That's all it takes for her to emerge from her shell. She joins in with the banter between Billa and Jack, though the normal spark in her eyes isn't there. At least she's trying. It'll take some time to get over her heartbreak, especially if this is her first. Not being her natural mom, I don't know some of these things. Claire and I were estranged before her death, when I was living in California. I can't ask Graham because he didn't even know about Ember until after Claire died. I've spent more time as her parent than he has. We wouldn't be Brannons if our family dynamics weren't messed up. All my life, I thought Billa was my imaginary childhood friend. That's what my mother convinced me of, and she even sent me away to an institution for insisting that Billa was real. And neither of them had any idea Jack existed, and he'd lived in the house the entire time. He's old enough to be my dad, but because of everything he's lived through, I was the one legally in charge of his care until he married. Like I said, we wouldn't be Brannons otherwise. Thankfully, the meals arrive, and my stomach recovers from the nausea as soon as I take a bite of noodles. No seafood or chicken for me. I've learned that lesson. Nobody else ordered any of that either, making the meal even more tolerable. I'm counting down the days until these weird food issues go away. According to internet wisdom, it should be any day now. My doctor says it doesn't go away for some women. I'm choosing to ignore her for the time being. Halfway through the meal, Graham nudges me.
Is Ember okay?
Don't you remember your first heartbreak? He frowns.
Do you know what happened?
I don't have all the details. His expression tightens.
I should have a talk with Jacob.
Just let it play out.
He must have done something horrible for her to be this upset.
It's just normal teenage drama. I'm sure she'll be back to her normal self in no time. Graham's shoulders slump.
But look at her. She's hardly eaten anything.
It's all part of the process. Trust me. He doesn't look convinced. We'll give her extra TLC, but it's one of those things she has to figure out on her own.
Nobody told me parenting was going to be this hard.
It isn't like you got to start off with a newborn. A teenager is a whole different beast. Not that I'm calling her a beast.
I know what you mean.
He sighs.
Her life is so full of pain. I can't do anything about it. First her mom's death, and now this.
Claire's death was far more traumatic. She'll bounce back from this in no time.
How can you be so sure?
She's a Brannon. We're a tough bunch. We have to be.
We'll see.
Ember continues, forcing smiles and joining the conversation. She isn't completely pulling away. It's only a matter of time before she forgets all about Jacob. As soon as my nausea fully subsides, my eyelids grow heavy. It's a struggle to keep them open. Thankfully, I have Graham to lean on as we walk to the car, and he's the one driving. I fall asleep before we leave the parking lot. Graham wakes me when we arrive. I barely get into my pajamas and brush my teeth before collapsing into bed. The last thing I see before falling asleep is my keyring on the nightstand. 5. Ember. My entire body tenses, and I bolt upright in bed and gasp for air. I've been having nightmares since falling asleep. I'm not sure I've gotten a consecutive full hour of sleep. I'm sure Jacob has. He's probably sleeping like the baby he is after waiting to dump me until he had someone else to replace me with, leaving me no time to find a date to the upcoming dance. Not like I want to go and see him dancing happily with her. I shove them both from my mind and check my phone. It's barely after 3. The witching hour. If only I'd never heard that saying. It's 10 times more frightening in this house. I can't talk to Kenzie about any of this. She thinks it's all in my imagination, and Dad's even more convinced of that than she is. Kenzie at least has seen things, even if she tries to tell herself it's all in her head. Or my head, in this case. Today, I have a math test. If I don't get some actual rest, I'm going to bomb the exam. That's the last thing I need if I want to get into a good college, which I do. I pull the covers over my head and squeeze my eyes shut. That seems to only make it harder to get back to sleep. My leg itches, so I reach down to scratch it. Something crusty is on there. I freeze in place. Nothing should be on my leg. I took that bubble bath last night and then went to the restaurant. Nothing got on my leg. I may be klutzy at times, but I didn't spill anything. Even if I had, I'd have cleaned it before getting into bed because, ew, why wouldn't I? Now I'm never going to get back to sleep until I figure out what's going on with my skin. I kick off the blankets and try to look. It's too dark, and the blinds do a great job of keeping the moonlight out. I fumble for my phone again, and when I grab it, the screen lights up enough to see my leg. A gasp escapes my mouth, and I drop the phone. My heart threatens to jump into my throat. I try to pick up my phone again, but my hand is too shaky. Finally, I manage and double-check that what I saw is still there. It is. I stare in disbelief. It isn't possible. But I'm not dreaming, and I'm not making up what I see. There's a long scratch ranging from just below my knee to my ankle. It's caked in dried blood. I definitely would have noticed that before going to bed. It wasn't there then. How did it get there while I was asleep? It makes no sense whatsoever. None. There has to be an explanation. Did I accidentally drop something sharp under the covers without realizing it? Not that I walk around with knives and leave them in my bed on a regular basis, but there has to be an explanation for this. I leap out of bed and flip back the covers. Nothing. Not even blood smeared on the sheets, which should be there if I cut myself in bed. I couldn't have gotten that wound anywhere else. I've been in bed all night. My mind races as I try to make sense of this. Nothing comes to mind. People don't get bloody slices on their legs while sleeping in bed. Not even in the Brannon house. Or do they? There are good reasons both my mom and Kenzie fled this place as soon as they could. I can't ask my mom, and Kenzie won't tell me anything because she doesn't want me to worry. You'd think that considering I'm 16, she'd trust me a little. It doesn't matter. I'll figure this out myself. There has to be a simple explanation. I throw off all the blankets, then put them back on the bed one by one, starting with the sheet. No blood on it. Somehow, it's as clean as it would be coming out of the wash. Same with all the others. No knives or anything else falls out either. Apparently, I cut myself on soft sheets. Makes perfect sense. I shine the light back on my calf. The cut is still there, caked in dried blood. It's a mystery I'm going to have to solve in the morning after I get some sleep. If I'm exhausted, there's no way I'll be able to focus on my test. My grade is already teetering at this point because I can't wrap my mind around anything in the class. When am I ever going to use binomial numerators, or whatever it is we're learning about? Right now, I'm most interested in video game design. Pretty sure those won't be required for any job I find in that field. I put my phone on flashlight mode and look around the room. Nothing looks out of place, and there aren't any sharp objects in sight. But the doll is back, despite me locking it behind a closed door before going to bed. I don't even care at this point. It can climb into bed with me and I'd welcome it, as long as I can go back to sleep and not wake until my alarm goes off. My blankets are cold now, after being thrown onto the floor and put back into place. I close my eyes and try not to think about the doll. Or my mysterious scratch. At least it's November, and whatever pants I wear will easily cover it up, so I don't have to explain away any questions about it that I can't answer. Then I'll put it all out of my mind and not have to think about it. I love my family. The only one missing is my mom, of course. But sometimes having double the amount of authority figures can be a bit much. Regardless, I'd take all 4 of them over my ex-stepdad any day of the week. I'll never miss that monster. Once I get settled again, I pull the covers over my head and squeeze my eyes shut. I'm exhausted, so falling back asleep should be easy. If my mind would stop racing. This is probably why I woke in the first place, because my mind is busy trying to work everything out. I probably managed to scratch my own leg with a nail. I'm definitely not the best at keeping them trimmed and with soft edges. They're always chipping and end up with a sharp piece that snags on my clothes. It makes sense that if I was sleeping erratically, I'd scratch myself. But deep enough to bleed like that? Yes. I squeeze my eyes tighter and try to think about nothing so I can fall back asleep. Then Jacob's face pops into my mind. I want to punch it. How could he do that to me? Everything was going so well between us, and we had plans to go to the dance together. Us. Not him and that stuck-up cheerleader. It's just as well. I don't really like dances anyway. A yawn escapes, reminding me I have to sleep. Doing well on that test isn't an option. If this is my state of mind during the exam, then I'm doomed. May as well plan on repeating the class and not getting into a good college. This isn't helping me get to sleep. What do I normally do to fall asleep? Usually I'm so tired when I hit the pillow, that's all it takes. My eyelids feel like lead weights, and I can't stop yawning. Clearly, this isn't a tired problem. It's a Jacob problem. I wish he'd moved back to Australia where he came from. He can take his twin with him, his whole family for all I care. I won't complain about never having to see any of them again. I just want to forget he even exists. But when I get to school tomorrow, I won't be able to forget. He'll be everywhere. Everyone will be talking about his new girlfriend, and they'll all be laughing at me. I'll never be able to face anyone again. In fact, scratch. My breath hitches, and I freeze in place. There's no reason for anything to be scratching. We don't have any pets, despite my pleadings. Dad and Kenzie don't want to take on any additional responsibilities before the baby comes. Even though I could take care of a pet, especially a cat, they practically take care of themselves. Scratch, scratch. Whatever that is, I'm clearly not making it up. I crack open one eye and glance around the dark room, not seeing anything. I don't budge. Don't want to know what's making that sound. Just want to sleep. If the scratching continues, it might be the leverage I need to talk them into letting me get a cat. If there are mice in the walls, I can't imagine Kenzie wanting to deal with those. She'd probably welcome a cute little four-legged critter padding around the house. Not that it matters right now. I need to get back to sleep, and the noise is probably just a branch scratching against the window. It wouldn't be the first time. Although I'm pretty sure the branches have been cut back at this point. I manage to close my eyes again, and I wait for more scratching. I'm ready to figure out if the noises are coming from inside or outside. And as I wait, the heaviness of sleep starts to press on me. At this rate, I'm going to be out like a light soon. Just as I start to feel like I'm floating off to dreamland, scratch. Pretty sure that was from inside. I'm never going to fall back asleep at this point. 6. Kenzie. I bolt upright in bed, confused for a moment. It takes me a few seconds to realize I'm in bed, alone, and that the light is shining brightly on everything. That's why everything has such a strange glow. It's been cloudy and rainy for so long, I'm not used to the way things look in the sunlight. Graham must have opened the blinds before he left. He knows how much I love the sun. That's why I fled to California, after all. Well, that, and to get away from my family of origin. Clearly, there's no escape from the Brannon family home. Here I am with my new husband, adopted daughter, future child, and my 2 living siblings. Half-siblings, if you want to get technical, but I just like to think of us all as family. Nothing less. I press my palm on my belly, just like I do every day, hoping today will be the day I feel something. In a way, it hardly seems real that a baby is growing in there. Although my nausea and fatigue are good reminders that something is going on. Speaking of my fatigue, I'm tempted to go back to sleep. Given the brightness of the day, it's well past the time Ember would have caught the bus. Guilt stings for not being there for her this morning. She was a wreck last night. Not that it's any surprise. Who can forget their first heartbreak? It's the worst. I'm sure Graham and Jack were both there this morning to offer her encouragement. They both leave about the same time as Ember for their respective jobs. Graham to the police department to solve crimes, and Jack to help out at the home where he learned the skills he needed to live in society after spending most of his life locked away. Now our mother is locked up in a twist of fate. A bit of good karma after everything she did to her own children. Jack obviously got it the worst. I'm still not entirely sure how he survived his time living in a hidden room here in the Brannon house while the building was abandoned and dilapidating. It baffles me how he and Carol can live in that same room. But I suppose in some way it's a comfort to Jack. He didn't know any other home than that for so long. Anger burns in my chest, and I have to take deep breaths to calm myself. The last thing I want is to fill my baby with cortisol. Might be a good day to join a yoga or meditation class. I think about my mother in prison, where she belongs. She knows she'll never see the outside of those walls. It helps calm my fury. Everything is right. Jack is free to live his life, something that would never have happened if she'd had her way. And she will sleep in a cell for the rest of her life. The only thing that would make everything right would be if Claire was here with us. Then our family would be complete. It might be a little awkward with her and Graham being Ember's natural parents, and I surely wouldn't have adopted her. But she and Graham only had one random night together. It wasn't until Claire's murder investigation that Graham and I met, then eventually fell in love. Nothing that happens under the roof of this structure is boring or ordinary. But truly, I would give anything to have my sister back so we could properly reunite. Despite everything that happened, I believe both of us loved each other, despite our estrangement. She left me as her daughter's guardian in her will. If my sister didn't trust me, she never would have done that. It's what I cling to when guilt gets the better of me. We were both victims of the Brannon family legacy. One the rest of us Brannons are trying to fix now. As best as possible, everything has been set right. I fall back against my pillow and close my eyes. If this exhaustion doesn't end soon, I don't know what I'm going to do. Some people call the second trimester the golden trimester because of all the energy returning. However, my doctor says it doesn't always go away for everyone. I'm starting to think I'm going to fall into that category. Typical at this point. The room seems even brighter when I open my eyes. I probably fell back asleep. Wouldn't surprise me. I could sleep for a full day and still feel like it isn't enough. My bladder is going to explode if I don't get up, though. I fight my own body and manage to rise. My foot lands on something as I take my first step. I lose my balance. My arms flail about, and I manage to grab my bed to steady myself. The sight of what I stepped on takes my breath away. It's a plastic toy horse with tiny orange wheels. Looks like something a toddler would ride. And it has to be at least 50 years old, maybe older. I've never seen it before. How did it get in here? Right next to my side of the bed, no less. I could have seriously hurt myself. Lost the baby. Nobody in the house would have put it there. No one living, that is. I shake my head. Now I'm letting Ember's ideas get to me. This house isn't haunted, and especially not now. We renovated. Everything's new and beautiful. Well, almost everything. We didn't have to have the entire house rewired and rebuilt. The construction crew discovered the building had been wired in phases, and each wing of the home had its own system, completely separate from the rest of the house. So, as a result of my mother's fire, we'd only needed one wing redone fully. Other parts of the house only had cosmetic fixes. Some had none, especially the rooms we didn't know about. To this day, we're still finding architectural anomalies. Our home is like our own Winchester house, with secret rooms and stairways still yet to be discovered. I stare at the toy, not sure where to put it since I don't even know where it came from. Maybe it used to be Jack's. He's a full 25 years older than me, and if the toy is 50 years old, it would make sense. For now, I don't even want to touch it. I relieve my bladder, then make my way downstairs, careful to step as far around the toy as possible. Not that I want it in my room for long. I'm going to have to move it at some point, but I definitely want to find out if my brother recognizes it. Even if it had been his, there's no guarantee he'd remember it. I doubt I'd be able to recognize a toy I played with at 2 years old. Maybe we can pull out an old photo album. That's it. That's how we'll figure out the mystery. Not that it'll explain how it got here. Downstairs is just as bright as my room. Everything is quiet and empty, and the enormous grandfather clock shows it's almost noon. I should go to bed earlier so I can be awake when my family has breakfast and heads out the door. My stomach rumbles when I step into the kitchen, but the thought of any food turns my stomach. I should have gone back to bed. However, I do need to feed the baby, even if the thought of eating makes me nauseated. I find some crackers and manage to get them down. At least my stomach calms. After putting away the plate, I wander through the downstairs of the main wing, on the lookout for anything else out of place. No other toys or anything else. Not even the wandering doll is in sight. Of course, it's only one wing of the home, but it is the one we spend almost all of our time in. Relief washes through me. Everything is as it should be. I make my way back upstairs to get a shower. Since I wasn't awake when anyone started their day, I want to be there when everyone returns home. As I plod along the sparkling hardwood floors, I try to figure out where to put the toy horse before I show it to Jack. I don't want to put it in his and Carol's room. She hasn't said anything, but I get the feeling she thinks the house could have ghosts. I also don't want to put it in any of the other children's rooms, all of which we keep locked. I may not believe in apparitions, but those rooms still creep me out. Besides, the items in those rooms are older than this, and it wouldn't belong. I can't think of a room where this would have come from, which does send a chill down my spine. Do we have another secret room? Will we ever stop finding those? And why do so many of them have to be for kids? That just multiplies the scare factor. When I step foot into the bedroom, my heart stops. The horse is gone. 7. Ember. Today has seriously been the worst. Not only has Jacob been parading around with his new girlfriend attached to his arm like a hideous growth, but everyone has been staring at me, whispering, pointing, looking away. I should have taken a sick day. Obviously, I'd have had to show up at some point, and people would still be acting the same. Or maybe they'd all be used to the new couple and have forgotten all about me. I'm pretty sure I bombed my math test, so it's not like coming today actually did any good. I could have bombed it by not being there. Then I'd have saved myself the grief of dealing with school drama. My friends have been nice to me. That's about the only good thing I can say about today. Asana has a class with Jacob's new girlfriend, and she tripped the girl as she strutted to her seat in the far back. I do have good friends. There's no denying that. But it doesn't help me feel any better. I had no time to get used to the idea of breaking up. Unlike Jacob, who planned this whole thing out so he didn't have to be inconvenienced at all. He had someone waiting, and he made sure I didn't. Sometimes it doesn't pay to be nice. He knew I'd never even think about seeing anyone behind his back, and he used that to shatter my heart. Don't ask me how I got through the day. Everything was a blur, and I didn't absorb a single thing any of my teachers said. All I could focus on were the whispers around me, the stares. Everyone either thinks I'm pitiful or stupid, or both.
How could I not see this coming? Looking back, the signs were there. Jacob was pulling away. People said he was hanging out with the cheerleaders at the football games, events I never attend because my school spirit is less than 0. I spend more time sleeping than paying attention during assemblies. I just don't care. Now I have even less reason to embrace school activities since all the cheerleaders are now my enemies.
You okay?
I turned toward the familiar voice. It belongs to Luke, one of the first people I met after moving into the family mansion. He delivered the groceries that Kenzie ordered when we first moved in. He's always been nice to me. We also dated and broke up last year. Just what I need to face off with another ex-boyfriend. Why couldn't things have worked out with him? He's sweet and adorable and never has a bad thing to say about anyone. Luke could probably find something good to say about Jacob and the new growth on his arm. But he graduated homeschool early and became a student teacher at 18, so we really had no other choice but to break up. It crushed me, but I couldn't risk him getting in trouble for dating a student when he was a teacher. That would ruin his career before it even started. My luck with guys is the absolute worst.
I take your silence as a no?
Luke gives me that cute smile of his that always melted me. I sigh. You might not want to talk to me. It could ruin your reputation, and you could lose the respect of your students. He leans against the nearest wall.
I'm not worried about that.
Why not?
I don't teach here anymore.
You don't? I rack my mind trying to figure out if I'd heard about that before. Luke shakes his head.
I finished my student teaching last year. Now I'm teaching PE at Jefferson Elementary School.
It takes my mind a moment to connect all the dots. You aren't teaching here? At all?
Nope. How are you holding up?
Wait, what are you doing here if you're supposed to be at Jefferson?
I'm grabbing some equipment to take to my school.
Jacob walks by with his new girlfriend still attached to his side. They both laugh loudly, and he pulls her even closer, though I wouldn't have thought that possible. My leg itches, which provides a nice distraction from my life falling apart.
You and Jacob aren't together anymore?
Luke looks like he's connecting the same dots I just did. No. I scratch my leg. That only seems to make my skin burn.
He's an idiot.
The bell rings before I can respond.
It was good running into you.
Yeah, you too. Luke waves as he heads down the hallway. I grab my backpack and go to the opposite direction, trying to ignore my scratch. I'm not sure why it's bothering me so much. I made sure to wash it really well before getting dressed this morning. Maybe it's just healing. At least this is my last class of the day. I can't concentrate, and not because of Jacob anymore. Now it's because of my leg. I'm trying not to scratch it too much. The last thing I need is to give people another reason to make fun of me. But every second I'm not taking care of the itch is torture. It's so weird. A bloody scratch I didn't have before waking is now itching and burning so much I can't think about anything else, especially not my class. As soon as the bell rings, I race to the bathroom. I don't have much time before my bus leaves, but I need to see what's going on with my leg. It's driving me nuts. In the stall, I pull my pants down as far as I can without taking them off. The scratch is almost a green color, and there's a splotchy rash all around it. That can't be good. Maybe I should have looked sooner and had the nurse give me some cream. No time for that now. If I miss my bus, I don't know how I'm getting home. It's too far to walk, and I'm pretty sure Kenzie said something about a doctor's appointment this afternoon. I pull my pants up, flush the toilet so nobody gives me a weird look when I step out of the stall. Then I wash my hands. After touching my leg, I don't want to risk spreading that rash to the rest of my skin. The halls are mostly empty. That means I probably spent too much time in the stall staring at my leg. Sure enough, my bus pulls away just as I reach its spot. I wave my hands like a fool, but that bus driver doesn't stop for anyone. I sigh and look around. Now what? The skin on my leg is probably going to fall off at this rate, and now I don't have a way home. Not unless I want to go to the library and wait until one of the many adults I live with can come get me. Most of them have jobs, even though they don't have to. Nobody wants to see the Brannon fortune slip away. It's more of an insurance policy, and I'm glad Kenzie doesn't have to worry about working now. She's always so tired because of the pregnancy. Not that she complains, but I can tell. She's definitely not her normal bubbly self these days. Need a ride? I turn to see Luke again. Twice in one day. Are you following me? He laughs. Just heading to my car, and there you are. You'd really give me a ride? I'd be a jerk if I offered but didn't mean it. Thanks. I missed my bus. Bummer. Are you going to get your license soon? As soon as I can get into driver's ed. My face warms. I haven't even started looking at those options because I've been riding everywhere with Jacob. Clearly, I put too much into him. If you want recommendations, I'd be happy to help. The place I went to was amazing. Got me through faster than any of the other ones. That'd be great. Come on. He tells me about his driver's ed experience as we make our way to the seniors' parking lot. He pulls out a key fob and a sporty blue car beeps. I'd forgotten what a nice car he has. But now that I think about it, when I first met him, I was surprised to see a grocery delivery driver with such fancy wheels. I know next to nothing about cars, so I don't even know what brand it is. I never paid attention. The back seat is filled with an array of multicolored kickballs. He wasn't kidding about getting supplies for his PE classes. As soon as he starts the car, music blasts from the speakers. He turns the volume down. Sorry about that. I love singing when I drive by myself. I'm a dork in that way. Luke is anything other than a dork. I'd probably do the same thing, I say. Really? Want to sing with me? I'm tone deaf, remember? No, you aren't. Besides, singing is about having fun, not being perfect. Maybe another day. I'm not really feeling up to it. Sure. He backs out of the spot, and we get on the road quickly. Thanks to leaving late, there isn't a line to escape school. So, you guys remodeled your house? He's always been interested in hauntings, and since I live in the most haunted house in town, it was one of the many things we talked a lot about. I miss those discussions. Mostly, we weren't able to do the whole thing, and as it turned out, new walls and paint doesn't change some things. The secret passages are still there, right? Some have been sealed off, but everything is there. Do unexplained things still happen? I rub my leg. You have no idea. Tell me more. His eyes light up as I tell him about some of the old items moving around, and he actually grins when I tell him about several new rooms we've discovered. We arrive at my house all too soon, and he pulls into the driveway. I'd love to hear more, but I need to get back to Jefferson. He glances back at the kickballs filling the back seat. Maybe another time? Yeah, definitely. I unbuckle myself. Thanks so much for the ride. Glad I was there to help. I hesitate, not wanting to leave, but also not having a good reason to stay in the car. It isn't like I can lean over and kiss him. He's still a teacher, and I'm a student. We're in the same district, and I was in his class when he was student teaching. My luck is seriously the worst. There's no doubt about it. Our gazes linger before I finally get out of the car. He gives me his easy smile before backing out. After his car disappears from sight, my leg itches twice as bad as before. I race inside and lock myself in the bathroom. My leg looks even worse than it did in the stall at school. I fling open the medicine cabinet and pull out the cream I used this morning. My stomach sinks as I look over the packaging. How did I not notice it before? The date on the bottle is over 40 years old. No wonder my skin is reacting like it is. But how did it get in here? We tossed all the old medicines before the bathroom was remodeled. 8. Kenzie. The bookshelf hitches, but I push it back into place. That was the last of the old children's rooms, that we know of, and I still can't find that horse from this morning. I check my room for the 100th time, and still, no horse. It has to be somewhere. I didn't imagine almost killing myself on it. The thing isn't under the bed, in a closet, or in any of the creepy old kid rooms. It seems to have disappeared into thin air. Maybe I need to put it out of my mind. I've wasted too much time looking for the dumb thing. If I knew it was going to go missing, I'd have taken a picture. Now I'm relying on my memory, which hasn't been the best lately. I'm told that's normal, but I still hate it. Brakes squeal outside, and I peek out the window. High school kids exit the school bus. I wait for Ember, but she doesn't emerge. The large yellow vehicle leaves. Where is she? Since she isn't seeing Jacob anymore, she should have been on there. She and her friends have had little interest in driving, so I know she didn't get a ride with them. Did she tell me about an appointment after school? I hurry over to my wall calendar and check. Nothing, just a blank square. There has to be a valid explanation. Maybe she met Billa for ice cream. Those two could eat frozen desserts in a blizzard. But I think Billa works today. I look around for my phone. Time to start making calls. Except my cell isn't anywhere in sight. If it isn't in my room, where would it be? Did it fall out of my pocket in one of the other rooms? The last thing I want to do is return to any of those chill-inducing childhood bedrooms. Luckily, they all lock or are otherwise hard to get into. Once my baby is here, I want all of those places inaccessible. I make my way through the parts of the second level I've been to today, but don't find my phone anywhere. My stomach growls, and I realize I haven't eaten in a while. I'll take care of that and start searching again after. The phone might even reappear in my room on its own while I'm downstairs. Stranger things have certainly happened around here. When I step foot into the hall, my heart nearly gives out. The toy horse is facing me. An icy chill runs down my back. A scream tries to escape my mouth, but only a whisper sounds. I stare at the toy, frozen, hardly able to blink. Of course, my phone is gone, so I can't get photo proof. Do I pick it up and take it downstairs with me? If I keep it within sight, it can't wander off on its own. I need to find out if it was Jack's, if he even remembers. Although, if I blink, it could be all it takes to leave again. Listen to me, I sound crazy. I've been acting crazy. What I need is more sleep, and proof that I'm not losing my mind. I grab the horse and race toward the stairs, half expecting to see a ghost. Barely manage to lean on the railing and still cling to the toy. My stomach growls again. I don't know how I can still be hungry after all of this, but I am. And the only thing I want is macaroni and cheese. It has to be because of the pregnancy. I find some in the freezer and stick it in the microwave. 3 minutes feels like too long to wait. I keep the toy horse next to me the entire time. Thump, thump. Footsteps. Sounds like the staircase. My breath hitches. Everyone else should be gone. That reminds me that I'm supposed to be looking for Ember. Thump, thump, thump. I glance around for a weapon. The knife block is too far out of reach. I lean down to pick up the horse. It's gone again. I only took my eyes off it for a minute. The microwave beeps. Whoever's in the hall knows exactly where I am. Someone appears in the doorway. I scream. This time, my voice works. Loudly. The person covers their ears. Their mouth moves. It takes me a moment to realize it's Ember. But I don't stop hollering. I finally regain control of my vocal cords and quiet them. "What's wrong?" Ember demands. The horse. I can't form an intelligent sentence. The microwave keeps beeping. Ember creeps past me, looking at me like I might break. Maybe I will. Anything is possible at this point. She takes out my bubbling meal and slides it toward me. "Are you okay?" "How'd you get here?" "The bus. You weren't on it." "I ran into Luke, and he gave me a ride after I missed my bus. I still managed to beat it by 15 minutes. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" "Don't be ridiculous. We don't have ghosts. There isn't such a thing." "You're not answering my question." If I tell her about the toy horse, she's going to obsess over it. She already has enough to worry about. I don't want to do anything to encourage her belief in the supernatural. Everything is normal. There's a natural explanation for the horse. I just don't know what it is yet. Ember frowns. "Whatever. Don't tell me." "You didn't want to call me for a ride?" I ask, hoping she won't notice me changing the subject. Or the fact that my heart is about to burst from my chest. "I thought you had a doctor's appointment this afternoon." "Today?" "That's what you said yesterday." There was nothing on my calendar. I'm sure of it. I looked when I didn't see Ember get off the bus. Ember nudges my food closer to me. "Maybe you should eat." "Have you seen my phone? I need to check my online calendar." Maybe the appointment I told her about is there. And if that's the case, I've clearly missed it. Some mother I'm turning out to be. I can't remember telling Ember about a prenatal appointment for the baby. Neither one of them are in good hands with me. What's going on? "This phone?" Ember pushes something toward me. "Where was that?" I demand. "On the counter next to you." I rub my temples. "Maybe you should eat." "Right. Okay." I grab my food and phone and take them to the table. Take slow bites. Try to ignore my niece's stares. Still no horse. It's like the toy itself is a ghost. No, they don't exist. Except it was real. Both times. I just haven't been able to get any proof. Ember sits next to me with a bag of flavored popcorn. "Did you have an appointment today?" Good question. I still haven't checked my digital calendar. I pick up my phone, and the screen shows a bunch of notifications, several from my doctor's office. I don't have to check my calendar to know I missed an appointment. It didn't make it from my phone to my wall calendar. Since I didn't have my phone near me, I missed the notification, which would have given me enough notice to make it to the office in time. All because of a stupid toy horse. "Kenzie?" I stare at my niece for a moment. "I'll have to reschedule. That's fine." "What happened? You're usually so on top of things." "Usually." "Do you need me to help you more around the house? Or to do something else?" I shake my head. "You have enough to worry about. I'll get through this. I'm sure it's just hormones. They don't call it pregnancy brain for nothing." She doesn't look like she believes me. I'm not sure I do either. Ember crinkles up her empty bag. "Well, if you do need anything, just let me know. I'm going to be in my room studying." "Sure." She waits a moment, like she's expecting me to say more. Then she goes into the hall. Her footsteps echo on the hardwood floors. I finish my food at a snail's pace. It's cold by the time I take the last bite. I keep glancing around, expecting the toy horse to reappear. It doesn't, of course. Now that I have my phone and could take a picture, it's going to stay away. Because now I'm assigning motives to an inanimate object. There's nothing I can do about it, so I may as well forget about it. I'll have to be careful where I step, but other than that, everything should be back to normal. There are no ghosts, no ghost toys. The fact that I blew off my doctor's appointment shows what a wreck I am. It's all from a lack of sleep, something that can also cause hallucinations. That makes a lot more sense than a 50-year-old toy following me around, trying to kill me. 9. Ember. My room is quiet, and although I should still be sleeping, my leg feels better. It's amazing what washing off prehistoric ointment will do for a wound. After that, I applied some new stuff from Dad and Kenzie's bathroom. Life is so much better now. Or at least my leg is. I still can't date either of the guys I want to. Not that I want to see Jacob again. I don't. I'm merely trying to forget that I ever met him. My heart is lagging behind my brain. Running into Luke showed me that much. Not that I feel better about anything. Luke is still only 3 years older than me, but his dumb job makes it impossible for us to be together. At least until after I graduate. That's so far away. Why couldn't he be anything other than a teacher? Something on my foot itches. I scratch it with my other foot. A chunk about the size of a quarter cracks and falls onto the mattress. My heart leaps into my throat. What now? I am almost afraid to look. But after the scratches on my legs last night, I can't ignore whatever's going on with my foot. I've trimmed my finger and toenails down to almost nothing, making it impossible to scratch myself again. I couldn't have. Right? My mouth dries as I reach for my phone. It takes 3 tries to turn on the flashlight function, and my heart is thundering so loud the entire house must be able to hear it. I kick aside the blankets and shine the light on my feet. Mud. A lot of it. Considering I showered off last night shortly before going to bed, my feet shouldn't be covered in mud. I'm still dreaming. I have to be. That's the only thing that makes any sense. Muddy feet aren't possible. Even less so than last night's scratches. I could have scratched myself with my own nails. That's at least a possibility. But mud? There's no explaining that away. None. Even if I thought it might be one of Kenzie's mud masks, I can't say how it got on my feet while I was sleeping. And the mud I'm staring at has tiny pebbles and a few blades of grass. Have I been sleepwalking? Going outside and walking around in my pajamas? It's so cold out this time of year. How could that be possible? I'd freeze or get sick. Or soaking wet. This time of year, we have thunderstorms and rainy windstorms all the time. Just a few nights ago, I woke because of pine cones hitting my bedroom window, and we had large branches all over the ground. There's no way I could sleepwalk outside without getting hurt or sick. Could that explain my scratches? And now the mud? This is starting to get out of hand. What if all the stress from breaking up with Jacob is making me go wandering at night? Given the ways this house has made my ancestors act in the past, it isn't out of the question. All the more reason to put that jerk behind me. If only Luke was a possibility. But even if he isn't, maybe running into him was a reminder to myself that there are better people out there for me. I'm not limited to the Jacobs of the world. I really need to put him out of my mind. And the first thing I need to focus on is cleaning myself off. I collect the dried mud from my sheets and drop the clumps into the garbage. Next, I go to the bathroom and clean off my feet as quietly as possible. The last thing I need is for Dad or Kenzie to find out about this and freak out. Once I get my mind off my problems, I'll be able to focus on life again. Then my sleepwalking will stop. It was never an issue before. This is all easily explained, and as a result, easy to fix. I just have to stop feeling sorry for myself, and everything will return to normal. I'm definitely better off without Jacob, so that shouldn't be hard. And if Luke and I are meant to be,
Then we'll both be single when I graduate. In the meantime, I need to focus on what's in front of me. That's what he wants me to do anyway. On my way back to my room, something on the floor catches my attention. It's small enough that I didn't notice it on the way to the bathroom. But the way the nightlight in the hall casts a shadow from this angle, whatever it is, looks long. I tiptoe over to it and kneel down. It's an odd shape, even without the shadow effects. I pick it up and hold it between my thumb and first finger, nearly drop it. It's dried mud, just like the stuff that was in my bed. What the? I glance down the hall and notice another small thing on the floor. My stomach sinks, but I have to check it out. Sure enough, it's more mud. I turn on my flashlight app and follow the hallway, picking up tiny pieces of mud that may or may not have come from my feet. Either they did, or someone dropped little pieces of mud all throughout the halls and then smeared it over my feet while I slept. The thought sends a chill down my spine, even though I know how ridiculous it sounds. I'd almost prefer something creepy like that to the thought of walking around in my sleep. What if I wander out into traffic? Or off a cliff? Not that I think we have cliffs around here, but I could still really hurt myself if that's what's going on. My skin crawls as I follow the hallway, collecting dried mud. It's almost enough to fill my palm, and now I'm at a part of the house that doesn't have any nightlights. This wing has new paint, but other than that, it hasn't been renovated. It's the same as it always has been. Or at least has been since the last time someone updated it, which was decades ago. The trail continues, and my only light is from my phone. My skin crawls as unseen eyes watch me. Hopefully they're only in my imagination. I'm not so sure, though. If it isn't a product of my thoughts, then I can only hope they are friendly. Or at least they can tell I'm good. I shove those ideas aside and focus on what I can actually see, which is a ridiculous amount of mud. I'm going to have to dump this pile before it all spills over. There's no way I can hold all of this and my phone. I snap a picture of the pile before dumping it all in a waste bin that's probably older than my grandmother. Guilt stings as it always does when I think of her. I shouldn't worry about her, but I always think I should visit her in jail. She must be so lonely. Sure, she's done terrible things, but I'm certain she was coming from a good place. She tried to protect me from Jacob. Clearly, she saw something in him that I didn't at the time. I think in her own twisted way, she was trying to watch out for our family. Or maybe I'm too sentimental after losing my mom. I try to focus. Thinking about ghosts or my grandma won't do me any good right now. What I need is answers. By the time I have another handful of dried mud, I've gone down a rarely used staircase and am face to face with a door leading to the outside that I'm told was primarily used by the servants. Both it and the staircase are plain compared to everything else in the house, so I believe it. But that isn't what causes me to drop my handful of dry mud pieces. It's the fact that the door is cracked open. We always keep the outside doors locked. Always. The mud pieces scatter as I run. It isn't until I reach the main wing that I realize I left the door open. Anyone could come inside. Anyone could already be inside. My mouth dries, and I press myself against the wall. Do I return alone to the door and push it closed and lock it? If I were smart, I'd wake my dad, the police detective, but I don't want to explain why I'm up, why there are tiny pieces of mud spread all over the floor, why my feet are discolored from the same grime. I need to take care of this myself. Once I stop thinking about boys, I'll stop sleepwalking. My pulse drums in my ears as I creep back to the cracked open door. The feeling of being watched has tripled. I swear even the old portraits are keeping their eyes on me as I make my way through the halls again.
Sometimes I really wish our family's home was a boring, normal house. What I wouldn't give for a cute, one-story building built in the last 20 years. I'd even take the last 50 years. That would be brand new compared to this place. The wooden stairs creak and groan as I hurry down. I nearly slip on the dried mud spread all over. My skin crawls all the more down here. I'm tempted to run outside instead of staying in here, but I need to get back to my room, to safety. Now. I shove the door closed. It resists, but I'm more determined than it. I also don't care about the mess on the floor. Either I'll pick it up later or the housekeeping team will take care of it. They dust these unused areas once a month. As soon as I lock the door, I race up the stairs and run as fast as I can to my room. I don't even care if I'm so loud I wake everyone else. Dad and Kenzie can say what they want about this place not being haunted. I know better. Once I'm in my room, I slam the door shut and jump back into bed. Not that I'm going to get any sleep after this. 10. Kenzie. Ember waves to me before rushing into the school building. I wave back and pull from the curb while listening to the elevator music playing over my phone. My doctor's office has had me on hold for the better part of 20 minutes, since before Ember and I got into the car to go to school. It took me forever to get her out of bed this morning, but at least I got up at a reasonable time today. Otherwise, we'd both still be sleeping. She isn't taking her breakup with Jacob well. I'm not sure whether to wait it out or if I should be worried and intervene. If I express concern to Graham, he's going to freak out. Parenting is new to both of us, but he's more overprotective than I am because of all his guilt. Not to mention his job already makes him on edge about safety. The things he sees in the line of duty would make any husband and father a nervous wreck. It was during Claire's murder investigation that we met, after all. On the other hand, given my fatigue and possible toy horse hallucinations, I'm not sure I should be the one shouldering any decisions. Maybe I should pull him into my thoughts on Ember, even if he does get a little overprotective. Any overreactions would at least come from a place of caring. Ember is a little jumpy about rules and discipline because of the way Claire's husband treated her. Just the few interactions I had with him were more than enough. I can't imagine having to live with him as a kid. I'd be rebellious too. Part of me worries if we go all helicopter parent on her, she'll leave the state as soon as she graduates. That's what I did. It's so hard to know what to do. The variables are endless. One wrong move and I could send her away forever. Or maybe I'm overreacting. She's only dealing with a high school breakup. It isn't like people don't survive those. Ember will probably have a new boyfriend by the end of the month. A voice over my car speakers jolts me from my thoughts. It's my doctor's office. Just as I'm finishing up my apology for missing yesterday's appointment, I pull into the driveway at home. Jack is working on the garden outside. He'd do that every day if the weather allowed it. I schedule a new appointment, one I'll make certain not to miss, and head toward my brother. He stops, wipes his brow, and gives me a friendly smile. "Are you okay, Kenzie?" "I'm fine, thanks. Does Ember seem okay to you?" "Aside from being heartbroken?" he asks. "Yeah. I'm not sure if I should be worried. My hormones are messing with my thoughts." Jack nods knowingly. "I don't know much about that, but I think Ember might just be going through normal feelings. When I thought Carol might not like me back in the same way, it crushed me. If Ember feels anything like that, she likely just needs to work through it." "Yeah, you're probably right. Need any help out here?" He shakes his head. "Go inside and get some rest. You look like you could use it." "I can't deny that. Thanks, Jack." "For what?" He looks genuinely confused. "Talking sense into me. I'm sure Ember just needs time." "She'll be fine soon. You can ask Carol what she thinks, too. She's really smart about these things." "Maybe I'll do that." My brother is already back to pruning the plants. When I step inside the house, the lingering aromas from breakfast make my stomach growl, even though I already ate. At least I'm eating more than puking now. I'll take that, especially since food will help with my energy levels. There isn't much left to eat, but I scarf down what we have and find some other leftovers. At this rate, I might actually gain some weight. My doctor will be thrilled by this change of events at my upcoming appointment. Perhaps oversleeping yesterday wasn't the worst thing to happen. I actually do have more energy after eating. This would be the perfect time to work on the baby's nursery. Graham and I picked a room that's just across the hall from our bedroom and used to be a small study. It's the perfect size for a baby's room, and after the renovations, the room is bright and cheerful. And best of all, I'm sure it's never been a creepy child's room from decades ago. The shelves we pulled out seemed as old as the house itself. The desk definitely was. We sold it to an antique dealer for a sizable sum. Now the room has newly painted bright white walls enlivened with animal decals. We refurbished the crib that both Claire and I used as a baby, but the rest of the furniture is new from a specialty baby shop online. I fling open the door, eager to see what I can do with the room today. I've already picked out more than enough clothes for triplets, and all of those need to be washed. Beyond that, there are board books to organize, more decorations to hang, and probably 100 other things I haven't even thought about yet. The toy horse sits in the middle of the room. I blink, hardly able to believe my eyes. It's really there. I'm not imagining anything. I fumble for my phone, knock it out of my pocket. It bounces several times before stopping in the middle of the hallway, halfway between my room and the nursery. I must not turn from it. It will disappear again. I back up, my gaze fixed on the colorful little horse. My left foot catches underneath the right. I start to fall backward, lose my balance, wave my arms around like a maniac, manage to regain my footing, gasp for air. I really need to be more careful. One fall could be detrimental to my baby. He or she is more important than a toy, even one that moves around on its own, seemingly knowing my every step before I do. I kneel down and feel behind me for the phone. Stretch my fingers out, balance my weight with my other hand. Can't reach the device. I'm going to have to look away from the horse. Then I'm going to burn that thing for daring to step foot in my child's room. This is the last straw. I don't care if it was my brother's toy as a toddler. It needs to leave this house. Permanently. I'll see to that. My hand can't reach the phone. I have no other choice. I turn around, find it a foot to my left, grab it, spin back toward the nursery. The toy horse is gone. Again. While I'm not surprised, I do feel like throwing my phone as far down the hall as it will go. Is the toy a hallucination, or is this house actually haunted? Those are the only two logical explanations, and I do realize how that sounds, contemplating the idea that a haunting is logical. But there isn't another option. Nobody's home to move it around and mess with me, and even if they were, they couldn't move that quickly. It just isn't possible. No human could move that fast or silently. Now that I'm feeling more rested and have food staying in my stomach, the thought of a hallucination seems less likely. Unless pregnancy-induced hallucinations are a thing. I'm pulling ideas out of thin air to make myself feel better about this situation. I am going to ask my doctor about that. No, scratch that. I'm not going to let a professional know I could be losing my mind. The internet is my friend. But first, I need to find out if Jack knows anything about the toy horse. Obviously, I can't get a picture of it, but I know what it looks like. I can draw it from memory. My brother might recognize it. He also might not, but I have to take a chance. The Brannon curse will not infect me. I will see to that. My first step is to draw what I saw. Then I'll go from there, depending on what Jack has to say about it. If he recognizes it, that's one question answered. Even if he doesn't, that doesn't mean much. I can't remember most, if any, of my toys from before kindergarten. I quickly close the nursery door. Once I'm done with my drawing, I'll return and get to work on that. Assuming I have any energy afterward. Exhaustion is already starting to creep into my bones. Not that I should be surprised. This is the Brannon house, after all. I just wish there was a rational explanation I could think of for the toy horse. But there isn't. So my only option is to draw a picture. Jack loves making and receiving sketches. Even if he doesn't recognize the little toy terror, he'll probably be thrilled to keep my artwork. He won't even mind if it ends up ugly, which it could. I'm a decent artist, but I don't think I've drawn a horse since I was a kid. A memory hits me that sends a chill running down my spine. The last time I drew a horse was with Billa. We played all kinds of games running through the halls of this mansion, but we also had a lot of downtime, and much of that was spent with crayons or colored pencils. She loved horses. It seemed like most of my friends did, but I remember her specifically loving them one summer. It was almost all she talked about. Now, here we are, back in the same house, but as sisters this time, and I have a little toy horse following me around. I might think it could have been hers, but it really looks too old. Unless my parents only gave her old toys when she came to visit. It wasn't like they even told me she was here. No, I was made to believe she was a figment of my imagination. What a messed up family. To be fair, I can't blame my mom for not being happy about her husband having another daughter the same age as me. But to lie to me and make me think I was losing my mind was bad parenting, no matter how you look at it. Plenty of other people's spouses have affairs, and they don't mess with their children's mental health by sending them away to be institutionalized. Now, she's the one locked away, so everything worked out in the end. I make my way to the room with the art supplies and pull out a piece of paper and a box of colored pencils. These might be the same ones Billa and I used years ago. Not that it's surprising, given that Ember is the only other child who's lived in the house since I was a kid. That I know of. Absolutes aren't practical in this situation. My parents are clearly masters of deception, having hidden Jack away my entire life in the same house. I never had a clue about his existence. I need to accept the fact this family is messed up and move on. We're all happy now. Too bad it took my dad's death and my mom's imprisonment to get here. And Claire's, because I'd still be back in California living up the single life if it weren't for the fact that I needed to come up and take care of Ember. At the time, I didn't know her dad was actually so close, or that I'd end up falling madly in love with him. It's truly crazy how everything worked out. I shake my head to clear it and realize I've already drawn the toy horse. It's ugly, and not even close to the actual thing, so I crinkle up the paper and start over, this time focusing on my work. That one is garbage too, so I try again. Clearly I'm not great at drawing horses, or creepy old toys, as evidenced by my third scrapped paper. I shove it aside and try again. I'll get this right, no matter how many attempts it takes. 11. Ember. Asana and Manali call out how beautiful I am as I get off the bus. Between them and Gretchen, I've hardly had the time to wallow over any boys. Apparently, they got together and made it their mission to keep me distracted and happy today. Not that I was particularly happy, but it was great to have the distraction. My friends are the best, and they've already started planning a sleepover this weekend just for me. Jack waves to me from the garden as I make my way to the house. He has dirt smeared across his face and all over his clothes, and he looks like he couldn't be happier. I'm sure if I lived inside one room for decades, the idea of gardening would probably thrill me too. I can't even imagine. Inside, the house is unusually quiet. Kenzie typically has a snack set out when I get home, but the kitchen is empty. Not that I expect a snack. I certainly didn't have that treatment when my mom was alive and working long hours as an attorney. Back then, my stepdad thought I was his servant. Maybe Kenzie rescheduled her doctor's appointment for this afternoon. Or she could be sleeping. She's been so tired since she got pregnant. Her and Dad's bedroom is also empty, so she must have gone to her doctor. That's just as well, because I really need to focus on my homework. I have more than normal, and sometimes when my aunt and I start talking, time flies out the window. I pause halfway to my room. There's a strange sound. It's faint, but I'm not making it up. It sounds like scratching, like I heard in my room the other night. I suppress a gasp and look around, my blood turning to ice as the noise continues. What if I wasn't imagining that sound the other night? And what if I'm about to find out what was making it? If I was smart, I'd run to my room and lock the door behind me. After all this mud and scratch stuff, I'm going to start sleeping with my dresser in front of my door. Then I'd have to move it to get out and sleepwalk, because that's the only explanation for what's been going on. Although it's clear I can move things around since I left that back door ajar last night. That's the story I'm going with, because I don't want to think about anyone else having left it open. It's too terrifying to even consider. I am a sleepwalker now. I have to accept it. The scratching continues, and my breath hitches. I need to be brave, even though I'd rather be a chicken. At least it's daylight. This is much better than trying to solve a Brannon house mystery at night. I tiptoe along as I listen to the noise. It stops and starts, not going on continuously. Part of me hopes it's a bunch of mice. That sounds a lot better than a burglar or a ghost. Mice are at least cute. The noise seems to be coming from behind the door to the art room. At least it isn't my room. I don't want any weirdness there. Should I open the door quickly or slowly? Sneak in or jump in with guns blazing, so to speak? I opt for the second choice and fling open the door, half expecting to see a bloody murder scene. What I don't expect is Kenzie sitting on the floor in front of a coffee table with papers all around her. They cover the table and the floor. Some are crinkled, but most have drawings. All the sketches are of the same thing. Some creepy old toy horse. It looks over 100 years old, like it belongs in one of those kid rooms we've locked up, where I keep putting that annoying doll. My aunt looks up at me, her eyes wide and her hair wild. Are you okay? I take a slow step inside the room. There are even more papers than I first thought. They're everywhere. So many crumpled pages. Kenzie just blinks, doesn't respond. What's with the toy horse? She shoves a page onto the floor and grabs another one. I can't get it right. What do you mean? I kneel across from her, careful not to step on any of the papers. None of these are right. Can I help? I set my backpack next to my feet. Have you seen the toy horse? I don't think so. It's after me. She turns to the blank page in front of her and picks up a short colored pencil. We're going to have to buy more paper and pencils after this. Where have you seen it? Is it in one of the rooms? She looks up at me, her eyes wider than I've ever seen them. It's everywhere. My skin crawls and I look around. It feels like I'm being watched, just like last night in the hallway with all the old portraits. It's not in here now. Because it's waiting to mess with my head again. If we were anywhere else, she would sound insane. But considering my own mystery, I'm in no position to judge. In fact, telling her about that might help ease her mind. Or it could make things worse. I should probably keep that to myself. I pick up a paper. Maybe I can come up with something that would help. She doesn't look up from scrawling. You haven't seen it. I can see all your sketches. If you tell me which aspects of them are right, I could try to compile the different versions. What do you think? My aunt stops, glances at me. You're the better artist. Maybe that could work. Let's do it then. I flatten the paper in front of me. Which one do you want to start with? She looks around, jerking her head so erratically she could give herself whiplash. This one! Kenzie leaps up and picks up a drawing halfway across the room. The head is perfect on this one. I haven't been able to get it right since flinging it. But the body is all wrong. Don't draw that. I won't. Promise? Somehow her eyes grow even wider. Any more, and they'll seriously pop out of her head. Yes, of course. She shoves the page into my hands. The head. Only the head. Got it. Just the head. Yes, exactly. She picks up other papers, studies them, flings some off to the side, and sticks others under an arm. It's hard not to worry about her. Kenzie's usually my rock when at home. Now, she seems even worse off than me. I'm going to have to pull myself together for her sake. Now I'm especially glad for my friends. I'm at least in a better place emotionally today because they rallied around me. It only takes a few minutes for me to copy the head my aunt drew. I have to erase a few lines, but for the most part it comes easily. How's this? I hold it up once I'm done. Kenzie scurries over, her hair even messier than before. She stares at it, tilting her head to one side and then the other. Yes, perfect. Her short sentences are starting to worry me. When's your birthday? She blinks a few times. What? Your birthday? Why? Because if she's possessed, she wouldn't be able to answer such a simple question. Not that I can tell her that. Do you know? It doesn't matter. Check your calendar. We have to get this drawing perfect. She shoves another page into my hands. The legs. I got the legs right on this one. Can you duplicate that? I glance at it. Yeah. You sure? I was able to draw the head to your liking, right? She scrunches her mouth. Just the legs, not the body, not the tail. Okay. Say it. I hold back a sigh. Just the legs. Good. She flips through the remaining pages in her hands, tosses 2 more aside. Hopefully I can get my drawing good enough for her to calm down before Dad gets home. I have a feeling he's going to flip if he sees her like this. I'm barely holding myself together as it is, but I have to somehow keep us both sane. Luckily, Kenzie approves of the horse legs I drew. She gives me another of her sketches and wants me to draw the body based off that one. Then she hands me another one with the perfect tail. I never imagined my very average drawing skills would come in so handy. As I complete the finishing touches, I compare each body part to the sketch she gave me. Meanwhile, Kenzie is scribbling away across from me. She keeps grabbing one color, then another. Finally, she glances up at me. Can you color it, or should I? I can, if you want me to. She nods quickly and hands me the paper she's been working on. This is the exact coloring. I'm sure of it. At least her sentences are a little longer than they were before. Maybe she's starting to feel more like herself again. You can match the colors. It isn't like a normal horse. Because it's a toy. Right. I'll color it just like this. She stares at my drawing. That's almost as good as having an actual picture. I'm glad. I don't look up as I fill in the colors. Her gaze seems to burn my skin as I do my work. I could get it done faster without her watchful eye on me, but I don't say anything. Can't risk setting her off further. If this helps her feel better, I'll deal with it. Anything to help her return to her normal state of mind. Then I can focus on what I need to, though now I'm not sure how I'll get everything done. Not only do I want to figure out what's going on with my sleepwalking, but I still have all that homework to do. I swear the teachers get together and give us the most time-consuming work at the same time. After I finish the drawing, I hold it up for my aunt. What do you think? She leans forward and studies it. Doesn't say anything. My breath hitches. Is she going to want me to start over? I really don't have time for that. But I also can't walk away if her state of mind doesn't improve. Family first. Just when I'm sure she's gone mute, Kenzie's eyes light up. It's perfect. Relief washes through me, and I hand her the drawing. I'm so glad. What are you going to do with it? I need to show it to Jack. You think he'll recognize it? I'm hoping. It looks like it's old enough to be one of his toys as a kid. Don't you think it's older than that? She frowns. Her expression darkens. Uh-oh. I didn't just set her back, did I? Kenzie? I ask. Do you think it's too old for him to have played with? Nothing's too old. It could have been here when your grandparents were little, and Jack still could have played with it. Maybe we all did. I shrug. She holds the paper closer to her face, then far away. I'm sure I've never seen it before it started appearing. You don't think it's in the style of 50 years ago? I consider my words carefully, so as not to set her back. I wouldn't know. It just seems to fit with some of the other creepy rooms in this house. I guess you could do some online research. Kenzie scratches her chin. Maybe. But I'm going to ask Jack. If anyone's an expert on this house, it's him. He's spent over 50 years here, never leaving. If he was in his one room most of that time, he wouldn't have gotten out to the rest of the house. But I don't tell Kenzie that. Maybe Jack spent more time in the rest of the house before Kenzie was born. That would have given him about 25 years to explore and figure things out. But I'm not sure how long he was locked away. This house has more mysteries than the thriller section in a library. Kenzie holds the drawing close. Thank you so much for doing this. I've been trying to get a picture of the horse, but it never works out. It's like it doesn't want to be captured on picture. Happy to help. I gather the other papers and stack them. Maybe snap a picture of the drawing, just in case. Good idea. She pulls out her phone and takes a picture of it. Hopefully now we can move on from the horse madness. But I have a feeling this is only the beginning. 12. Ember. My hand aches after having spent so much time furiously drawing. It took a lot of concentration to get that horse just right. I'm hardly a stellar artist, but I have taken enough classes to know what I'm doing. I'm glad I was at least able to help Kenzie feel better. She seemed a lot more like herself after I finished the drawing. I'm curious to hear Jack's thoughts on it, but I have my own mystery to solve. I have no idea if it'll be any easier to figure out than the horse. It's so weird that two toys are moving around, seemingly on their own. The doll has been somewhat of a constant, though obviously it could be members of the household. Even if nobody is trying to freak anyone else out, if all of us put it somewhere else when we come across it, then it stands to reason that it would seem to be moving around all on its own. The same could be said about the toy horse, but why now? Are we going to soon have an army of toys moving from place to place? I don't have time to worry about that. If I don't want to end up with more scratches on my legs or mud in my bed, I need to find out what's going on with me when I'm sleeping. With it being November, I don't have much daylight left after helping Kenzie. The last thing I want is to have to solve this mystery after nightfall. I'm going to be up all night doing homework at this point. But if that means I won't sleepwalk, I'm not going to complain. I can catch up on sleep during the weekend. Except my friends want a sleepover, and those things should be called wakeovers, because who sleeps when spending the night with friends? I'll have to figure that out later. For now, I need to get my backpack into my room and check my sheets. I didn't have time in the morning, and I didn't get the best look last night when I was so freaked out and only using the flashlight app. That light is so bright, it almost makes it impossible to see anything in the dark. Sure enough, there are brown marks on the sheets. I'm glad Kenzie didn't decide to do laundry today. Who knows what she would have thought those stains were? She'd have probably made an appointment for me to see some specialist. After putting my sheets and blankets in the wash again, I make my way through the wing I explored last night. This time I have a broom and dustpan in hand. The last thing I need is for one of the housekeepers to find the mess and tell Dad or Kenzie. My aunt doesn't need the extra stress, and Dad would definitely freak out. Mr. Police Detective is the dictionary definition of level-headed, so he wouldn't understand. Especially considering he hasn't had to deal with this house for the majority of his life. Don't get me wrong, my dad's a great guy. When I was growing up and imagining what he was like, I pictured an idealized version of a father. In reality, he's all that and more. He just doesn't get this house. It's almost like the house's weirdness goes out of its way to avoid him. Either because he isn't a Brannon,
Or because he doesn't believe. It's hard to say. But either way, he certainly wouldn't understand all the dry mud in a part of the house we usually avoid. Thankfully, the hallway is significantly less creepy in the light, but the eyes of the portraits still seem to be following me. I definitely watch too many movies. Once I get to the bottom of the creaky staircase, I nearly trip over the last step when I see the floor. All of the mud pieces I collected are in a tidy pile near the door. The air drains from my lungs, and goosebumps form on my arms. I glance around, expecting to see someone staring at me. I'm alone, as far as I can tell. But that doesn't change the fact I know I left the mud spread out. That's why I brought a broom. Who would have been here? And why not dispose of the mud? What would be the point of sweeping it into a pile but not doing anything with it? Unless a person or ghost wants to mess with me. They knew I'd be back. I need out of this place. Now. My feet nearly slide out from under me as I try to run for the door. The broom and dustpan fall to the ground with a loud clatter as I race across the floor. I barely miss the pile of mud, and my fingers slip and slide as I fumble with the knob. How on earth did I manage to get this open in my sleep? I finally unlock it and pull the door open, barely get myself outside, then slam the door. Lean against it, gasping for air. Seriously, I've had enough craziness for one day. For a lifetime. I could do without any more Brannon House weirdness for the rest of my life. But I'm a natural-born Brannon. There's probably no escaping any of it. Just look at my aunts. Both of them lived in different states, but now they're both back here. Billa was at least bright enough to live in a cottage in the woods. She's still on the property. Dusk is settling quickly. I need to look around before it gets dark. On this side of the house, the grass is overgrown, and weeds and mud are in piles. Jack doesn't like to come back here, and I can't blame him. I wouldn't be here either if I wasn't worried about sleepwalking again. I study the mud near the door. Nothing looks disturbed, but then again, I wasn't likely walking right next to the house. Given the scratches on my legs, I went straight for the woods. What would possess me to do such a thing? And I need another word other than possess. I was sleepwalking, not being overtaken by a spirit. I hope. Even though that would explain how I could get around so easily, and why I was covered in scratches and mud. Someone else, especially a ghost, wouldn't care what happened to my body or my sheets. No, it was just sleepwalking. Nothing else. That's it. Sleepwalking. It happens. People do it. Especially in times of stress. Being dumped for the first time definitely qualifies as stress. The only thing worse than that was losing my mom. Even living with my horrible stepdad wasn't this painful. I take a deep breath and step away from the house. Pull out my phone and shine the light around. It's still relatively sunny, but a brighter light should help me see anything I might otherwise miss. Since dusk is about to fall, things aren't as light as they would have been if I'd come straight out here after school. A clump of mud off to my right catches my attention. It looks smashed in at the top. I shine my light on it and freeze in place. It's an impression of a foot. A bare foot. Heart thundering, I lift my knee and compare the size of the print and my shoe. Practically the same size. It has to be mine. I had to have done that. This is proof that I was out here, barefoot in the freezing cold. I kneel and study the print. The mud looks about the same as the gunk that was caked on my feet and that I collected inside. Same consistency, same little pebbles. On the other hand, all the mud on the property is likely to be similar. And, of course, the mud on my feet would be from out here. It isn't like I traveled to some other country in my sleep and picked up dirt from there. I'm focusing on the wrong thing. What I need to figure out is where the footprints lead. My back stiffens at the thought. Where did I go? Was I just wandering around for the heck of it, or did I have a purpose? Do sleepwalkers even know what they're doing? I'm going to have to do some online digging. But first, I need to follow the tracks. My tracks. It's a mind trip thinking about the fact that I don't even know where I went. That, too, is a mystery for another time. My trail will disappear with the next rain, and it's getting dark, so I don't have any time to waste. I pat my pocket to make sure my phone is there. At this rate, I'm going to need the light to get back. Hopefully the footprints don't go too far, but I have no way of knowing. Plus, those clouds in the distance are especially dark. We're in for another rainstorm soon. It's now or never. I snap a picture of the footprint, then hurry through the grass in the direction it's facing. There isn't much mud here, so nothing else to find. The grass doesn't look disturbed, no broken blades or anything. But I'm also pretty light on my feet. I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally snuck up on someone in the house and scared them because they didn't hear me approaching. As I near the trees, I come across more mud. Another footprint. It's the right size again. I'm going in the right direction. What am I going to find? 13. Kenzie. Ember's picture of the horse is so spot on. It's almost creepy. The horse itself is creepy. But the fact that my niece was able to draw it so close to reality when she's never seen it before sends shivers through me. I know she based her work on my drawings, and I was going off memory since I can't get a picture of the toy. It's almost like it possesses me when I'm near it. No, I'm in full control of myself, and there aren't any ghosts. Why am I even having these thoughts? Because I'm sleep-deprived. I was going to get a nap this afternoon, but that never happened due to all of this. If I hadn't gone through so many papers trying to draw the perfect picture, I'd have gotten the rest I so desperately need. Worse yet, I brought Ember into it. She probably needed to study, but instead I insisted she draw this for me. What was I thinking? I open the front door and take in a deep breath of fresh air. It's amazing how my head clears as I get farther away from that thing. I really need to pull myself together, even if that means spending less time in the house, or less time alone, since I only see the toy when nobody else is around. Maybe Jack will talk some sense into me. He'll tell me what's up with the toy horse. Whether he recognizes it will tell me most of what I need to know. And he's spent pretty much the entirety of his 51 years within the walls of the Brannon house, so he might have some insight I don't. I find him in a different part of the garden, digging up some soil. "Aren't you getting cold out here?" He turns to me, dirt caked to his face. "I love the fresh air." "Do you have a minute to look at something?" "Of course." He wipes away some dirt from near his eye, drops his little pointed shovel, then walks over. "What can I help you with, Kenzie?" "Have you ever seen this?" I hold up Ember's drawing. "The picture or the toy?" Sometimes I forget to be more specific with him. "The horse." He leans closer and his brows furrow as he studies the drawing. "It does look familiar. Why do you ask?" "I've been seeing it around the house." "You mean like the doll?" "Basically. It shows up and disappears, but only when I'm alone." My brother jolts. "Only then?" "Unfortunately. Do you remember if you played with it as a child?" "It's hard to say. I was pretty young then." He squeezes his eyes shut. "Don't worry about it. I knew it was a long shot. Which is why I shouldn't have had Ember spend so much time working on it when she needs to study. But maybe it got her mind off Jacob, which would definitely help her." Jack opens his eyes. "Actually, I do have one memory of a toy that looks just like that." My stomach tingles with excitement. "You do?" He nods slowly before continuing. "It was up high on a shelf when I was little, and I remember asking to play with it." "It was on a shelf?" "Yeah, but Dad didn't want me to touch it. He said it was too special to play with." "I don't suppose he told you why?" He looks off to the side for a moment.
No, I don't think he did. But he really didn't want me near it.
It was on display? Or was it in one of the hidden rooms? Jack rubs his temples and closes his eyes again. Guilt stings. I don't want to stress him out. I'm bothering everyone I ask about the horse. Maybe I just need to drop the whole thing and let it go. So what if there's a decades-old toy following me around the house? It isn't like it's the only thing in there moving around on its own. Don't worry about it, Jack. I was just curious. It really isn't a big deal.
I remember!
His expression lights up. You do? He nods, a slow grin spreading across his face.
There's a room with a bunch of baby stuff in it, but it was all off limits.
Do you know why?
Because they didn't want me going in there.
Right, but do you remember why they didn't want you in the room?
It belonged to a child who died.
His words knock the breath from me. It takes me a moment to find my voice. Are you saying we had another sibling? Jack shrugs.
I don't know when the child died. It might have been Dad's brother or sister, or it could have been generations ago. I was little when I got into the room, and I learned quickly to stay away.
He looks lost in thought and rubs his cheek. Anger burns in me. They smacked him around for being a curious child. Not that I should be surprised, since they made him spend most of his life in a single room. He could have died after our mother was locked away because nobody else knew about him. It's infuriating to think about all the things the past generations of my family got away with. No wonder this house seems haunted. Even though there aren't literal ghosts, the walls inside have seen horrors nobody should have ever had to live through. And that kind of treatment went on for more than a century. The thought is overwhelming, and makes me think we should have let the fire consume the entire mansion. Starting over from scratch would have been worth the cost. It almost makes me want to set it on fire myself and watch it all burn to the ground once and for all. But then I'd go to jail like my mother, and would be no better than her. And what good would that do anyone? Ember would lose another mother figure, and Graham would be without his wife. That doesn't even speak to my baby's fate. No, I simply need to take a few deep breaths and calm my thoughts. Then I need to get some dinner going so I can eat. Later, I'll get a good night's sleep, and I'll look into some prenatal exercise classes. That'll not only get me out of the house, but get me moving. I put a hand on Jack's arm. I'm sorry I brought up these memories. The last thing I wanted was to upset you. I just thought you might know about the toy. He turns his attention back to me.
Don't be sorry, Kenzie. I want to help, and it's good for me to dust off old memories, even if they aren't the greatest.
I should have asked you if you were ready to think about that stuff before I showed you the picture. It was insensitive. The more time I spend out here, the more obvious that fact is. And I really am sorry.
It's nothing, really. I actually want to think some more about the horse and that room.
But it brings back bad memories. They beat you, didn't they? He frowns.
That isn't the part I want to think about. It's that baby's room. Now I'm curious, and I want to know what else I can remember about it.
Promise me you'll talk to me if you start to get upset. Or Graham, Carol, or Billa. We'll all be here for you.
Sure, but I'm not going to break. I know you like to watch out for me, but I should be the one keeping an eye out for you. I'm the big brother, remember?
He grins. I smile too. I haven't forgotten. Jack taps the side of his head.
There's more about that room and the toy in here. I know it.
Do you remember where the room was? Is it one that we locked up? He takes a deep breath and looks up to the sky.
I don't think it was one of those. You'd recognize the toy if you'd seen it before, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure. Given the amount of children's rooms hidden away in the house, I doubt I could recall every item in them, especially considering how much I don't like going into those spaces. It creeps me out thinking about all those children who never made it to adulthood. I shiver, then hug myself. People we would have been related to. He nods.
It's never been easy being a Brannon.
Or working for them. Us.
We're different from them. Our generation is changing everything.
I don't bother pointing out that technically Jack and I are from different generations, because we're siblings, and that counts for more. But we're still missing Claire. Her death shows we aren't immune. A heaviness settles over me. Our sister wasn't even living here in the Brannon house when she was killed. Maybe none of us can escape the curse that insists on following us. Dark clouds encroach overhead, casting an ominous shadow over the building. Even more reason to feel like any efforts to move away the family's past are futile.
We can fight it all.
Jack's voice of reason pulls me from my thoughts.
We've already overcome so much, and we have to do so for Claire. She'd want us to. And now we have a new generation to consider. Not only Ember, but your little one.
Instinctively, I press my palms on my belly. More than anything, I want to give a brighter future for both Ember and my baby, plus any other children that will come along later. I wrap my arms around Jack, careful not to crinkle the drawing. I'm glad I have you to talk through these things. He starts to say something, but he's cut off by a scream in the distance from behind the house. It sounds like Ember. We exchange a wide-eyed glance, then we both burst into a run.
14. Ember. It's nearly impossible to see anything on the ground, thanks to the cover of the trees. It doesn't help that it's already almost dark and that storm clouds are closing in. I have to follow my footprints before they disappear forever. My flashlight app helps, but it can only catch so much, and my battery is draining fast. The forest has more mud and dirt than I ever noticed before. My prints aren't the only ones. There are plenty left by wildlife, and some of them are bigger than I care to think about. Our area is known for having wolves, cougars, bobcats, coyotes, and even bears. I'm pretty sure I've seen prints for most, if not all, of those. Not that I'm an expert. Maybe I'm just imagining things. They could all belong to a neighborhood kitty for all I know. But I'm pretty sure they don't. Paw prints of a house cat shouldn't be the size of my palm. Focus. Wildlife is likely to be more scared of me than I am of them. And I'm not out here because of any of that. I need to figure out where I went at night. What would possess me to sleepwalk out here? I really need to stop using that word. My light illuminates another of my footprints in some drying mud. I turn and follow the direction it's going. I'm almost certain I've never been to this part of the woods. Kenzie and Dad don't like me coming out here alone. And besides, I'm past the age of tromping through a forest to explore. The only times I come out here are when I go to the abandoned graveyard to be by myself to think. In a weird sort of way, it's comforting. I'm not sure why. Most of the marked graves show people who didn't live nearly as long as they should have. Take the gravestone with my own name on it. That should freak me out enough to never return. It doesn't. I'm curious about the girl whose name I've taken, probably unknowingly. I doubt my mom would have named me after an ancestor who clearly had a fate nobody would wish on their own child. I'd love nothing more than to learn what happened to her, especially since I found the grave when we were the same age. Now she's younger than me since I had a birthday and turned 16. That has to count for something. It isn't like I'm living a life mirroring hers.
As I contemplate the other ember's life, more of my own footprints show in my phone's light. They're closer together now, and the trees are spacing out. The forest is starting to open up, and there's a big field ahead. It's full of grass and weeds and has several downed limbs and trunks. But that isn't what catches my attention. Something large looms in the distance. A structure off to the side, near some of the trees at the far end of the massive field in the middle of Brannon Woods. Could that be where I went in my sleep last night? Something wraps around my ankles. Feels like fingers. I pull my leg, but whatever it is clings. Grows tighter. Can't get it off. Stop! Shake my leg. Doesn't help. I scream. Shine my light on it. Only a vine. My muscles turn to mush as relief washes through me. I give my leg the hardest yank I can muster. The vine snaps. I'm free. I gasp for air, try to calm my racing heart. The light from my phone goes out. I'm surrounded by darkness. Only a little natural light filters down to the field. I step out of the cover of the trees and into the wide open. Still can't make out what the large structure is. Too far away. Try to turn the flashlight app back on. The screen stays black. The battery is dead. Like I might be if I can't find my way back through the woods to my house. Why did I come out here alone? Any of my friends would have come out with me. I could have even talked Luke into it. He's totally into haunted houses and graveyards. That would actually be a great way to spend some time with him, even if we can't be romantically involved. Why am I thinking about that now? A bright flash of light illuminates everything, just long enough for me to be able to see the structure in all of its dilapidated glory. It's definitely a building of some kind. It's covered in moss, and vines snake up the sides. Some of the siding is falling off. Animal nests have been built in various places. Those are the only details I can make out in the brief moment of sight. A crack of thunder shakes the ground, reverberates through me. Raindrops pour from the sky. They're fat and cold, and they soak me on the spot. Another bright flash. More thunder. Need to get out of here. I spin around and run. Can barely see anything. The trees are nothing more than shadows, but at least I can see them. Kind of. Hopefully it's enough to keep from smacking into one. The last thing I need is to knock myself unconscious out here. Nobody knows where I am. Kenzie probably thinks I'm tucked safely in my room studying. I really need to let people know what I'm doing in the future. The lightning seems to have let up, for the moment at least. Despite barely being able to see anything, my feet appear to know the path. I manage to avoid all trees, not even brushing any. The path I take zigs and zags, and I'm not even sure how I'm doing this. It's like my body knows what my mind doesn't. Then my foot catches on something. I fly forward, my arms flail around, don't reach anything. I crash to the ground with a hard thud. Mud splashes all around. Air escapes from my lungs. My struggle to breathe in. Can't catch my breath. Everything lights up a bright white. Two glowing eyes stare at me from only a few feet away. All goes dark again. Thunder shakes through me. I scramble to my feet, nearly losing my footing in the squishy dirt. My hands find a branch and I steady myself. Then I run in the opposite direction of the eyes. The momentary light didn't give me long enough to register what the eyes were attached to. Hopefully nothing too big, and hopefully whatever it is won't chase me. I'm too frightened to be able to make sense of it. Was it small? Large? No idea. But the glowing eyes are burned into my mind. My lungs burn as I make my way through the woods. I could be going in the completely wrong direction for all I know. Might be going deeper into the forest. No clue. Another bright flash. I look all around as quickly as I can. Don't see any animals. Notice something else. The trees break ahead. I'm almost to a clearing again. More thunder, but it isn't as strong.
The storm must be moving away from us. Hopefully it's not the same glade I just tried to leave. If it is, I'll have to hide out in the structure until the storm calms down. What other choice do I have? Voices sound from somewhere. Maybe I'm closer to the house than it feels. My burning muscles tell me I might have gone farther than it seems. Thank God for adrenaline. The voices seem to be getting closer. Sounds like one male and one female. They're yelling over each other. Can't tell what they're saying. My name? Is that Kenzie and Dad? Or Jack and Billa? Has to be. I make my feet run faster. Break through the trees. Rain pours down on me again. Can barely see anything. The house looms ahead, but there are no lights from this side of the building. It's one of the wings we avoid. Where my mud is still on the floor with the abandoned broom. That feels so long ago. Ember! Where are you? Kenzie and Jack. They're looking for me. My knees nearly give out as I run toward their voices. Just as I round the corner of the mansion, I nearly crash into them. I fling my arms around both of them simultaneously. Where were you? Kenzie squeezes me. We've been circling the house, Jack says. Did you scream? I gasp for air. Yes, but I'm fine. What happened? He sounds so worried. I got stuck on a vine in the woods. At least I think that's what I screamed about. It's hard to remember exactly how everything played out. Why were you out there? Kenzie says. I wipe rain from my eyes. Can we talk about this inside? A bolt of lightning flashes far enough away that I can see it. This time, thunder rumbles in the distance. It's definitely moving away from us. Yes, Kenzie and Jack say in unison. Arms still entangled, we hurry around the building. I don't tell them that the one back door is unlocked. They would have too many questions that I don't want to answer right now. It's going to be hard enough to explain why I was in the woods. I don't want to have to explain the mud or my sleepwalking. It's all too much, at least until I figure out what's going on. The last thing I need is for anyone to start worrying. If that happens, they're going to insist I see a doctor. No doctor can help me with this. This is all about the Brannon house and the many mysteries within the walls. Or at least the property. And I intend to keep all of my questions to myself until I have answers. Only when I know what's going on will I tell the adults in my life. Hopefully, that'll be sooner rather than later. 15. Ember. It's hard to focus during dinner. All I want to do is go back to that building in the clearing. That has to be where I went in my sleep. My footprints lead there. But I was wrong about the storm passing us by. It's raging. Lightning continues to light up the outside. I stare through the windows, paying more attention to that than the conversation around me. The rain isn't letting up, and the claps of thunder aren't getting any further apart. I'm not going to be able to return tonight. Though it's just as well if I want to keep my grades up, which I do. Getting into a good college is my key out of here. Which I know is ironic since I'm so eager to get back outside and see what's in that building I found. No way am I mentioning it to anyone. They'll tell me the structure is dangerous because it's so old and nobody's been in there for who knows how many years. Unless I've already been inside. Obviously, I survived if I went in. I know that's a big if at this point. The only thing I actually know is that I tromped through the woods barefoot in November at night. Seriously, I should be sick. Doing something that crazy should weaken my immune system. But so far, I feel great. Kenzie keeps glancing over at Jack. That reminds me about the drawing I made of the toy horse. Did he tell her something about that? If so, neither of them is saying a word. I don't know if Kenzie told Dad or Billa about the horse she saw that disappeared. It's an interesting side quest, but what I want to know about is the building. It's hard to tell what it was used for. It could have been used for storage. Maybe it was a barn. It might have had some other purpose altogether. It's impossible to tell without actually going inside. I have to make that happen tomorrow after school. Unless the weather continues to rage, I can't let anything get in my way. Except I have a sleepover. My friends want to distract me from all of my problems. Well, from Jacob. I've already forgotten about him. He and What's-Her-Face can be in each other's arms all night at next week's dance for all I care anymore. I have more important things to worry about, like what's in the middle of the woods. If I sleepwalked there, it must be important. There's no way it's random. It can't be. I've never done that before in my life, and now all of a sudden it's happened twice in a row. Right after I spent some time at the other Ember's gravestone. That's exactly when it all started. That can't be a coincidence. It has to be connected. Did the other Ember hide something in that building? Is she trying to show it to me now? I'm the second Ember Brannon. That's why she chose me. Or at least why I'm drawn to her. She's long dead, but maybe her spirit lives on here. Given how many people have died violently in this house before their time, it makes sense that she was one of them. Ever since I found her grave, I've hoped she'd had a peaceful, though obviously very early, passing. An illness, maybe? Medicine wasn't as advanced back then as it is today. People died young all the time. Although the Brannons would have had access to the best care available. If they reached out for it. Best I can tell, the Brannon men hadn't always treated the women the best. We've found diaries and other handwritten records throughout the house that prove as much. The ones in the attic were the worst. That was where the servants lived for so long. They were basically treated as non-humans by some of my ancestors. It's sickening when you think about it. Not hungry, Ember? My dad's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I glance down at my barely touched plate. Guess not. Something on your mind? My long-dead relative with the same name, who may be guiding me to a building so old it could collapse if I look at it wrong. I can't say that. I remember my first heartbreak. Dad clearly thinks I'm still thinking about Jacob. I'm sure Kenzie doesn't want to hear about that. She leans closer to him. Actually, I do. You do? I ask. You want to know about your husband's previous girlfriend? Of course. I'm not threatened by his past. Everything we went through led us to each other. They exchange a mushy, lovesick look before Dad turns back to me. I was about your age, actually. Jennifer and I had been together for most of the school year, and we had our summer mapped out. We were going to explore caves, go hiking, and basically spend every day enjoying the nice weather. I glance at Kenzie, who looks interested. This boggles my mind. I never want to hear about my boyfriend's exes. But my aunt and I are two very different people. I guess this is one of the ways I could benefit from learning to be more like her. Dad continues his story. On the last day of school, she broke up with me. It turned out she'd always had a massive crush on this one guy in theater who always got the leading roles. The moment he showed interest in her, she dropped me like a newborn giraffe. That's so sad. Kenzie laces her fingers through his. You must have been crushed. He nods. I didn't leave my room for a week. If my mom hadn't brought me food and drink, I wouldn't have eaten or drunk a thing. Didn't you go to the bathroom? I ask. Luckily, I had a bathroom attached to my room, or I probably would have started using a can or something. Ew! I scrunch my nose. Seriously? I couldn't function. Didn't want to think or do anything. I played a depressing CD on repeat until it stopped working. You poor thing. Kenzie gives him a kiss. I have to look away, and my face heats up. Carol gives me a sympathetic glance. Meanwhile, Billa tilts her head like my dad and aunt making out at the dinner table is the sweetest thing ever. How long did it take you to get over her? Kenzie asks, after she and my dad finally pull apart from each other.
It felt like forever, but it was probably 3 weeks. By then, summer was in full swing. Thankfully, I didn't have a job lined up, or I would have been fired. I started getting together with my friends, and I felt like I was emerging from a black hole.
He turns to me.
But you know what?
What? I'm not sure I actually want to know what he's going to say.
Life returned to normal. My friends and I had a great summer together, and each time I saw Jennifer, it hurt a little less until I had no feelings at all. Looking at her eventually was like looking at anyone else.
That's great, Dad.
It'll be the same for you and Jacob. It's hard now, especially since you don't have weeks to wallow alone.
Which is a good thing. Carol smiles at me. The best thing you can do for yourself is to carry on with life. Holding yourself up won't help. It'll just extend the inevitable. I'm having a sleepover with my friends tomorrow. Good. You are? Kenzie asks. Didn't I mention it? Not that I remember, but I'm glad your friends are taking care of you. Are you all coming here? I shake my head. Asana is scared to death of ghosts, remember? That's right. She'll barely come past the entryway. Yep, so she offered to host. Let me know if you need anything. I glance at the time. Actually, I have to get my homework done for school tomorrow. At that, we all get up and clear the table. A few minutes later, I'm back in my room. I spread my books out on my bed and try to decide where to start, but my mind is stuck on my dad. It's so weird to imagine him as a teenager, depressed from being dumped. He did have a good idea about listening to mood music. I find a perfectly spooky playlist, since I'm trying to figure out mysteries that are potentially from beyond the grave. It's hard to focus on my schoolwork, but somehow I manage. By the time I finish my assignments, my eyelids are heavy. Not surprising, since I haven't slept well the last 2 days. I'm glad that has nothing to do with Jacob. At least I'm one step ahead of the game. After I get ready for bed, I stare at my door before climbing into bed. I really need a full night's sleep. If I don't get that, I'm going to bomb tomorrow's test, and I won't be able to pay attention in any of my classes. I have to find a way to keep myself inside tonight. Not only do I need my sleep, but the storm still hasn't let up. Leaves and twigs keep hitting my window, but at least the lightning flashes are fewer and far between. I haven't heard any thunder in hours. That's promising. Maybe everything will dry out by the time I have the opportunity to go back into the woods. If all goes well, I can head back out after I return home from the sleepover. But for now, I need to trap myself in my room. I'm not sure that the lock on the doorknob will be enough, though I do set it. I push my dresser in front of the door. It takes so much effort, sweat beads on my forehead, and I've made enough noise to wake the dead. However, nobody comes to ask what I'm doing. One of the benefits of a spacious house. Now to see if the dresser is enough to keep me from wandering tonight. 16. Kenzie. My mind hasn't stopped racing since finding out about the secret bedroom where Jack saw the toy horse. I did manage to put those thoughts aside during dinner, but as soon as the dishes were put away, my mind returned to the mystery. Did the baby's room belong to another of our siblings? It does seem like we never stop finding more siblings. All my life, I thought it was just Claire and me. My 15 years older sister, who seemed to resent me, was so far removed from me that I lived as an only child. Little did I know, my imaginary friend was actually a half-sister. I can't blame my mom for resenting her presence. Dad cheated on her for Billa to be born. But I do blame her for making me think I was crazy, for sending me away because I insisted Billa was real.
Then soon after moving back into this house, I found out Jack had been tucked away in a room off to the side of Dad's office for the entirety of my life. Another half-sibling. Dad's brother Jack took advantage of my mom. She named the baby Jack out of spite and had seriously mixed feelings toward him. Not that any of it was my half-brother's fault. None of us kids were responsible for anything our parents put us through. I'm sure they saw themselves as the victims of their circumstances, but it was their job as parents to take care of us, not take things out on us. Because I was horribly mistreated at the hands of my parents, I'm more determined than most people to do everything in my power to be the complete opposite of them. Whatever they did to me, I'm going to avoid with my children. I'm already doing a pretty good job with Ember, but this situation obviously has its own unique challenges. She was a teenager when we started out, and she was in the middle of the most tragic of circumstances, losing a loving mother so violently. That's something I can't relate to. Two things, actually. Having a loving mother and losing her. My mother is still alive and well in prison, where she belongs. Graham lets out a little snore, reminding me that I'm still in bed and wide awake. Given how tired my body is, it's amazing my mind is winning this battle. I close my eyes and try to think about nothing. Try to relax. It doesn't work. The toy horse pops into my mind in full color. Maybe I should try to find it. It certainly seems to be going out of its way to find me. No, it can't. Not an inanimate object. I may as well do something. Tossing and turning isn't doing me any good, and I'll probably end up waking Graham. He needs to be at the top of his game at work. Holding my breath, I slide out of bed and grab my phone, shine the light around. No horse. At least that's something. I put on my slippers, then tiptoe out of the room. Graham doesn't even budge. I release a sigh as I step into the hallway and glance in both directions, illuminating everything with my flashlight app. Still no horse. So far, so good. Where would the hidden nursery be? Jack couldn't remember. He'd been young and only remembered the room itself. And the baby might have been another generation. Given how long our family has lived within these walls, it's anyone's guess. I take a deep breath and decide to start with the children's rooms that I know of. It's possible the horse was in one of those, and I never noticed it until it nearly killed me in my own room. I return to the bedroom to grab a skeleton key. Yes, a skeleton key. We have many. My hand shakes as I plod toward the hallway again. I take in measured breaths and release them slowly. The rooms are creepy, but it isn't as if they hold any actual danger. Nobody is in them. I start with one in the main part of the house. It's a room I place the wandering doll into at least once a week because it's close to the other bedrooms. After opening the door, I almost turn on the light out of habit, but I want to see things as they are, so I shine my light around. Bad idea. The already spine-tingling room is even worse at night with my phone casting elongated shadows across everything. The doll stands in the decrepit crib. That definitely isn't where I left her, but maybe someone else put her there. No toy horse either. And thankfully these old rooms don't have closets, so there isn't anywhere it could be hiding. My skin crawls, and the tiny hairs stand up on the back of my neck. It feels like someone is watching me. I spin around. The hallway is empty. Nobody's in the room. It's only my nerves. They're obviously on edge because I'm checking out one of the rooms I prefer to avoid. On to the next one. I check that the door is locked before moving on to the next one. It's closer to Ember's room, down another long hallway. With as many halls as this house has, I could easily get my 10,000 steps in and still not see everything in this massive building. Even with as many people as we have living here, it's still too big. Graham and I could have 12 kids, not that I want so many, and we could all have many rooms to ourselves. I slide the skeleton key into the doorknob and twist. It creaks, and the hinges groan in protest as I open the door. This room is clearly older than the first, as the items in there are from an earlier time period. My guess is the baby who lived in this room was one of the earliest Brannons to live in the house. That life was most likely short-lived, since this room never morphed into a toddler room and later a teen room, then opened up for another child. No, the Brannons have a tradition of preserving the rooms of babies who don't make it. For all the playthings in this particular room, there are no toy horses. I'm not sure if it's a relief or a letdown. Part of me wants to find the horse and solve the mystery, but another part of me hopes I never see the cursed thing again. Not that I'd be able to forget about it either way. I check the remaining rooms on various levels of the main part of the house with the same results, finding no toy horse, but at the same time feeling like I'm not alone. But that's my imagination. Everyone else is sound asleep. I'm just letting the creepiness of everything get the best of me. Ghosts aren't real. Memories can linger, and I'm sure that's a part of it. Many people have lived in this mansion over time, and there has been no shortage of tragic endings. I'd been hoping renovations would help with that, but those people don't appear to want to be forgotten. Or the house itself refuses to let go. Either way, I want to honor those memories. That's why the creepy children's rooms are still kept as is. Most everything else in this wing, I still feel so pretentious thinking of our house in terms of wings, has been updated. The adults who passed on tragically can deal with things changing because they're dead. Dead people don't care about anything. Now that I've gone through all the kids' rooms in this part of the house, I have to decide if I want to hit another wing or go back to bed and try to get some sleep. Scratch. My breath hitches, and I look all around. Did I really just hear that? A scratching? I'm not even sure what direction that came from. Maybe it was only in my mind. I cut my ear and spin around in a slow circle. Scratch, scratch. That wasn't my imagination. It sounded like it came from the left. I tiptoed toward the direction, continuing to listen, and trying not to think about my skin crawling over every inch of my body. Everything feels on fire, and I instinctively press my free hand over my stomach. The shadows that didn't bother me much a minute ago now all seem threatening. Any of them could be hiding a danger. The sound may have only been a mouse. Rodents get into walls and make their homes there. It makes sense, especially if any of the original wood is left in the walls. Things were renovated, but not everything was replaced. I gave the construction crew and architects permission to use their best judgment because I'm certainly no expert. Before moving back in here, I rented a tiny apartment in LA where my bed doubled as my table and ironing board. Even now, the idea that I own and make decisions for this monstrous building feels unreal at times. Sure, I grew up here, but I never imagined I'd ever end up running the place. That responsibility was supposed to go to Claire. Also, when I was little, I imagined my dad living forever. Back then, he seemed godlike. Now, of course, I know better. Scratch. That was even closer. I am going in the right direction. If that's a good thing. Part of me wishes I'd stayed in bed and tried harder to get some sleep. I don't want to run into anything that could be making these noises. Not critters, not ghosts, not an intruder. My parents used to say all the odd sounds I heard as a kid were just the house settling, but not even they would be able to think that was what this was. It isn't creaking or groaning. Scratch, scratch. I'm even closer now.
After rounding a corner, I come to the hallway leading to Ember's room, which isn't far from mine. If I find anything concerning, Graham isn't far away. As much as I revel in being an independent woman, sometimes it's comforting to have him around, especially with his professional training. No more scratching sounds. I stop in front of Ember's room, listen, look around, holding my breath. Silence. Did I go in the wrong direction? Or did whatever made the sounds simply stop? That also comes back to it possibly being my imagination. Although, I know better than that. I just want it to be nothing. To pretend the bright new paint and redesigned areas means all the creepiness of the house disappeared. None of that is true. And I didn't make up the toy horse or the scratching. This house is back to its old games. It gave us about a year's reprieve, but that was all it could stand. Scratch. My breath hitches, and I straighten my back. That sounded like it came from Ember's room. I press my ear to her door. Wait. Scratch. That definitely came from in there. Relief floods through me, and I twist the knob. It doesn't move. I give the door a quick rap. Ember, go to sleep. Then I head back toward my room, my eyelids finally growing heavy. At least the scratching is one less thing to worry about, since Ember is obviously behind it. Though Graham and I do need to talk with her about getting more sleep at night. 17. Ember. The last couple days have gone by in a blur. I managed to stay in my bedroom all night. Keeping the dresser in front of the door worked, as I slept through until morning and didn't wake up with any new mud or wounds on my legs. However, I did leave some shoes and coat on the dresser, just in case my sleeping self was more determined than my waking self. I was a little nervous spending the night at Gretchen's house with her, Milani, and Dasana, but I slept like a baby again. Once we finally stopped snacking, talking, and watching movies, well after 2 in the morning. Now I'm back in my room, trying to figure out what to do. I have more homework, but I also don't have much daylight left to sneak back into the woods and check out that mysterious building. Hopefully, once I see it while awake, I won't need to go there in my sleep. That settles it. I need to do this now. My heart rate spikes at the thought. I'm nervous about what I'm going to find. If I've gone there twice while sleepwalking, there must be something really important. Why else would I put myself through all that, especially getting all scratched up? It creeps me out to think I could do all of that and be completely unaware of any of it. I've tried to remember, but nothing comes. It's worse than wanting to find a word that's stuck at the tip of my tongue. With any luck, going there now will answer all of my questions and bring back my sleep memories. Unless I wasn't in control of myself. But that isn't a thought I want to entertain. A ghost possession is too much to deal with. It's too crazy. Except that it isn't. Not with all the things I've been experiencing. I peek my head out the door. Everything is quiet. Dad and Kenzie are out on a date, and Jack and Carol are playing cards with some friends from their therapy group. Billa could be anywhere, but one thing I know is she isn't hanging out in the mansion by herself. She hates this place and wouldn't be in here alone. That means I can get outside unnoticed. Scratch. I turn toward the wall. That seems to be my sign to get out of here. Usually I only hear those noises at night. It's the last thing I want to think about right now, so I put on my shoes and coat. Check the pockets for my keys and flashlights. I'm saving my phone batteries for taking pictures, and I'm not risking my only flashlight going out. I have 3, all with new batteries. If something goes wrong with all of them, I'll know it's unnatural. My heart leaps into my throat as I step out of my room. All of a sudden, homework sounds really appealing. But I'll hate myself later if I don't do this. I need to at least try. Even if I don't find anything inside the structure in the clearing, at least I'll be able to rest knowing I did what I could. Even if I did it scared. It's worth reminding myself I survived the other night.
even though there was a storm and some animal found me. Now it's light out, and we aren't supposed to have any more rain until tomorrow afternoon. This is literally the best time for me to do this. Actually, if I was smart, I'd have dragged Milani or Gretchen to do this with me, but I haven't told anyone about any of this. I can't admit to the sleepwalking. It feels too big, too wild. Depending on what I find out there, maybe I'll tell them. I head downstairs and down a glass of water. My mouth still feels dry, but that probably won't change until after I'm done with this mission. The last thing I need is to have to go to the bathroom while I'm out there. There's zero chance the building has a running toilet, and I'm not going to squat in the woods. If I do anything else before going outside, I'll only be procrastinating. I wish I were braver, but I'm a chicken. Enough of one that I'm still tempted to run back up to my room and shove the dresser back in front of my door. But that won't solve anything. It would only put off the inevitable. I march down the hall, past the rooms Jack and Carol had renovated to basically be a little house of their own in the corner of this part of the mansion. This area used to be my grandpa's office, and off to the side of that, Jack's old room that he lived in for so many years. I love that they've made that whole area all their own. It feels so cozy, like Billa's cottage, but closer to us. A heaviness settles over me as I walk past their space and get closer to the older parts of the house. It takes a few minutes to find my way back to the door where I left all the muddy pieces and the broom the other night. Thankfully, there aren't any portraits this way, since I'm taking a different route, so I'm spared the feeling of being watched. I'll take any little win I can get at this point. When I reach the rickety old staircase and get to the bottom, the dried mud pieces are all over the floor. Didn't I sweep them into a pile? Or was I only thinking about doing that? If anything, I'd have expected the housekeeping service to have cleaned it up, but I also don't know their exact schedule. I sweep up the pieces and collect them into the dustpan and dump them outside. Now that I don't have to worry about the mud anymore, I lean the broom and pan against the wall nearest the staircase, then grab the doorknob. The door flings open toward me as soon as I touch it. It's been unlocked this whole time. I was thrown off by the storm and running into Kenzie and Jack, and I completely forgot about locking it. My stomach churns acid. Anyone could have come into our home. Not that we get a lot of prowlers, but our doorbell cameras can't catch everything. If someone was determined enough, they could figure out how to avoid them and find their way back here. Nothing I can do about that now, and it isn't like anything has gone missing since the other night. At least, nothing that we know about. If somebody stole an item from this part of the house, it could be months before anyone noticed. The chances of that are low, and I need to get back to that building before it gets dark. I need to get there, look around inside, and get through the woods before the sun sets. I don't want to be out there in the dark for even a moment. Not after last time. I don't care if I have 20 flashlights on me. I want to be inside with plenty of lights on before night falls. Taking a deep breath, I step outside, close the door behind me, then make sure to lock it. The sky is already getting darker. I don't have much time, but at least there aren't any clouds. No potential storm to contend with. The only way this could be better would be if it was the middle of the afternoon in the summertime. Then I'd have all the time in the world. I glance around for my footprints, but not surprisingly, the rainstorms have washed everything away. That's no problem. I remember the path I took before. Mostly. No, I do. I can do this again, and return home before it gets dark. Something inside me screams for me to turn back around, but I resist the urge. I'll feel so much better once I find out what's in that building. It might even be enough to keep me from sleepwalking again. That's the motivation I need. I march toward the trees, eager to do whatever it takes to get answers. Light filters through the canopy of leaves, making it easier to see than last time. For a moment, all the trees look the same, like they're closing in on me. I shut my eyes and take a deep breath, look around. It's the same woods I grew up around, the woods I saw every time I came to my grandparents' house when my mom would bring me over. This isn't scary. Even the weather is on my side. I shine a light on the ground. Some of my footprints might still be visible in here because of the trees. Yes, the ground got muddy. I remember slipping and sliding around in it. But the trees absorbed a lot of the rain. It's possible I can lead myself back to the building by finding even just a few prints. My heart sinks when I see prints heading toward the house. The marks I left last time will confuse me from the ones I left while sleepwalking. Except that's actually a good thing. The footprints from the other night will still lead me to the building. My lack of sleep is getting to me. Any of my imprints on the mud are a good thing. I'm going to find the building, and I'm going to figure out what's so important that I went there while asleep. 18. Ember. I haven't seen any prints for a while, and I'm starting to suspect I'm going in circles. It's hard to say for sure because everything looks the same. It's trees, trees, and more trees. Sure, there are the occasional large rocks or fallen trunks, but for the most part, everything just looks like everything else. There are a few footprints, and the last ones I found were close together, but going in opposite directions. Not far from those were paw prints, and those definitely didn't belong to a house cat. If I'd have stopped, I could have placed my hand over it, and they would have been about the same size. I try not to think about what could be hiding in the shadows. Chances are, any animals are sleeping now. Not only that, but wild animals should be more afraid of me than I am of them, right? Except I've already established I'm a chicken through and through. If I live through this, next time I'm going to see if either Milani or Luke have any interest in joining me. But for now, I'm here, and hopefully close to the building. To answers. There's still plenty of daylight, enough at least, and I'm getting close. To something. If not what I'm looking for. Maybe I'm turned around and I'm just a few steps away from the mansion. If that's the case, I'll take that as a sign to put this off for another day. Wishful thinking from a certified chicken. I pull out another flashlight and shine both around, one in each hand. There aren't any prints, making it impossible to figure out if I'm going in the right direction or not. I followed one set of those opposing footprints, but with my luck, I followed the wrong one. Not that I'm entirely sure which one would be wrong. I wouldn't mind locking myself in my room with a mug of steaming hot chocolate with marshmallows spilling over the edge. Sounds like a perfect scenario to me. What's better than that on a chilly fall afternoon? A book. Something sweet and cuddly. No ghost stories or murder mysteries for this girl. My foot catches on something, and I stumble forward. I let go of both flashlights and flail my arms, reaching for anything to steady myself, but only finding air. Luckily, my other leg manages to find good footing, and I catch myself before crashing to the ground. Heart pounding, I kneel and grab the two flashlights. The second one is shining its light on a dried footprint. It's going in the exact direction I'm already heading. I think I see a clearing up ahead. Could this be it? Part of me is screaming to run, but another part urges me forward. My pulse drums in my ears, and I can't tell if it's from terror or eagerness. Probably a little bit of both, since my thoughts are so schizo at the moment. I wrap the flashlight straps around my wrists, then shine the beams around, covering even more ground. There aren't any other footprints, but the one I just found is clear as a summer day. Time to follow it. I take a deep breath and press forward. More light shines from what appears to be a clearing. My eyes adjust as I slowly make my way toward it. Am I about to see the mysterious building? Or just my house? Maybe something else entirely. I could literally be walking in any direction. For all I know, I'm about to step foot on one of the neighboring properties and get in trouble for trespassing. It seems unlikely, especially considering how much land belongs to us. Many years ago, the Brannons owned the whole town. It's whittled down over time, and sometimes I wonder if it will shrink even further at some point. I'm pretty sure my old neighborhood would fit inside our borders with acreage to spare. My knuckles are turning white as I squeeze the flashlights. I loosen my grip and take a deep breath. Whatever is beyond the trees can't hurt me. I'll take it as a clue as to what to do next. If it's a neighbor's house, I'll turn around and run. If it's my own home, I'll go inside and make that cup of hot chocolate. If it's the dilapidated structure I saw the other night, I'll pee my pants. No, I won't. I'll be brave if I've made it that far again. It's time to throw off my feathers and march in that building like a Viking. They were warriors who feared nothing and ran toward certain death, knowing they could beat it. I'm a Viking. If I could get my feet to move. I'm stuck, staring. I'm also crazy if I think I can go from chicken to Viking this fast. But what other choice do I have? Realistically, I can't keep locking myself in my room. I need answers, and I need them now. I have to be a Viking. No more waiting. I give myself a minute to stare at the clearing before marching toward it. With each step, I imagine myself adding a new piece of battle gear. A horned helmet, breastplate, shield, sword. As I come to the edge of the trees, in my mind I'm decked out in full battle wear. The dilapidated building looms in front of me. It looks even more like it could fall apart than it did before. The light shows dust mites floating around, holes and cracks in the walls and roof. If I'm not careful when I go inside, the structure could collapse on me. I need an actual helmet. Not that anything like that is lying around. I'm just going to have to be cautious and hope for the best. I return one of my flashlights to a pocket. I'm going to need a free hand as I explore. The edges of the sky are turning orange and pink. I don't have much time before darkness falls. It's now or never. If I don't go in, I may as well return home. I didn't come all this way to do nothing. My heart leaps into my throat, nearly choking me. Scared or not, I need to do this. I grip my flashlight so tight it hurts and march toward the building. While the walls are falling apart and covered with moss and ivy, faded red paint gives me an idea of what it must have looked like in its heyday. Around the building, I come to a door. There's a large double set farther down. It makes me think this used to be a barn. My ancestors probably needed the animals to survive. Back when the house was established, there was no town. No way to run to the store and pick up milk. They had to get their food straight from the source. I glance around the overgrown clearing. It was probably a field full of crops at one point, now long forgotten by people also forgotten. A sadness washes over me. Someday, my family and I will be cut from the memories of future generations. But right now, we matter. My past relatives still matter, especially if one of them is the driving force behind me finding this place. Maybe they still have influence over happenings today. A chill runs down my back at the thought. I stare at the door in front of me, trying to build the strength to keep moving forward. The fiery edges of the sky remind me time isn't on my side. I need to get in and out quickly, then return home. My arm feels like a lead weight as I reach for the handle. In my mind's eye, the entire structure collapses. But in reality, the hinges creak and groan as the door hitches, then swings open. Nothing falls. Nothing does anything. The barn is still standing. I shine my light around the interior space, and I thought there were a lot of dust mites outside the building. Inside, armies of dust float around. If I'd really been thinking ahead, I'd have brought a mask or 5. Since that isn't an option, I bring my free arm to my face and press it against my nose and mouth before entering. The dirt and dust on the floor looks like it was recently disturbed. Parts of it appear kicked up, creating a path around the place. Though there are no clear footprints, it's obvious someone has been wandering around in here recently. I should have told someone where I was going. If I disappear, nobody will know where to look for me. Too late now. Despite covering my mouth, I cough and my eyes water. This barn seems otherworldly, like dangers could be lurking around any corner or even inside the walls. But this is real life, not a movie. So the only thing I actually need to be concerned about is the roof falling down on me. I glance around for places I can run for cover. There are plenty, however, I don't know how well they would protect me. Everything in here is as likely to fall apart as the ancient structure itself. My heart rate increases with each step I take. I don't know where I'm going or what I'm looking for. Plenty of things are knocked over, and everything reminds me of the inside of the mansion when Kenzie and I first moved in, except the layers of dust out here are 10 times worse. I could be the first person in here in more than 50 years. Maybe closer to 100. Goosebumps form on my arm, and I shiver. This is kind of like being able to explore the Titanic. Everything looks like it's probably from the same time period, if the famous sunken boat had stables. And hopefully nobody ever lost their life out here. I walk around the entire barn, careful not to disturb anything. One wrong move could send everything crashing down. Creak! I freeze in place. Listen. Hold my breath. My nose tickles like I'm going to sneeze. Can't let anyone know I'm in here. Although the creaking sound could have just been a rodent moving around. This place must have a ton of those. After standing still for what feels like several minutes, but is probably only a few moments, I make my way around a second time. This time, I'm walking around slower, taking everything in, looking for anything out of place or otherwise standing out. At least there aren't any other strange noises. I peek into the stables. My ancestors had a lot of farm animals, but they probably needed a bunch to feed not only the family, but all the servants. I know and hate the fact that they didn't treat their hired help well, but they had to at least feed them. Hopefully their food was better than the living quarters in the attic. Everything in here is covered in dust and dirt. I don't know what I expected, but if there's anything valuable or otherwise important, I'm not likely to find it. I'm about to give up when something catches my attention. In a corner near the back, underneath a long table full of dust-covered items, the dust has been cleared away and the old wooden floor is exposed, as if someone was there recently. My stomach plummets. I look around as if someone could be watching me. Nobody is. It's obvious nothing other than this spot on the floor has been disturbed in a long time, aside from the path someone, me, walked recently. I'm going with it being me. I kneel down and shine my light under the table. There isn't anything down here other than the disturbed dust and dirt. It doesn't make any sense. Why would somebody be so interested in this particular spot? Especially when there are antiques that could probably sell for hundreds of dollars once cleaned up. I'm about to stand and stretch my aching legs when I notice something. One of the boards is loose, barely poking up above the rest. Is this what I'm supposed to find? Something hidden under there? My mouth dries as I reach for the board. I wrap my fingers around it as best I can and pull. It resists, but I can feel it starting to lose the battle. I pull harder. It pops free. I stumble backward, land on my butt, sending a plume of dust into the air. That isn't what I focus on. Underneath the board sits a leather-bound book wrapped in a strap of leather. It has my name etched across the front. Could this be my namesake's diary? Did she lead me here to find it? I grab it, then run from the building.
19. Kenzie. Graham wraps an arm around me and kisses my cheek.
Should I be worried about you?
Is it that obvious? I've been putting on my best performance all night, smiling at him over dinner, and now snuggling close as we settle in to watch a movie back at home. Worried? Why?
You aren't yourself.
I am tired these days, but that's to be expected. I press a palm to my belly. He rests a hand on top of mine.
It seems like more than that.
I should have known it wouldn't be that easy to fool him. Not only does he know me better than anyone else, he's a detective. It's his job to find discrepancies and weed out half-truths. Not that I'm hiding anything for nefarious purposes. I'm just trying to figure out one of the house's many mysteries on my own. I'm not even 100% sure I'm actually seeing the toy horse. It's really messing with my mind. Though the fact that Jack recognized it tells me I'm onto something. I just need to find the room that has the horse in it, a potentially hidden room. Meanwhile, my eyelids are so heavy, I'm certain I won't be able to stay awake through the movie that just started.
Am I right?
Graham's eyes are full of concern. Maybe I should let him in. He does care, but I don't want to worry him. And given how obsessed I'm growing over this, he's probably right to be worried.
Kenzie.
He threads his fingers through mine. I sigh. You'd better pause the movie. This is going to take a few minutes. He grabs the remote and aims it at the screen. The room goes silent.
What's on your mind?
I rub my temples and try to figure out where to begin. The beginning is the obvious place, so I start with nearly tripping over the horse and tell him everything up to searching for it the other night. Although I do downplay my frantic attempts to draw the thing. I should have burned my stack of sketches instead of leaving them in the room.
Jack's sure that's the same one he saw all those years ago?
That's what he said. He seemed to remember it pretty clearly because he wasn't supposed to have seen it. The room it was in was definitely off limits to him.
When was the last time you saw it?
The day I scribbled the pictures that Ember used to draw a good version. Hers was the sketch I showed Jack, and he recognized it.
And you haven't seen anything since then?
No. But the thought of the toy horse makes my chest tighten.
You don't think someone is moving it around like the doll?
Ember's never seen the horse. I had to tell her which of my sketches had a part that looked like the actual thing.
What about Jack?
Graham scratches his chin.
He's the one who knows where it would be.
He hadn't thought about it in years. He doesn't even know where the room actually was. It was that long ago.
You're sure?
I sit up straighter. You don't believe him?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Who was home when you've seen the horse?
Nobody. Everyone has been out. You were at work, Ember was at school, and the others were gone too. Graham glances to the side, his brows moving around.
You're sure?
Why do you keep asking me that?
Because I don't see how a toy could move itself around. It doesn't make sense.
Does anything in this house?
There's always a logical reason for things like that. Could the toy look old but actually be new?
My heart sinks as I realize my husband is never going to believe me about this. What does that have to do with anything?
It could potentially be controlled with a remote, if that were the case.
By whom? And where? That brings us back to the fact that I was home alone. Unless you think someone was standing outside doing that.
I'm not making any judgments.
He kisses my palm.
Just doing a little detective work.
I sigh. you don't believe me.
Yes, I do.
Someone controlling an antique toy by remote. They know exactly where to place it when I'm home alone. Ghosts make more sense than that. Graham starts to say something, but stops. What? He takes a deep breath.
I'm only trying to make sense of this. I believe you, and at the same time, there has to be an explanation.
You clearly haven't spent enough time in this house.
Most of the time I've spent here has been pretty normal. Ever since the renovations were completed, you've talked about how normal everything has been.
And now that ship has sailed.
Maybe not.
I study him. There isn't anything mean or distrustful in his expression. I wouldn't have married him if he was anything less than good-hearted. But he's also a detective through and through. The two sides of him, as the husband and the crime solver, are warring within him.
What do you think?
He asks. It seems like a malevolent spirit. Once the words leave my mouth, I regret them. My level-headed husband is sure to find multiple holes to poke in that one. He frowns.
You feel like someone wants to hurt you?
Why else would the horse keep showing up the way it does? And why now, when I'm pregnant? I cover my belly with both hands. It's like this house wants the newest Brannon blood. Graham glances around.
The house can't have our baby. It's just a building made of wood and plaster. A lot of it new now.
But that doesn't change the fact that so much bad stuff has happened within the walls. Nothing can undo the past.
No, but we're the ones who hold the future in our hands. We can make it what we want.
That doesn't explain the horse. He wraps his hands around both of mine and looks in my eyes.
How about this? Let's watch the movie, and we'll take some time to think about all of this. I'll keep an eye out for the toy, and we can ask Jack about it some more. His memory can be spotty at times because of everything he's suffered over the years. Chances are he'll remember more before long.
I can't argue with any of that, except that I don't think watching a show is going to help anything. But going back and forth about this isn't either.
What do you say?
He lifts a brow. That sounds like a better idea than letting myself get worked up more than I already am. He kisses my hand.
I couldn't agree more. Do you want me to pop some popcorn before we start again?
I wrap my arms around him, not wanting him to leave me alone. Let's just start the movie.
Sounds good to me.
He grabs the remote and starts it over at the beginning. Not that I can focus on it any more than I did before. I need to find out what's going on with the toy horse, and I'm not going to be able to rest until I do. Graham is right about one thing. There has to be an answer. I don't know that it'll make any logical sense, but it has to make sense within the bounds of the Brannon house and its sordid history. My husband may not understand it yet, but I have a feeling that by the time all of this is said and done, he's going to understand that some things defy logic. I just hope nobody gets hurt in the meantime. 20. Ember. The diary practically burns a hole through me as I hurry down the hallways. I'm certain the old portraits of Brannon's long gone are watching me as I race past, clinging to the other Ember's book of secrets. I can hardly believe I found her diary. How did I know to go that way in my sleep? Was she guiding me? It's the only thing that makes sense. It's not like I could know to look there. I didn't even know about the old barn. Sounds from the television blare from the family room in the main wing. I pause and peek into the doorway. Dad and Kenzie are watching something. Neither look my way. I hurry past the room. They keep their attention on the movie. Relief floods me when I reach my room. I slam the door, regretting the decision immediately, but nobody comes to see what's wrong.
I push a heavy chair in front of the door, sit on my bed, then stare at the old leather-bound book. Ember either didn't want anyone to find this, or she hid it away for safekeeping. Maybe she wanted it to stay there until someone who cared would find her story. I need to know what happened. Why I've been so eager to find it that I would sleepwalk through mud and whatever scratched my legs. Ember and I have to be connected somehow beyond our names. That's the only explanation. It's interesting that we even have the same last name, considering my dad isn't a Brannon. My mom lost touch with him before even finding out she was pregnant, so she gave me her last name. Now there are 2 Ember Brannons who have lived under this roof, and I now hold the other one's diary. What happened to her? And more importantly, does that have any bearing on my own life? Will I follow in her footsteps? Or maybe she needs me to deal with some
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
Finished business. Anything is possible, and once I read the entries, I'll know the truth. I stare at the book. It feels like it's staring back at me. Will the words written in there reveal anything? Could it change anything about the Brandon family? Or is this just the ramblings of a teenage girl? Sometimes when I look over the entries of my own journaling, it seems so petty, even only a few months later. Either way, reading these pages should be interesting. I've always wondered about the girl in the graveyard with my same name who died so young. I pick up the diary and hold it close. Whatever's in here, I promise to honor it. If there's something you need me to do, I'll do it. Should it turn out that nobody was on your side in life, I'll be here for you now. It takes me a moment before I'm ready to open the book again. The ink is faded and the pages are yellowed, but the words are still legible. Considering how long it's been tucked away in the dilapidated barn, it's in amazing shape. The first page has her name written in fancy lettering. I suppose because they didn't have texting and typing back then, people must have prided themselves in their penmanship. Luckily, I learned cursive, or I'd never be able to read any of this. I flip the page. Ember wrote the month and day on the top of the page, but no year. If she mentions her age in any of the entries, then I'll be able to figure it out based on the dates inscribed on her tombstone. For now, I start reading. April 3rd. I think Abel might feel the same way about me as I feel about him. My parents and brother would throw fits if they knew how often I spend thinking about him. We're not supposed to pay attention to the servants, but every time I'm near Abel, everything else disappears. As kids, we used to sneak off to play games in the woods. It was always easy because most of his work is in the stables with the horses and cows. Nobody in my family ever goes out that way. But as we've gotten older, it's been harder. Then it got to the point where we couldn't get away to spend any time together at all. We drifted apart and barely even make eye contact in passing. Now it's hard not to notice him. He's gotten so tall and muscular, nothing like the boy he used to be. I'm sure all the servant girls have eyes for him, too. Any of them could easily have a romance with him. Nobody would care. However, if I acted on my feelings, the whole world would fall apart. Papa and Jed would lose their minds. That goes without saying. A Brannon should never even look at the hired help, much less talk to them. Forget about kissing one. And that's all I can think about, whether Abel is around or not. If given 2 free seconds, my mind drifts to him and what it would be like to be in his arms with his lips on mine. It would be heaven. Nothing would be better. Not only would I be able to forget my miserable life for a little while, but I would get to lose myself in his eyes and his embrace. I have to hide this diary now. I hear footsteps, and if anyone finds it, that'll be the end of me. I slammed the book shut, my pulse drumming in my ears. Is that what got her killed? Did her dad and brother find out about her infatuation with the stable boy and kill her? That seems so extreme. But given this family's history, it wouldn't surprise me. It also bums me out that the other Ember and I already have one major thing in common from the first page of her journal. We both fall for guys we can't have. Luke is my Abel. We can't be together because of his job. The same with Ember and Abel. He was a servant and she was part of the household family. Could she have had a boyfriend she didn't really want to? I'd have been with Luke for sure if he hadn't been a student teacher at my school last year. He's the one who insisted I date other boys and have my high school experience. That's the only reason I was with Jacob in the first place. I mean, sure, I thought he was cute, and obviously there was his accent, but I'd never have given him a second glance if Luke had been a possibility. I stare at the diary. Not sure I want to read more now. If Ember's early end had anything to do with her love for the stable hand, that might be too much for me, especially now.
unless she brought me to the diary to give me answers, to give me hope.
Clearly, I found this now for a reason. Maybe it has nothing to do with me. Just because my namesake and I have something so desperately in common doesn't mean this is a bad omen. She could be encouraging me to follow my heart, to live for love and not worry about society's expectations. On the other hand, this could be a warning. Or she might just want her story told, remembered. I just don't want to read through this and walk away with the conclusion that I have to forget about Luke, even though it kind of seems like the most logical conclusion. What are the chances that by the time I graduate, we'll both still be available and interested in one another? He could be married by then. My heart crashes to the floor and shatters at the thought. Is Ember trying to tell me to fight for love? To not give up? Because in the end, nothing matters more. There's only one way to find out. I'm going to have to continue reading. 21. Ember. My eyelids are heavier than lead weights. My long-gone relative's story is more addictive than any piece of fiction I've ever read or watched. Her longing for Abel had been a wild tale, with more ups and downs than an ocean in the middle of a storm. She secretly pined for him, her words, not mine, trying desperately to hide her feelings from everyone, while at the same time trying to show him that she was more than open to spending time with him. At first, Abel practically ran from her, seemingly afraid of her advances, which were nothing more than holding each other's gaze longer than socially acceptable. Finally, one day, after months of the super subtle flirting, she cornered him in the woods behind the barn. He denied having any feelings for her at first, but after she convinced him it wasn't a trap and she really did love him, he admitted his infatuation for her. After all that waiting, it was the most rewarding declaration of love I've ever read. It beat any novel or romantic movie ever written. And they didn't even kiss. His fingers merely brushed hers, yet as she described how it thrilled her, I could hardly breathe. Once they started sneaking away regularly, her brother Jed started to take notice. He knew something was up, but didn't suspect it was that. Not initially, anyway. One day, after returning from hunting, Jed found them talking near the stables, with only a few inches between them. He lost his mind, furious his sister was going to ruin the family name, and dragged her away while threatening Abel's life. The only thing saving him was that Jed had used all of his bullets on the buck and doe he was dragging behind him. That's where I'm at as I stare at the diary, the words blurry because of my fatigue. I need to know what happened next, but I can't keep my eyes open another moment. I find a bookmark and place it in the diary, but I don't want to leave it out for anyone to find, or worse yet, for me to get into while sleepwalking. The last thing I need is to lose it. I have to know what happened after Jed's threats. Did he kill his sister and the boy she was so desperately infatuated with? I want to believe her brother was only spouting hot air, that he wouldn't actually do anything to his sister or the love of her life. But our family history tells me the Brannon men are capable of unthinkable acts of cruelty. Those answers will have to come tomorrow. I look around for somewhere safe to place the diary, and remember the top drawer in my desk locks. It's the perfect size. I move things around and make room for the diary. The key hangs behind some clothes in my closet, so I find it and lock the drawer. Now I need a new hiding place. Somewhere I won't know off the top of my head while potentially sleepwalking. But I'm so tired now, it's hard to think. I finally drop it in the pocket of a dress I wore over the summer. Exhaustion overwhelms me, and I barely remember to push my dresser in front of the door. I can't tell you how much I hope finding the diary will be the end of my nightly wanderings. Then, I fall into bed. All night, my dreams are of the other Ember and Abel trying to keep their feelings hidden from everyone else in this house. When I wake, it isn't particularly light out. I also don't feel rested. My phone shows it's barely past 7. 7? No wonder I'm tired. Why am I awake after getting so little sleep? At least I'm still in bed, and my feet and legs are free of mud and wounds. Scratch, scratch. My breath hitches. Is that what woke me? I cling to my blankets and listen. My eyelids grow heavy and start to close. Scrape, scratch. I bolt upright and look around. Nothing looks out of place, but something is making those noises. My skin crawls as I listen for more. Where is it coming from? Scratch. It sounds like the closet. Could someone be in there? That isn't possible. My dresser is still in front of the door where I left it before falling asleep. Unless there's another way in. This house is full of secret passages, and I'm not convinced we've found them all. We keep finding new rooms. Why not more passages? The Brannon house is full of surprises. This house was here before Washington became a state, and I don't think anyone knows exactly how long it's been here. There are records somewhere of things that have happened over the years, and even some old blueprints, which don't show any of the secret rooms or passageways. But nothing is dated. I'd think our ancestors would at least want future generations of Brannons to know these things, but it appears they were content to take those secrets to the grave. Typical Brannon fashion. It's enough to drive me nuts. I'm determined not to be like so many before me in my bloodline. The fact that there were good people like the other Ember, my mom, my aunts, and Jack, gives me hope. I don't want to end up like so many before us. From everything I know about my grandpa and his brother, they were just as bad as their predecessors. Scratch, scrape. I push my hanging clothes aside and press my ear to the closet wall. It doesn't seem likely that there's anything between my bedroom and the one next door, but anything is possible in this house. Scrape! That was loud, like it could be just on the other side of the wall. I freeze in place, my skin crawling. Whatever's making those sounds is close. If the wall wasn't here, I could probably see who, or what, it is. Scratch, scratch. I'm done. I scramble out of the closet, race through my room, shove my dresser out of the way in record time, and run out. I stare at the door next to mine. If I open it, I might see the cause of the noises. But as I've already established, I'm a chicken. The Viking warrior is long gone. I head for Dad and Kenzie's room. 22. Kenzie. It takes me a few moments to pull myself from my dream as the bed bounces up and down and half the covers pull from over me. I roll over, expecting to see Graham thrashing around from a nightmare. He gets those occasionally from some of the horrors he sees on the job. Instead, Ember is between the two of us, shaking and clinging to the covers. What's the matter? Someone's inside the room next to mine. Her voice shakes and she sounds near tears. Graham leaps out of the bed.
Who?
I don't know. Ember scoots closer to me. My heart leaps into my throat. You're sure? Graham and I exchange a worried look. Ember nods emphatically.
You two, stay here.
Graham unlocks the box where he keeps his gun for work. He grabs it and hurries out of the room. I turn back to my niece. Did you see someone? No. I keep hearing noises. Someone is in there, I swear. It was so loud it woke me up. Did you see anything? She shakes her head. I didn't want to go near the room. Don't move. I climb out of bed. Dad told us to stay here. I ignore her and creep toward the door, peek my head into the hall and glance toward Ember's room. It's hard to see around the top of the spiral staircase, but the doors to both her room and the one next door are open. The second one is usually shut because we don't go in there often. We have all of Claire's old things in there, so Ember can go in and feel close to her mom when she needs to.
Do you see anything?
Ember asks. I shake my head no. More than anything, I want to run over and check on Graham, but he's right. I need to stay here with Ember.
Now,
she says, I'll tell you if I do.
You think Dad's okay?
I turn to her. You think he isn't? She shrugs, still clinging to the blankets.
The gun hasn't gone off, so that's a good sign.
True. I glance back in the hall. Still no Graham. What's taking him so long?
Should we check on him?
Ember asks.
Not yet.
I inch a little bit farther. Graham steps out of Claire's room, gun lowered. I throw him a questioning look, though I'm not sure he can see my expression from that far away. He comes back over. Did you find anything? I ask before he's inside the door.
There's definitely something between the two bedrooms. The scratching is loud.
Like I said.
Ember pulls the covers over her head.
What should we do?
I wrap my arms around Graham.
I'm not sure. The space between the rooms doesn't seem wide enough to be a passage, but at the same time, I can't rule it out. It might be small enough for someone to squeeze in there. On the other hand, it could be an animal in there.
How would we get in?
That's the question. All known passages are sealed.
We have to figure out where an entrance could be hiding.
He frowns.
We've already looked. Before the renovations, we pulled every book from every shelf, tugged on every portrait, moved every piece of furniture.
In this part of the house? And we missed a lot, even with those efforts.
I know.
Graham squeezes me.
Every time we find a new hidden room, I want to kick myself. We should have found those sooner.
Maybe we should bring in the others. If we pull all our minds together, we might be able to figure something out. Jack has lived his whole life in this house. Billa spent her summers hiding from my mother. I'll bet between the two of them, they know more of the Brannon house secrets than the rest of us.
You grew up here too.
Yes, but my parents gaslit me the entire time. Don't forget they convinced me that Billa was an imaginary friend, and nobody ever mentioned Jack to me once. There's a reason I fled the state as soon as humanly possible.
Graham glances over at Ember, still under the covers.
Sometimes I regret living here,
he whispers.
We could easily live off the money if we sold this place.
I don't want to admit that thought crosses my mind at times, too.
It isn't that bad. How many people get to live in a place with so many interesting secrets?
We could have someone living in our walls.
That happens in normal houses all the time. Don't you listen to true crime podcasts?
I'm a cop. I don't need to listen to those. I see crazy stuff all the time.
All I'm saying is this house doesn't necessarily make us more susceptible to that.
And I'm not saying we should move or sell. Obviously, that would impact Billa, Jack, and Carol. I just don't like not knowing all the rooms and halls in our house. The whole idea gives me the creeps.
Ember lowers the blankets.
Do you want me to help looking for an entrance?
He shakes his head.
That's the last thing I want.
What do you think is making those sounds?
I really can't tell.
She pulls the blankets to her chin.
Not even if it's an animal or person?
No.
My mind races with possibilities. What should we do?
We're all tired, and it doesn't look like we're in any danger. Why don't we get some sleep and figure out our next steps in the morning?
As long as I can stay here,
Ember says. Graham glances at me. Sounds good. At least we have a king bed, so we should still all have enough room. My husband squeezes my hand, then we climb into bed on either side of Ember. She's shaking. I put an arm around her.
Are you okay?
Just freaked out. I'm sure I'll feel better after some sleep, like Dad said.
Hopefully, all of us will. I yawn, suddenly ready to go back to sleep now that I'm in bed. My eyes close as soon as my head hits the pillow. I'm vaguely aware of Ember and Graham talking as I start to drift back to sleep. I really hope there's an innocent explanation for the scratching sounds, especially since I heard them the other night when outside Ember's room. I probably should have asked her about that, rather than assuming she was making the noises. Apparently, we can't make any assumptions around here anymore. Nothing has changed. The Brannon house is exactly the same, despite the cosmetic differences. 23. Ember. I make a show of checking the time. If I don't get started on my homework, I'm never going to pass my classes. Dad glances over at me from the floor, pressing the molding as he scoots along the hallway. Do what you need to. I don't want you falling behind in school. We've spent hours looking for a new-to-us secret passage. Jack and Carol have even gotten in on the action. Billa hasn't showed up, or we'd have enlisted her too. We'll keep looking while you do that. Jack gives me a thumbs up and a reassuring smile. Kenzie and Carol throw in their agreements, though I'm starting to wonder if there even is another passage. Between my sleepwalking and having found the diary, not to mention that horse Kenzie keeps seeing, it's getting harder to believe there's a natural explanation for anything going on. I hope that if the other Ember is behind all of this, that means there's no harm behind any of it. Of course, I haven't gotten to the end of her entries, so I have no way of knowing for sure. At least, not yet. A thought strikes me just as I'm about to step into my room. A toy horse. Stables. Could all of this be connected? Ember and Abel spent most of their time together in the barn, which they both called the stables because it was tucked away from prying eyes, and he always had a reason to be there. It was his job. Ember had used the excuse of exploring the woods multiple times, and people seemed to buy it. Everyone except her brother Jed. It really seems like he must have been behind her early death. She was terrified of him, and he had a gun. Although it really could have been anyone in the house. All the other Brannons seemed to think they were light years better than the servants and did not allow any interactions between the family and the hired help. Nobody even cared that Ember had no friends, inside or out of the house. She was basically kept a prisoner here, but she had the freedom of running around the property, which at the time was vast. I think it must have extended as far as my current neighborhood, full of mansions on enormous properties. I'm glad she at least had that, even if it wasn't much. It was better than being an actual prisoner, especially since she found love. What I wouldn't give to have someone love me the way she explains Abel adoring her. That guy would move mountains for her. He thought the sun and moon rose and set on her. I wish he'd kiss her already. Maybe it's coming in the next entry I read. If I'm eager for the next move, she must have been going crazy. Thinking about them makes me want to read the diary. But I really do need to get my homework done. That wasn't just an excuse to get out of passage searching. I dump my school stuff onto my bed and stare at it. What if I read just one entry before I start? That wouldn't hurt anything. Except I know I won't want to stop once I start. An idea strikes. It's a really good one. After I complete a homework assignment, I'll read an entry or two. It'll be my reward for getting through the work, and it'll be the motivation I need to press through. I start with my English assignment, which is the shortest of my tasks. It feels like it takes forever as I keep glancing at my desk where the diary is locked away. Finally, after I finish the rough draft of my paper, I save the file and leap to my feet. It takes a few moments to get the key and unlock the drawer. I hold the leather-bound book, taking in the moment. I'm about to find out what happens next in the saga of my namesake. Hopefully, a kiss. I'd be so disappointed to find out she died before getting at least that. They deserve a kiss that feels like a fireworks display. Although just brushing their fingers together gave them nearly that much of a thrill. A kiss almost seems like too much to ask for in their world. I glance around my room, as if I'm doing something wrong, before opening the diary and finding the page I left off at. Ember writes that she hasn't seen Abel in days, and it feels like weeks to her. She's starting to worry something happened to him. My breath catches in my throat. Did her brother do something to him? Was that what led to her death? She went on a rampage to get vengeance for Abel? I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes, I ultimately know the ending. I first found out about her when I saw her gravestone. Plus, she was alive more than 100 years ago. Even if she lived to be an old lady, she wouldn't be around today. Regardless, I have to know what happened. The suspense is getting to be too much. I need to read another entry. If that doesn't provide answers, I don't know what I'll do. Homework seems so petty compared to this. I flip to the next page. The handwriting is messier than normal. She must have been anxious or in a rush. Too hard to say. Need to read. Ember talks about how her father has been distracted by his business dealings and was being especially hard to live with because things weren't going as planned. He was also lashing out at Jed, who was in turn blowing up at Ember every time they crossed paths. My stomach knots. If her dad and brother were in such volatile states, either one of them could have snapped and hurt either her or Abel. She goes on to describe her attempts to escape the house for a little while, but everything was thwarted. Her mother made her go with her to the nearest town for shopping. Then her dad wanted her to learn some cooking skills from one of the servants. After that, Jed ordered her to sew some of his clothes, since their father had to get rid of some of the hired help. The closest Ember came to seeing Abel at the time was glancing out the windows and searching for him. She couldn't get outside, much less to the stables. Even when she tried to sneak out, there always seemed to be someone around to thwart her efforts. Even though the house had fewer servants than normal because her dad's business wasn't going well, there was always someone there to keep her inside. Almost as if they had been given direct orders to do just that. A chill runs down my spine. That had to have been what happened. Either her brother or father or both had put the remaining servants up to that. It's enough to make me want to travel back in time and give them a piece of my mind. What horrible people! Who cares if Ember fell in love with Abel? It wasn't like he was subhuman. To them, he probably was. My ancestors were horrible people. I already knew that, but now I'm so invested in the other Ember story, it riles me up even more than normal. How previous generations treated the help already bothers me, but seeing how it actually affected Ember and Abel makes my chest burn. And now I've finished the second entry. I glance back and forth between my schoolwork and the diary. The past will have to wait, for now. 24. Kenzie. The sun is already setting, and we haven't found anything in all of our searching. I'm down in the kitchen having another snack. Apparently I'm moving from the yakking stage of pregnancy to the stuffing my face stage. While I'm grateful to keep my face out of the porcelain throne, I need to keep it out of the refrigerator too. If I keep up my current eating schedule, I'm going to be twice my normal size before the baby arrives. Maybe I'm just making up for lost calories, and my appetite will level out soon. That actually makes sense. My doctor wasn't thrilled with how little weight I've been gaining. This is actually good news, except for the fact that I can't help everyone look as much because I have to come down here and stuff my face 4 times as much as anyone else. I rub my belly, eager to feel the first movement. It's exciting to know my baby is growing in there, but it'll feel a lot more real once we can interact a little. My mind wanders back to the toy horse. It's never far from my thoughts. And something about the timing strikes me. It's a toy, and not just any toy. One designed for toddlers, maybe even babies, depending on what people saw as age-appropriate in the days it was made. It shows up while I'm pregnant. No other weird events around here have had such a strong tie to my life. That doll started moving around long ago, And while it's also a toy, it isn't aimed at babies or toddlers. And we didn't have any children in the house at the time. Ember was already far too old for dolls when we moved in. It's random, whereas the horse isn't. Especially considering I'm the only one who has seen it. Could that be a good thing or a bad thing? I don't want to start thinking about ghosts, but it's hard not to at this point. Is there a presence in our house that's trying to express something? Are they happy to have a new life in here? It isn't like I've been finding knives or nooses. It's a toy horse. Sure, it's on the creepy side. What isn't around here? But it was probably considered cute in its time. So maybe the toy is supposed to be an encouragement. Ember's getting into my head. Ghosts don't exist. And the fact that I'm seeing the toy everywhere probably says more about how tired I've been than anything else. Or there could actually be someone living in a secret passage that we know nothing about. I'd prefer ghosts to that. Old Brannon spirits can come and move toys all over the house if having a living person inside our walls is the alternative. It's times like this when I'm especially glad to be married to a police detective. Even though we have a state-of-the-art security system through most of the house, it doesn't extend everywhere. It can't, especially if we don't know where all the rooms and hallways are. And it isn't logistical to have it throughout all the wings. I shove all the thoughts aside and put my plate in the dishwasher. My time would be better spent helping the others try to find a passage. Though realistically, we aren't that likely to find anything. I can't recall once finding a hidden space when looking for one. That almost always happens on accident, like by pulling a book from a shelf that looks interesting, or by accidentally bumping a piece of the molding. Going in search of something is practically asking to not find anything. It's almost like the house wants to wait until it's ready to reveal its secrets. I'm not even going to fight that thought. Noises sound upstairs, and I hurry up to see what the commotion is. Maybe they found something. Please be rats. I can't stand the thought of someone living in the walls. It happened while the place was empty, but now is a far cry from then. The house doesn't look abandoned inside or out. There's no reason for anyone to be in here. Maybe we do need better security on the other wings. It isn't like there's zero security, but this place has something like a zillion windows. I don't even want to think about having to get each one attached to the alarm system. But if someone has been in our house, is here now, then I'm going to have to forget about time and money cost and get this place more secure than it's ever been. I follow the sounds past Ember's room to one of the halls we don't use often. Even here in the main area, we have plenty of corridors like that. With a place this big, so much ends up ignored because, realistically, we only regularly use 2,000 or 3,000 square feet, especially me. Before moving back, my studio apartment was significantly under 1,000 square feet. I could practically cook a meal, brush my teeth, and sleep, all in the same spot. Graham, Jack, and Carol are gathered together, talking loudly. Over that, I can hear some odd sounds. "What's going on?" I demand. They all turn my way. Jack and Carol part, and I can only see half of my husband. The other half of him is in the wall. My knees turn to rubber. "You found a passage." Jack holds up a candy wrapper. "It looks like it's being used by someone. Maybe this is old." "Look." He holds it out to me. I take the wrapper from him and study it. It's a new brand that has been marketed heavily this year as the newest and coolest. It's definitely recent. "Is there anything else in there?" I try to look around Graham, who takes up most of the entrance. "Do you think the person is getting in this way or somewhere else?" Carol shrugs. "We just found this opening." Jack puts his arm around her. "She found it." Her cheeks turn pink. "By accident. I wasn't even trying. While taking a break, I bumped the trigger point on the molding." Of course it was an accident. It always is. Even when we're actively looking, apparently. "Should I get a flashlight?" I tap Graham's back. He turns to me and holds up a pocket-sized one.
Already have one.
What else do you see?
They showed you the candy wrapper?
He wipes dust from his forehead. Yeah.
Nothing yet. We literally just discovered this.
Which way does it go? Not that I have to ask. It has to go toward Ember's room. There's been a secret passage near my childhood bedroom this whole time. Of course there has.
To the left and right.
In other words, it could go anywhere. A chill runs down my spine and goosebumps form up my arms. I turn and look around, but only see Jack and Carol. Graham turns to me.
I'm going to follow it toward the bedrooms.
Not alone you aren't. I grab his arm.
I have protection.
He pats his back pocket, where I can see the outline of his gun. You're still not going in by yourself.
Stay close.
Of course. What about Jack and Carol? My brother holds up a large pocket knife.
We have protection, too. I'm going to look down the other way.
Are you sure?
I'm not helpless, Kenzie.
Guilt stings. I never thought you were.
I'm the big brother,
he says.
Let me be protective of you for a change. I'm old enough to be your dad, don't forget.
Carol chuckles. I can't stop you, and you're right. You're more than capable. He nods. Graham glances at the time.
So we'll go separate ways. Let's meet back here in 20. Call me if you find anything. That's assuming we get a signal in there,
Jack says.
Either way, back here in 20.
Everyone agrees, and I step inside the passage. Immediately, I sneeze twice. This is off to a great start. I'm going to warn any intruder long before we reach them.
You sure you want to come along?
I can hear the doubtful expression on Graham's face. I'm fine.
There's no shame in turning around.
Are you going to?
Touché.
We move forward, and thankfully the dust doesn't tickle my nose. I try to see around Graham, but he blocks most of the view. The only thing underfoot is layers of dust. Whoever left the candy wrapper didn't leave more, at least not this way. Maybe they're back in the direction Jack and Carol went. The thought makes me want to spin around and run toward my brother. They only have a knife. Graham is a cop with a gun.
You coming?
Graham says. I didn't notice I'd stopped walking. Need to pull myself together. I hurry to catch up with him. We follow the passage as it snakes around, going left and right, then left and right again. It's enough to make a person dizzy. Or claustrophobic. I try not to think about how far we keep moving from the entrance we found. We'll never make it back to meet Jack and Carol at the appointed time. Should we turn around? I ask. They'll be waiting for us in a few minutes.
We're getting close to something. I can feel it in my bones.
I'm not about to argue with his detective's intuition. He stops suddenly, and I crash into him. I start to ask him what's going on, but he turns around and covers my mouth. Rude. But then I see it. Graham's light shows an opening about the size of a bedroom, and it's filled with stuff. Not things that my ancestors left behind. Things a squatter would need to survive. Things like a ratty sleeping bag, tons more wrappers, a plate with the uneaten crust of a sandwich, which isn't moldy. It's fresh. My husband reaches for a cup next to the plate. He turns to me, his eyes wide.
It's still warm.
25. Ember. My math takes forever to finish. It doesn't help that I can't stop thinking about the diary. And now I'm finally able to read the next few pages. I've heard a few noises on the other side of the walls, but I've done a good job of ignoring them. At least there hasn't been any scratching. It's probably just the adults doing their thing. Now I get my reward, reading more about the other Ember. Maybe now I'll get a better picture of what led to her demise. If only I could do something to prevent it. But that was more than 100 years ago. Even if she'd lived to a ripe old age, we never would have had the chance to meet. There's only one way to find out. Excitement runs through me as I reach for the diary. Knock, knock, knock. I groan. What timing? I'm studying!
Unlock the door!
Dad calls from the other side. He sounds frantic. I do as he says. What's wrong? He doesn't tell me. Instead, he and Kenzie race into my room. They press on molding and on the walls. Why are you two covered in dust? Neither pays me any attention. Wait, did you find a secret passage? The fact that neither of them responds answers my question. You found another one? How can there be more? Shouldn't we have found everything by now? I mean, with the renovations and everything. Not now. Kenzie presses a finger to her lips. What did you find? It must be big, given how much they're freaking out over it. Jack runs in, followed by Carol, who clings to him. They're covered in dust, too. I turn to them. What's going on? My uncle gasps for air. There's a passage. It goes all the way to a shed near the woods. Carol nods frantically. It leads up to this floor. Dad finally looks my way.
And it ends up in a room connected to yours.
Blood drains from my body. Does that mean someone's been staying there? Just on the other side of my wall?
Yes.
Dad turns back to feeling up the wall next to my bed. I shudder. You're sure? Kenzie steps out from my closet and nods, her skin paler than normal. We found a warm mug of coffee. My legs wobble. I collapse onto my bed, the reality of the situation settling over me. Can they get in here? Dad moves closer to my closet.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
We didn't find any indication on the other side. Relief washes through me. That's good news.
Let's hope.
Dad peeks into the closet.
Did you find anything?
Nothing. Kenzie steps out and wipes her eyes.
That much is good news.
I wrap my arms around myself and squeeze. But some random guy is the reason behind the scratching noises I've been hearing? Dad turns to me.
That's the only logical explanation.
It could still be ghosts. Which really is possible, since the only time I've ever sleepwalked was to lead myself to the diary. Maybe I should tell them about that. Except that would only give them more reason to worry about me. If I said a ghost who had my name decades ago possessed me so I could unearth her secret journal, they'll probably have me committed. Especially considering they just found proof that some dude is living in our walls. Right next to my room. I'm not sure which thought is creepier. Probably the living guy. At least the other Ember is friendly. She probably only wants her story told. Maybe wants her killer exposed. Can't say that I blame her. I want that too. In fact, as soon as all the adults get out of here, I'm going to pick the book back up and see what else I can learn. Unfortunately, it takes over a half hour for my dad to give up.
Your room seems secure from the passage.
That's great. Can I get back to my schoolwork now? He frowns. That means no. What's wrong now? I ask.
There has to be a reason he's staying there, right next to your room.
Because it seemed like a good place to hole up? I'm fine, so that's the good news. If he wanted to do something to hurt me, he would have already. Maybe the guy just needs a warm place to stay. Dad crosses his arms.
The city has a homeless shelter for that.
I bet he doesn't know about it. You could leave a card for the shelter next to his mug. Then he can go there. Problem solved. Why would he do that? Kenzie asks. He has full access to our kitchen and anything else he wants. Maybe he doesn't, I argue. If he's coming in from the outside, the passage might be the only exit he knows about. Dad shakes his head.
He left a candy bar right next to the entrance we found.
A coincidence? But I know the answer before he objects. Dad doesn't believe in coincidences.
He's been wandering our house at night.
Then it's a good thing I've been pushing my dresser against my door. But since I don't want any of them knowing about my sleepwalking, I keep that to myself.
We still don't know that.
We do, Kenzie says. I sniffed his coffee, and it's the same one we have in our pantry. No homeless guy is going to have access to that pricey organic brand that we get. I can't argue that point. She buys that stuff online directly from some company in South America. It isn't available anywhere local. Not that it's the only coffee we drink, but the fact that she smelled that particular one in the mug means the dude is definitely raiding our kitchen. What are we going to do? I ask, defeated. Dad presses his ear to the wall, then reaches for his phone.
I'm calling for backup. If he wants free room and board, he can get it from behind bars.
Amazing plan. I'm going to get back to my homework now.
Tell me if you hear anything.
Will do. They finally leave, and I shove my dresser in front of my door again. I'm not taking any chances now that I know we have a squatter. I can't believe we have another tunnel. Like the one going out to the caves near the graveyard wasn't enough, our ancestors had to have another one. I wonder if there are even more. Why stop at 2? Not that it matters. I can't wait another moment to open the other Ember's diary. Unfortunately, now I don't have much time for reading. I'm probably only going to be able to squeeze in one entry after everyone raided my room. I shudder at the thought of some random guy sleeping so close to me. Him causing all those scratching noises I heard. Going into our kitchen and rifling through our food. On the other hand, it isn't the first time people have been here without us knowing. Teens would break in regularly when the house was empty all those years. Kenzie and I had to clean graffiti off the walls when we moved in. And, of course, we can't forget that Jack was living in his room, locked away from the world for so long. It still makes me mad to think about. Grandma knew about him being there, and when she was locked away, she didn't bother telling anyone so they could help him out. There's no excusing what she did, what any of these Brannons before me did. I'll never become one of them. Those of us here now are cycle breakers. Jack, Kenzie, Billa, and me. The last living people with Brannon blood. We're all still here on the property, and we want to change things. Just because our predecessors have been abusers and killers before us doesn't mean we're going to follow suit. None of us would, ever. We will change things. But first, I need to find out if the other Ember was able to get out of this house and find Abel. I get the diary and open it to where I last left off. 26. Ember. The doorbell rings downstairs, and I ignore it. For how long? I don't know. If police from Dad's precinct are here, they might want to look in here to see if there's a way into the passage that Dad and Kenzie missed. But hopefully they'll be busy with the secret room long enough for me to get through the next diary entry. I hope it has answers, because I've waited long enough to read it. Before I settle onto my bed, I press my ear against my door. Conversation drifts from somewhere, but nobody is right outside the door. Good, nobody cares about my room. Time to start reading. I climb under the covers and pull them close, resting the old book against my knees. It only takes a few moments to get lost in a world separated only by time. I like to imagine Ember lived in my room, but she doesn't give a lot of details. For all I know, she stayed in a completely different wing. The date shows about a month since the last entry, and she finally has good news about getting away to spend some time with Abel while her father, grandfather, and brother all went on a hunting trip somewhere that took at least a day to get to. It took her no time to rush from her room and out through the woods to the stables. The only thing holding her up was needing to stop and look around for prying eyes. To her knowledge, nobody else knew about her strong feelings for Abel, but at the same time, she didn't know who her brother might have told. Any of the servants could be watching her or Abel in order to report back to Jed, or even their father if he'd gone so far as to tell him. But Ember was pretty sure he hadn't. She couldn't imagine her father keeping quiet about such news. He was even more controlling of her than Jed. More than anything, she wanted to get away from the Brannon house. Her dream was to live in a tiny cottage with Abel and to grow old with him. Obviously, that never happened. What I want to know is how close she got to that. How much love and joy did she get to experience before coming to her unforeseen end? Maybe I'm being too impatient and expecting this to read like a modern fiction novel where the action is never far off. Crash! That sounded close. I peek outside the door and don't see anything in the hallway, but something else sounds, and it seems to be coming from my room. I press my ear on the wall next to where the secret room is supposed to be. Muffled conversation. My heart hammers, even though I know it's only Dad with his coworkers. If the person living in our walls shows up, they don't stand a chance against half the police force. Well, maybe not half. I didn't see how many people showed up, but the squatter doesn't stand a chance. The conversation continues on the other side of the wall. Try as I might, I can't make out any words. I cut my ears, but that doesn't help either. I look around my room and see an empty glass I'd used for water a few nights ago. I hold that up to the wall and listen through it. A trick I'd read about in books. Maybe even tried it on my own at some point, but if I did, I don't remember it working so well. Not that I can hear everything, but enough comes through that I can fit the pieces together. Need, find where, getting in, will return, soon. Basically, they don't know how the person is getting in, and they expect they'll be back before long. My skin crawls at the thought of someone uninvited sleeping so close, just on the other side of the wall. How long has this been going on? Does it have anything to do with my sleepwalking? That wouldn't make any sense. Even if I wanted to blame the intruder for the scratches on my legs and the mud on my feet, I've seen the footprints. Those were mine, not some guy's, assuming the person is a guy. Not that it matters. A random squatter couldn't lead me to Ember's diary. I'm the one who has spent time at her grave. I'm the one with her name. I'm the one with her blood running through my veins. The person sleeping in our walls has nothing to do with any of this, other than probably being behind the scratching noises I keep hearing. At least I can rest easy knowing those are unrelated to anything ghostly. Except knowing a stranger has been on the other side of the walls isn't any more comforting. It adds to the creepiness factor. Big time. What if that person has been spying on me? If there's even a tiny hole, they could easily look through it. My stomach roils at the thought. I step back from the wall and narrow my eyes, studying it for any tiny detail I may have missed. Nothing stands out. The walls have been painted several times over the years. I know because there are sections where it peels, and there are multiple colors. About 5 or 6, if I remember correctly. It would be hard for any little hole to survive all that. Paint fills those in. But that doesn't stop me from looking. If anything has survived, or worse, if something new has recently been added, I need to know. I might just get dressed in the bathroom from here on out anyway. I still can't see anything, and even though I need to get back to my homework, I feel around the wall looking for anything my eyes may have missed. Conversation still sounds on the other side. Hopefully, if there is some kind of peephole, they'll find it with the bright lights shining in my room into the dim room they're in. Then we can properly fix anything. After about 15 minutes, I give up. Our squatter probably hasn't been spying on me. I grab the drinking glass again and give a listen. Can't hear anything. Did they move on? Maybe they found a clue. Or the person. I nearly drop the glass at that thought. Part of me wants to rush over and see him or her for myself. But another part of me is so grossed out by everything, I want to shove my dresser back in front of my door. If it will do any good. There might be another way in here that I have no idea about. Shuddering, I move all the furniture away from the walls and press on boards, molding, and anything that could potentially turn into a door to a secret room. Nothing. I move on to the closet. There's all kinds of crazy stuff in there. Scratchings on the wood, for instance. Makes me think someone was locked in there at one point. Worse things have happened here in this house. But nothing comes loose in there either. My room appears secure. Not that I'll ever fully believe it. Not in the Brannon house. Breathing heavily, I put everything back in its place. Everything is still quiet on the other side of my one wall. Probably better get back to my homework. This house isn't everything. Getting away from it is in my future. I wonder if Billa has room for me. Not that Dad or Kenzie would let me move out. Dad already feels like he missed out on so much of my life, having not even known about me for my first 15 years. He already doesn't like me talking about college. I'm hoping it helps when the baby comes. Then he won't be quite so focused on me. Not that I'm delusional enough to think he'll forget about me completely. Crash! What now? It takes me a hot second to find the glass after moving literally everything in my room, and I listen toward the secret room. Nothing. They must be somewhere else. I need to focus on my homework. College. Getting away from this place. It takes me a few minutes to settle back into my schoolwork. I keep hearing little noises, but I put them out of my mind. There are multiple cops here. If anything goes wrong, they can handle it. Realistically, there's little I could do. My mind keeps wandering back to the diary. I'm never going to get my work done. Either that, or I won't get any sleep. Neither option is great. I push the diary thoughts aside and narrow my focus to the textbook in front of me. The letters seem to dance, making it impossible to read. I grab the diary and open to the page I left off at. Those words hold steady. Of course they do. This must be what I meant to read. Maybe there's a secret that Ember wants me to find. I've already gone to all the effort of finding this book and starting to read it. I need to finish what I've started. 27. Kenzie. I wipe dust from my eyes as we step into the hallway. Graham's coworkers have gone in different directions, looking to find other entrances to the passageway.
Are you okay?
Graham hands me a bottle of water. I'm so tired, I don't even know where he got that from. I'm also so thirsty, I don't care, and I guzzle half of it down in one go.
Do you want to rest?
He asks. Normally, I'd want to join in on the search, but sustaining 2 lives is wiping my energy. I want to go with you all, but I can feel fatigue setting in. He kisses my cheek.
Then rest. We can handle this. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything.
I appreciate that.
Do you want me to stay with you?
No, catch up with them. The more people on this, the faster we'll figure out what's going on.
Where will you be?
He asks.
In our room?
Maybe. I'm getting hungry, so I might make something to eat.
Okay. Keep your phone on you.
I hold it up. Ringer's on. He gives me another quick kiss before disappearing into the passage. I'm glad he was able to get others to help in the search. If I weren't pregnant, I'd be in on the action. My fatigue is reminding me I have other responsibilities at the moment. Nobody else can take care of the baby but me. After he or she arrives, we can spread the care. Shuffling noises sound from Ember's room. I knock on her door. Who is it? Kenzie. Come in. She glances at me from behind an English textbook. I get the feeling she was doing something else before I opened the door, but I'm too tired to press the issue. How are you doing?
Bored.
She yawns, which makes me yawn too. I don't know when I'll ever use any of this in real life. Any time you read, write, or talk. But who cares if I know the common phrases in Shakespeare's plays? Seriously? I can't argue that point. I'm thinking about making a snack. Are you hungry? She shrugs. Maybe. If you want, I'll bring something up. Okay, thanks. I study her. I get the feeling she's hiding something. But between my suddenly ravenous appetite and the fatigue,
I don't have the energy for this battle. We can talk later. After I close the door, I'm tempted to reopen it quickly and see what she's doing now. I was the queen of pretending to study as a teenager, and the fact that I'm picking up on something tells me I'm right. But she's a good kid, and whatever she's doing can't be that bad. I make my way down the spiral staircase, my stomach rumbling louder with each step, and I make quick work of the food in the fridge and pantry. Leftovers for me, and a cracker platter for Ember with plenty of cold cuts. Something I can't wait to eat again, but isn't safe for the baby. After scarfing down my reheated food, I carry up the snacks for Ember. She still has her English book out, so maybe she really is studying. I'm probably reading too much into her motives since I was such a goof-off in school. She's clearly a different person than me. More like her mom, who became a lawyer, than me, who ended up being a fake friend down in California. She takes the food and thanks me. "Have you heard any noises from the other side of the wall?" I ask.
"Not since you were last here."
I glance toward the entrance. Maybe they found something the other way.
Another entrance?
There has to be. Our trespasser clearly found a way in. I don't know how, though. We were pretty thorough when renovating.
Ember shakes her head. "There's no way to be thorough around here. That's why we keep finding new rooms."
"It would be a lot easier if they were on the blueprints."
"That wouldn't be very Brannon of our ancestors to include those."
"Good point. I'll let you get back to your studies. I'm going to rest. It feels like I've been on my feet for a week."
"Don't overdo it." Now my teenage niece is giving me pregnancy advice?
I won't. I return to the hall, but instead of going to my room, I head for the newest secret passage. Quiet. While it's disappointing not to have any updates, I do need to get off my feet. They're starting to swell. If this keeps up, I might need to get a few pairs of shoes a half a size bigger. I climb onto the large, king-sized bed and sink into the mattress. Sometimes luxuries like this still catch me off guard after having lived in that tiny studio apartment full of mostly second-hand items. Even growing up, the furniture in my room had been there for generations. My parents insisted it was just fine. Better than that, in fact, claiming that older was better. Or cheaper. They never minded splurging on themselves. But me? Heaven forbid they part ways with their money in that case. My eyes close and my thoughts drift. I see the house, but from a child's perspective. Everything seemed so much bigger when I was little. My mind's eye shows me a dim hallway with a statue of a medieval knight that appeared 50 feet tall. No ceiling is that high, so I know it was my viewpoint. A little Billa peeked around the corner, and when I jumped, she laughed so hard she nearly fell to the ground. I chased her through the halls, both of us laughing the whole way. We passed several rooms, all with open doors. My mother stepped out from one, looming tall. The annoyance on her face was obvious and sent a wave of fear through me. I skidded to a stop while Billa ran ahead.
"What do you think you're doing?"
My mother boomed, putting her hands on her hips. "We were just—"
"We?"
She looked around the hallway.
"What we are you talking about?"
"Billa."
"Don't start with that imaginary friend business again. Why were you running? You know better."
I looked around, hoping the other little girl would come to defend me, but she was long gone.
"I'm waiting." Mother tapped her foot. "What's your excuse?"
My shoulders slumped. I don't have one.
"You know better, don't you?"
Her brows drew together. "Yes."
"Start behaving, or I'm going to give you something to cry about. Do you understand?"
I nodded. She cupped her ears.
"I can't hear you."
Tears threatened, but I kept my composure. "I understand."
"Good. Now stop causing trouble and stop making up stories about other little girls living here."
You don't want to be sent away like Claire, do you?
I just stared at her, unsure what she meant.
Do you?
I'm not sure. Her nostrils flared.
Your older sister is no longer here now, is she?
No.
Do you know why that is?
I shook my head.
Because she wouldn't follow the rules. Got it?
Fear ran through me. I was sure she'd left for some other reason, but didn't dare speak up, so I swallowed and nodded.
Off with you.
She waved dismissively before returning to the room she came from. I stared in surprise for a few moments, then looked around. Billa was nowhere to be seen, so I turned and trudged through the hall, no longer laughing or enjoying myself. I tried to remember why Claire had left the house, but was unable to come up with anything. It seemed like we'd gone to some ceremony for her where she wore a robe and a funny hat. At the time, it seemed like a celebration, but maybe it wasn't. I had to be remembering it wrong. Did she really get sent away? Was she okay? How would I even find out? I tripped over something. It was a little plastic ball. Billa must have dropped it while we were running because I'd never seen it before. As I bent down to pick it up so I could give it to her later, the room next to me caught my attention. It was full of toys. They weren't like the ones I was used to playing with, but they were definitely toys. I left the ball where it was and peeked into the room. Was this where Billa stayed? Or was this one of the many off-limits rooms? I took a step inside and could hardly believe my eyes. A whole room full of toys I'd never seen before. The furniture was weird, but I still recognized it as a child's room. There was nothing else it could have been. This had to be where Billa was staying. She showed up sometimes without explanation, and she always left just as mysteriously. Did she go somewhere else? Or did they lock her in her bedroom sometimes too? But when she left, it was always for such a long time. It was hard to make sense of much of anything. Figuring out life was always hard with so many unknowns, and neither of my parents ever told me much. I ignored my faltering confidence and took a few more steps into the room. This room didn't have as many toys as mine did, but it had plenty. There was another ball like the one I just tripped over, a rocking horse, and baskets full of toys. There were also toys on the dresser and on shelves. It was hard to believe my eyes. Then I saw a toy horse. The toy horse. It was enough to jolt me out of my vivid memory. I sit up on my bed, gasping for air. I'd seen that horse as a child. Had I played with it? The memory was vivid enough that it stuck with me. Maybe the horse was important in my childhood. Had I returned to play with it other times? Or was it merely a figment of my adult imagination pulled up from my childhood? My heart thuds at the thought. I need to find that bedroom. 28. Kenzie. Before I head to another wing to find a child's room with the toy horse that's been haunting me, I grab my cell phone. Not that having it before helped me capture a picture of the thing, but maybe it hadn't actually been there. If it was my imagination, that would explain it disappearing when I turned around. Why it never stuck around for anyone else to see? Part of me hates myself forever thinking it was in my head. After my parents sent me to the mental institution, claiming I made up Billa, I hate nothing more than thinking anything could be just in my head. But this time, it would be a good thing. If somehow I'm pulling images of that toy horse from my past and seeing it now, maybe it's my subconscious trying to tell me something. I'm not crazy, and I should listen to what my mind is trying to tell me. Hopefully it isn't anything bad. My childhood wasn't the happiest, like most who grew up here in the Brannon home, so I'm not entirely sure I want to know what I could be trying to tell myself, but I need to know. I have to find answers, whether good or bad. It's best I get to the bottom of this sooner rather than later. And considering I'm the one who actually remembers seeing the toy horse before, it's up to me to figure out why I'm seeing it again now. Whatever the truth is, I'll be ready to face it. I need to be. For whatever reason, it's persistent. While I haven't seen it in the last few days, it isn't gone for good. It'll show up again, whether physically or as a figment of my imagination. It's hard to believe it wasn't really there. I touched it, carried it. Not that it matters. I need the answers that finding it will provide, especially before I have my baby. I'm bringing in another generation of Brannon children, and I can't let the madness continue. The secrets, the lies, the deception. My parents hid 2 siblings from me. Not that Billa was entirely hidden, but I never saw her again after my time locked away. They preferred me to think I had lost my mind rather than tell me the truth about my dad fathering the 2 of us at the same time. My mother refused to face the truth and instead made me believe a lie. I will live for the truth, and my children, including Ember, will know it even if it hurts me to tell it. I'd rather they stand confident with reality than to doubt themselves for so long like I did. Tears threaten as I think about being the change this family needs. It's hard not to get choked up after everything I've lived through, especially since I've never really worked through any of it. I ran away and then came back after Claire's murder. I would have stayed away if it weren't for Ember, the niece who is nothing more than a stranger. We'd met briefly before, but nothing more. My parents had made sure none of us siblings were able to grow a bond. They interfered with everything. I could have grown up knowing and loving all of them, Jack, Claire, and Billa. None of our sordid history would have mattered one bit. Not the fact that Jack is 25 years older and was fathered by my uncle, his namesake, our mother making the sin against her obvious by giving him that name. Or that Claire was 15 years older than me, or that Billa had a different mother. As siblings, we don't care about any of that. And we all missed out on time with Claire while she was alive. Now we'll never get that chance to make up for lost time. It drives us all to be closer to each other. We know how fragile life is and what a gift it is. Nobody living or dead can define what we do. The Brannon future is in our hands, and we all intend to make wildly different life choices. It's a promise I will follow through on, no matter the consequences. I stop walking and look around. It takes me a moment to realize I'm in the same spot where my mother was chewing me out after Billa ran on ahead in the memory that just surfaced back in my room. At the time, I didn't know Billa had been instructed to stay out of my mother's line of sight. She couldn't stand to look at her and wanted to pretend she didn't exist. My body tenses at the memory of the rebuke. A lump forms in my throat, threatening to explode. It's all in the past. All is good. Life is moving forward. I try to swallow the lump, and tears blur my vision. I blink them away and turn around, eager to find the room where the horse stood all those years ago. We didn't do anything with this part of the house when we renovated. Everything should be the same as it was all those years ago. My body tenses at the thought of returning to the room. I take a few deep breaths and ready myself. It's now or never. I need to get to the bottom of the mystery of the toy horse. The doorknob taunts me, dares me to open it. I hesitate before turning it and stepping inside the room. It's exactly the same as I remember, yet entirely different. Everything is smaller than I remember, but it's all where I left it as a kid. Even the horse, it's still there. If only we didn't have the housekeeping staff dust these abandoned rooms monthly, then I'd know if the horse had moved recently, or it was all in my imagination. My mother would love that. I shake my head to rid myself of the thought and step toward the toy. It's every bit as real as it seemed the other times I saw it. Every detail is the same. The colors, the design, the eyes, everything. We stare each other down. And while I know I could snap a picture and have the proof I need, I don't. I'm far more interested in getting answers to the mystery. I may never know if I actually saw it or not, but I can find out what I need to about this room. It could tell me what's so important about this horse, this room, why I tripped over the ball and came in here in the first place. My breath hitches as I reach for it, as if it could burn me with its touch. The idea is ridiculous, but still feels like a real possibility. I grab it. Nothing happens. The cool wood does nothing to my hand. My knees turn to rubber, and I lean against the dresser to regain my confidence. It's real. The toy horse is real. I flip it around, studying it from every angle. What I see on the bottom makes me drop it. I struggle to catch it before it falls on the hard floor. It could shatter, given how old it is. I manage to catch it just inches before impact. Then I collapse, my pulse drumming in my ears. I gasp in air and take deep breaths, trying to calm myself. Did I really see what I thought I did? My hands shake as I lift it up and hold the bottom toward me. The inscription is still there. It reads one word. Ember. 29. Ember. Tears fill my eyes as I stare at the last entry of the diary. The rest of the pages are empty. She never got to write out the rest of her story, because there was no more. Given what she did write, I know exactly what happened, how she died. Tragically, horribly. She suffered things nobody ever should have to live through. My mind spins, trying to make sense of it all. She and Abel finally kissed, and things moved quickly from there. They couldn't get enough of each other, and they had a bunch of close calls while trying to keep their new and exciting relationship a secret from everyone. Any one of the servants could have turned them in to get Abel in trouble, and they'd have received a reward for it. Ember's brother knew something was going on between them, and he was determined to prove it, eager to tattle to their father and see his sister punished to the full extent of their father's wrath. He also said he wouldn't hesitate to kill Abel if given the chance. And he taunted her with the fact that they both knew their dad wouldn't do anything to his precious son. The next Brannon to head the household and rule over servants and women alike. It's maddening. Even as I think about it, I want to go back in time and punch his lights out. How dare those men treat other people so terribly? They weren't the only ones who mattered, yet they acted like it, and everyone feared them. Some cowered and ran, while others did what they could to earn the approval of the Brannon men. Not that it sounds like things improved much over the generations. From the best I can gather, my own grandmother lived in fear of her husband and her brother-in-law. She made little cutting remarks when I was younger, and I could see in her eyes that she could hardly keep her resentment in line. I can't say I blame her, even despite all the horrible things she did. I'm glad Jack is the last living Brannon man. He's the opposite of either of his domineering fathers, the one who raised him or the one who supplied his DNA. They were both traitorous people. People I'm glad are gone. I don't even feel bad saying that about my own grandfather. Not after the things he did. I would have it out with him now if he was still alive. It's a good thing he isn't. He'd probably be old and frail, but I wouldn't care. After everything he did, he deserves so much more than he got. Death is too good for some people, and most of the Brannon men fell under that category, if everything I know is true. I return my attention to the diary. The blank pages hit me like a punch to the gut. Ember should have been able to fill those pages with stories of her great love, and then
many more books after that. Instead, her life was cut far too short. She met with Abel every chance she got, not caring about the consequences. All she wanted was more time with him. Knowing they would never be allowed to marry, she insisted they take their relationship as far as they possibly could. As a result, she ended up pregnant. Nobody else knew about the baby other than her and Abel. They talked about running away to live the rest of their lives together in a tiny cottage as far from the Brannon house as they could get. She daydreamed about every possible outcome. All either of them wanted was to be together and be able to openly have a relationship. Instead, they had to continue hiding their love, their true feelings, their future baby. Then one day, her brother found them kissing in the woods. Jed didn't have his gun on him, and he swore if he had, he'd have shot them both then and there. He ordered them to stay where they were, and he raced away to get his weapons and presumably their father. Ember told Abel to get as far from the property as he could. He said he wouldn't leave without her. She insisted on grabbing some things she'd gathered and hidden away so they could have a decent start of their lives together. He clung to her, but she insisted, told him where they would meet outside of town after she got what they would need. Abel protested until voices sounded. Then he finally ran in the direction she told him to go. She raced in the other direction, but ended up having a near miss with her father, then with her brother. Ember ended up in the stables, managing to avoid anyone else in the meantime. While she waited out her father and brother, knowing they would eventually get tired and give up, she scrawled the whole scenario in her diary. It held all of her secrets, and she feared anyone finding it, so she kept it on her at all times. But that was the last entry. I can only assume she stuffed it where I found it, and after that tried to escape. Tried. Now she's buried in the old family graveyard, with her baby still in her belly after all these years. The only question left is whether Abel got away, or if he's in the mass unmarked gravesite outside the family's plots. The Brannons didn't think the people who served them tirelessly deserved to be remembered. There's probably no way I'll ever know what happened to Abel. Brannon records are scattered, and while I'm sure there are more than what we've found, I doubt anyone's kept records of the deaths of good people like Abel. They were less than nothing to the horrible people who contributed to my gene pool. At least I know what happened to Ember. While I obviously don't have the specifics, she could hardly write those in the diary. The puzzle pieces are there. She went toward the meeting place she and Abel had agreed on, but she'd either run into her brother or father or both and fell victim to their cruelty. I can only imagine whether she told them about the newest Brannon growing in her belly. Would she dare? It would most likely only anger them even more, unless they cared about a possible future Brannon male. Though I have a hard time believing they would accept him. Illegitimate children were not accepted in those days. She probably took that secret to the grave. Telling them about her pregnancy would have gotten Abel into more trouble than he was already in, and I'm sure she'd have done anything to protect him, including take a bullet for him to get away. I pull out my phone and scroll to the last picture I took of the gravestone. My heart aches for all the loss it represents. 3 lives lost to 2 cruel men who couldn't have cared less about the people in their care. I need to get out to the graveyard and talk with my namesake, to let her know she and those she loved the most will never be forgotten. Not as long as I'm alive to tell her story. I'm unable to hold back my tears. Someone has to ache for her, and it clearly falls on me. Her entire life was unfair, all the way to her death. I hide the diary in a drawer underneath some sweaters. While I have every intention on sharing her story, now isn't the time.
She deserves to have someone sit at her grave and weep, to mourn her loss. And the loss of her baby, who was never given the chance to see the light of day. Today, she will finally get the memorial she has been waiting for all these long years. I wipe my tears, so as not to worry anyone I come across before making it outside. If any of the adults living here see me upset, they're going to want to know what's going on. I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Soon, but not now. It takes me a minute to pull myself together. I take a deep breath and step into the hall. A man skids to a stop only a foot away from me. He has long, unkempt hair, and his clothes are more like rags. His eyes widen. I freeze. There's something eerily familiar about those eyes. He reaches for me. I scream. 30. Kenzie. The scream reverberates down the hall. It sounds terrified. Ember. My blood runs cold. I set the horse down in its place and run toward her room. If that's where she's at. It's harder to run in my state, but I'll deal with the burning muscles and lungs later. Probably have to sleep for a full day to recover. Need to get to Ember. Another yell. She wouldn't holler like that if it wasn't serious. I don't want to think about the worst case, but considering the police left without having found the intruder, I can't think of anything else. Just as I'm nearing the spiral staircase, Graham appears on it. One look at him tells me he's thinking the same thing I am. Can't see Ember. I head for her room. Empty. Turn around. Graham throws me a questioning look. I shake my head, gasping for air, too hard to speak. He darts down the hall toward the entrance to the newest passage. Can't catch up, but at least he's on it. Unable to go any farther, I lean against a wall and suck in air. My heart feels 3 times its normal size, and my lungs and calves are on fire. I put my hands on my belly, longing for the day I'll be able to feel my baby. That'll give me so much more peace of mind. Now I can only hope everything is okay. My stress is also the baby's stress. We're connected in a way I can't even begin to comprehend. How am I supposed to choose between Ember, who is also my child, though not by birth, and the baby growing inside of me? That's what this feels like, and I don't want to have to pick. I have to take care of them both. They each need me. Thankfully, Graham is on it. I'm not alone in this, and I am the only one who can take care of the baby. He has special training to deal with a squatter, if he's behind Ember's screams. All I can do is what I can do, limited as that may be. Jack and Carol appear at the top of the stairs. My brother turns to me.
Was someone screaming?
Ember. Graham's looking for her. I point in the direction he went, my gasps getting under control. He races in the direction. Carol stands in front of me. Are you okay? I don't have the energy I'm used to having. She gives me a sympathetic smile. I remember those days. There were times I felt utterly useless. Hopefully Ember's okay. I'm worried the squatter got to her. Carol squeezes my arm. He doesn't stand a chance against Jack and Graham. Unless he... I stop myself before saying something that strikes fear through her. Not that I want to think the worst either. Your husband has a gun, and neither Jack nor Graham will back down if Ember's in danger. Should we do something? A lump forms in my throat. I hate feeling helpless. You are doing something. She glances at my belly. I mean, useful. So do I. I'd bet money that baby thinks so too. But Ember is in good hands. Let's get you some water. I can't deny I'm parched. We should check on them. I need to know Ember's okay. How about I find the guys and you go downstairs for a glass of water? I'm not sure. What if I promise to do whatever I can for her? I relent. Thank you. Don't mention it. She heads down the hallway. Instead of going all the way downstairs, I head for our bedroom and grab the water glass next to my side of the bed. I gulp it down before filling it in again in the bathroom. It helps, but I'm still thirsty after drinking all that. After I fill and drink it again, my thirst is better and I'm feeling a little more energetic. Well enough to check on the others. Nobody has called or texted any updates, and I need to know what's going on, if she's safe or not. Is this what parenthood is all about? Being forced to make impossible decisions? If so, this is for the birds. I want to do it all. And that's just what I'm going to do. After I go to the bathroom, all that water feels like it went straight through me. Once I take care of business, I text the others to find out where they're at. Nobody responds. That means they must be in the walls. One thing about those passages is they don't get a signal. It's almost like entering another dimension. Except it isn't. Ember and I both heard the scratching. Certain parts of the walls must be thinner than others. Rooms versus passages. Not that it matters. I just need to find Ember. I take a deep breath before heading out into the hall. Someone is standing barely a foot away from me. A person I've never seen before. He looks like he's been living in that hidden room. We stare at each other. His eyes are wild, like he's unhinged. He also looks jarringly like my dad. I need to stay calm. Keep my wits. Who are you? He jolts, like he didn't expect that question. Do you need something? I ask. The man pulls out a knife.
31. Graham. The scream echoes through the hall, clearly coming from the direction of our living space. I'd know the sound of that voice anywhere. Kenzie. My heart drops, crashing to the floor. We still haven't found Ember. I exchange terrified glances with Jack and Carol. Without a word, we all hurtle toward the sounds of the screaming. My mind goes to the worst imaginable places, and given what I've seen in my professional career, it goes dark fast. I try not to picture my wife standing over our daughter, now dead, but the harder I try not to imagine it, the bloodier the vision grows. It's times like this I think I should have chosen a different career. Though I know I was meant for it. Everything has its good points and bad points. In my case, both ends of the spectrum are far more extreme than the typical office job. I race through the halls, Jack and Carol on my heels. With each turn I take, I question the wisdom of living in this enormous place with my family. Life was so much simpler in my little bachelor pad. I could hear everything from the front door. There was a certain comfort in that. But neither my wife nor daughter will entertain the idea of moving. Not that I can blame them. This place is their heritage, and if my family had such a deep, rich history, sordid as it may be, I would want to cling to it as well. My family isn't anywhere as interesting as the Brannon clan. Do you see them? Jack asks. My feet skid as we come to our main living area, and I glance around to take it all in. Kenzie! Ember! It makes my stomach roil, knowing that I can't find either of them since hearing their screams. Jack and Carol call for them too. My heart thuds against my ribcage, making it hard to hear anything else. I take measured breaths, a technique I often employ at work. My senses need to work for me, not control me. I am in charge of them, not the other way around. There! Carol points down the hall past my and Kenzie's bedroom. What'd you see? I narrow my eyes, not seeing anything.
It looked like someone rounded the corner. It was too fast, though.
I race ahead of them, eager to find my family. It's almost enough to wish one of them would scream again, just so I know where to go. Then I remember I put my gun away after my coworkers left. I skid to a stop and turn to my brother and sister-in-law. "Keep going. I'll catch up in a minute." They do, and I hurry into my room and unlock my weapon. What I wouldn't give for another year of peace like we just had. Nothing had gone awry in this old mansion. I should have known it wouldn't last. Everyone in town knows the whispered history of this place. Unfortunately, most of it is true. I'd have never guessed that much before stepping foot inside. Most of it sounds so ludicrous, but the reality is so much stranger. Ahead of me, Jack and Carol turn a corner. She skids to a stop, staring, covers her mouth. My stomach sinks. I resist the urge to ask what she sees. I'll know soon enough. With my service gun on the ready, I pick up my pace, slow slightly as I come to the corner in order to avoid crashing into Carol. My trigger finger itches to move. My entire body is ready for anything. Except the sight before me. Jack stands with his hands up. He's inches from Kenzie. A man who looks homeless has an arm around my wife, and he has a large knife pressed to her neck. It's dangerously close to her jugular vein. I aim my weapon at him. "Drop the knife!" His eyes widen, but only for a moment before smirking.
"I can slice her before you can shoot me."
"Won't stop me from ending your life." I inch toward him. Kenzie whimpers, and the terrified look in her eyes nearly kills me. Jack lowers his hands slightly. "Nobody has to get hurt.
What do I have to lose?"
He has a point, but I need to divert his attention from that truth. You don't want to lose your life, or spend the rest of it behind bars. There's still time to make a good decision. Something that won't cost you everything. The man's brows draw together.
"I've already lost everything. Don't use your psychobabble on me."
Kenzie pleads with her eyes. My mind fills with all the things I've learned over the years in my many training sessions. It's so much harder to think clearly when it's my wife's life on the line. I am only human. "What's your name?" I ask. He looks at me like I'm crazy. "I'm Graham. It'll be easier to work this out if we're able to talk like friends."
"You'll never be my friend. I'm holding your wife hostage."
"Tell me your name. You know mine. What can you offer me?" He presses the blade into Kenzie's flesh, and a trail of blood snakes down her neck. "Anything," Jack says. "He's police, and if you don't hurt anyone, there won't be much anyone can charge you with. I've already broken in. Now I'm holding a knife to a cop's wife. I'm obviously going to jail no matter what." "Not if we let you go." "Jack," I glare at him. "Let me handle this. I want her to be safe as much as you do." He frowns, but nods. I inch toward the intruder again, aiming the gun at his temple. "Release her, and we can talk about your freedom. Don't, and I can't make any guarantees about anything."
"You won't give me any favors. Not after this."
"If you spare my wife's life, I'll be more grateful than you." Footsteps sound not far away. Due to the many forking hallways, I can't tell which direction they're coming from. Is Ember headed our way, or Billa? I haven't seen her since any of this started. Several uniformed officers appear behind the intruder. I called for their help as soon as I heard Ember's screams. Relief washes through me at seeing them, but I keep my expression steady so as not to give away what I know to the squatter. Unfortunately, Jack shows all of his thoughts on his face. The man turns, pressing his back against the nearest wall. He draws more blood from Kenzie's neck. It soaks into her shirt collar. More officers come around from behind us, and even more from down another hallway. I'd be able to relax if my wife didn't have a blade pressed near her jugular. This will go down one of two ways. Either he'll drop his weapon, or he'll hurt Kenzie. If he chooses the second option, I can't guarantee how I'll respond. It might get me fired, or at the very least suspended for a time. I won't regret a thing if he harms her more than he already has. Someone puts a hand on my shoulder. My boss. He nods for me to step aside. He's right. I shouldn't be involved in this anymore. I'm too close to the situation. Entirely too close. It takes me a second, but I lower my weapon. Everything happens quickly. My coworkers demand the assailant drop his weapon. They exchange words. A shot rings out. My knees turn to rubber. It takes a moment to comprehend what's happening. The squatter drops his weapon. Red colors one of his sleeves. He cries out, covers his bloody arm. I run for Kenzie and hold her as tightly as I can, hardly able to breathe. Officers swarm the assailant. Someone cuffs him while somebody else reads him his rights. Kenzie pulls away from me.
"Find Ember!"
I turn to my boss. "Take care of Kenzie's cut. I'm going to find our daughter." I don't wait for a response before hurrying away. One of the other officers catches up with me. "Where did you last see her?" "I heard her scream. It sounded like it was near her bedroom." "Lead the way." He holds his gun in the ready position. I resist the urge to pull out mine. Chances are, Ember isn't in danger. Our trespasser is now in custody. Unless there's another one. But there was no evidence of more than one in the room we found. However, it's always best to be prepared for anything. We check every room we come to, but they're all empty. My stomach churns acid as we come to the passageway. She wouldn't have gone in there, would she?
"Dad!"
I whip around, hardly able to believe my ears. She stands there, looking more lost and scared than I've ever seen her. It breaks my heart, and I immediately leap over to her and wrap my arms around her, never wanting to let her go. "Where have you been? What happened?"
"I found the squatter. He's
under arrest. He can't hurt anyone." She relaxes in my hold. "How'd you get away from him?"
"I outran him. He's slow."
That isn't surprising, considering he appears to be living off junk food while sleeping in the walls of our house.
"But there's more I have to tell you about."
She almost sounds excited. Must be shock. Has to be. Is there another intruder? The other officer looks around.
"No,"
Ember says.
"It's about something else entirely."
"We'll talk about it later," I assure her. For now, I just want to revel in the fact that my family is safe.
32. Ember. The silence sounds better than anything I've ever heard. With that squatter gone, all the noises in my room have stopped, and I haven't had any more sleepwalking incidents since finding the diary. Everything is now back to normal, just like it was after the renovations and before all the creepy stuff started again. Kenzie even showed me the toy horse. She thinks it was all in her imagination, but that's only because she doesn't want to believe in ghosts. The only thing that explains everything is that the other Ember wanted her mystery solved. She wanted us to find her diary and know the truth about her death and her killers. I don't know if her brother or father is the one who pulled the trigger, but in my mind, they're both guilty. I also think my namesake is the only explanation for the toy horse that Kenzie kept seeing. Ember was desperate for her story to be known. She reached out in different ways, wanting me to find the diary and my aunt to find the toy horse, showing us the room I believe was hers. Why else would the horse have her name inscribed on it? It's hard to deny the fact she wanted me, the person who shares her name, to find the diary, nor can I deny her using the toy to reach out to the one person in our family who is expecting a baby, as she was at the time of her demise. But I guess we'll never really know. Maybe when I get older, I'll decide Kenzie is right and no ghost was behind any of this. Though I hope I don't become that closed off to the unexplained. Knock, knock. Are you ready? Kenzie's voice comes from the other side of the door. Almost. Hold on. I scramble to get my shoes on and grab the diary. We'll need it. When I open the door, Dad and Kenzie are both waiting for me. Dad has on slacks and a nice shirt, while she has on a dress eerily similar to mine. Great minds, huh? Kenzie motions back and forth between the dresses. Definitely. The others are waiting downstairs. My heart hammers, and I'm not sure why I'm nervous. Everything is good, and what we're about to do is long overdue. Down at the entrance, Jack, Carol, and Billa are in nice clothes, too. Billa holds a beautiful bouquet of flowers. I give them each a hug, then look around at everyone. It means so much that you all want to do this with me. Dad pats my back.
We wouldn't miss it.
It's necessary. Billa gives me a warm but haunting smile. Even when she's happy, there's always an air of something dark and hidden underneath. We go out the front door and take the long way around the building. Going through the house to the back door that I've been using isn't an option now because the people Kenzie hired are setting up the home security system throughout the mansion, every door and window. Nothing could be considered overkill. When we reach the end of the walkway, I lead them through the grass to the woods. It's not ideal, especially given the fancy shoes we're all wearing, but we make it to the old family graveyard unscathed. Even I managed to get there without stumbling or otherwise ending up muddy. We all gather around Ember's grave. Dad shudders.
I knew this headstone was out here, but seeing your name on it gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I hold up the diary. It isn't mine. It's hers.
Same difference.
Let's focus. I clear my throat and find myself getting choked up while recalling the speech I'd prepared. The first Ember Brannon never got the memorial she deserved. I'm sure of that much. She was a girl with so much potential and so much love. All she wanted was to be able to spend her life with a person she loved more than any other. But because of the prejudices of the day, not only could they not be together, but in their fight for love, they both lost their lives. Not only them, but their baby, too. Kenzie places her palm over her stomach. I continue. Abel and the baby certainly didn't get any recognition after their deaths. He was a brave and generous guy, and he only wanted what was best for everyone. The way the horses in his care loved him shows what kind of person he was, and nobody ever got to know their baby. I'm certain if he or she had been able to grow up with two such loving parents, that child would have become one amazing person. Let's take a moment of silence to mourn the lives that were taken far too soon. Over the next couple minutes, I reflect on what could have been, what should have been. It was a real tragedy that Ember, Abel, and the baby weren't given the chance to live out their lives as they should have. I open my eyes and take a deep breath. Does anyone else want to say anything? Billa steps forward. It sounds like they were all deeply noble people, and it's most unfortunate they had to live under the rule of the historical Brannon men. Nobody disagrees. Kenzie holds her stomach again. I find it heartbreaking that she never got to see or raise her child. Her voice cracks. I know the feeling of having my life threatened while carrying a precious life inside of me. I hate that her fate turned out for the worse. Dad puts his arm around her.
In a similar way, I can relate to what Abel must have gone through. Not only am I expecting a baby with my wife, but I'm also not a Brannon. I'm sure he fought to his dying breath and gave his all. And I'm also sure Ember must have known that and gone to the grave finding at least some peace in that.
I wipe a single tear from my eye and can barely focus as Jack and Carol express equally heartfelt thoughts. Billa hands me the bouquet. It takes me a moment to find my voice. I hope all 3 of you are able to find peace. I set the flowers against the gravestone. Kenzie rests a hand on my shoulder. And we all hope you 3 are together now and for always. I have one more thing to place down.
What?
I stare at my aunt, confused. She goes behind a tree and emerges with the colorful toy horse that caused her so much trouble. Goosebumps run down my arms. Kenzie places the horse next to the flowers. It seemed fitting. When did you bring that out here? I asked, dumbfounded. Earlier this morning. It's perfect. Thank you. She envelops me in a hug. A gentle warmth spreads through me, starting from my chest and radiating out. I think they finally do have peace now. Together. 33. Kenzie. Christmas music blasts from downstairs, reminding me I only have a few more minutes of quiet before the doorbell starts ringing incessantly. If I'd known my fatigue was going to come and go at random times, I wouldn't have been so eager to host a white elephant party here at the house. All of us living here have invited friends and coworkers, and as a result, there will be about 50 people here in a matter of minutes. I stifle a yawn as I sit on the bed and take in my reflection. My loose red dress is perfect for the holiday season and goes well with my complexion. It also doesn't make it obvious that I'm expecting. Soon, I won't be able to hide it at all. Not that it's a secret by any means, but I'm not exactly looking forward to being as big as a whale. I'm about to get up when I feel a fluttering in my stomach. My eyes nearly pop out of my head. Was that the baby? I've heard that the first feelings of movement are like gas bubbles. That's pretty much what that just was. My heart skips a beat and I press my palms on my stomach. Another little flutter. Not that I can feel it on my hands. Excitement rushes through me. I can finally feel my baby. I leap up and reach for my phone to share the news with Graham. It rings. Maybe that's him. He's at the store picking up a few last-minute items for the party. But it isn't him. It's the prison. The last person I want to think about now is my mother. I'm sure she did something horrible again. Why they feel the need to tell me is beyond me. It's not like I can do anything about her. That's their job. I dismiss the call and pull up Graham's number. The phone rings again. The prison. I'm tempted to block the number. Could I get in trouble for doing that? It might be worth it. Instead, I dismiss it again, only to have them call back. This must be serious. Maybe she's been injured. It wouldn't surprise me. She's started more fights than anyone else her age. I reluctantly accept the call. Hello? The person on the other end introduces himself as being from the women's prison. Is my mother in trouble? Not exactly. Not exactly? I ask. We suspect she's had a stroke, and she isn't moving at all. We believe she's paralyzed. I stare at my shocked reflection in the mirror. Is she in the hospital? Should I come see her? We have a doctor on the way, but you may need to set up some alternate care for her. She's in prison for life. That means she isn't supposed to get out. Ever. We're not capable of this kind of care. This isn't a skilled nursing facility. Neither is my house. My heart races. The last thing I need is to have Regina Brannon back here. It's the last thing any of us needs. Then you better start making calls. A lot of those facilities are booked up, from what I understand. I end the call and take a deep breath. That woman isn't coming anywhere near my family. I'll see to that. Personally. This concludes Grave Memories by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecroft. Copyright 2023 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. If you liked Grave Memories, here are two similar RB Media titles you may enjoy. Bone Crack, written by Dick Francis and narrated by Tony Britton. Bone Crack is about a man abducted to save his father's horse and racing stable from criminals. You may also enjoy Bad Kids, written by Zijin Chen and narrated by Jason Vu. Bad Kids is about a man committing a perfect crime, or so he thinks, later to be blackmailed by witnessing teens. Bone Crack and Bad Kids are both available now, wherever you get your audiobooks.